Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Possessed Animalistic Quirks? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. I've looked into it. Tsukachi looked down at his notebook. There shouldn't be any legal issues if you wish to take Midoriya in. I can easily get the forms and with the connections we both have, everything should be completed in a day or two. But if you really do decide to take care of him, it's best to keep the entire matter quiet. You should wait a while, preferably until the hype of the sports festival dies down. I understand. Nizu frowned. He knew what Tsukachi was talking about. In the system, he was considered a responsible adult with a proper job, and no doubt would be able to take care of Midoriya, especially since Midoriya was enrolled in the school he was in charge of. But to the public, no doubt that it's going to cause an uproar. After all, it has always been the humans taking care of the animals. Since when was it the case where the animal took care of the human, even if that very animal was considered one of the smartest beings on the planet? Your case is a unique one. Tsukachi sighed. There aren't many animals with quirks, and even fewer animals with the mental capacity to be on par with humans. If word of this gets out, nobody knows how it will turn out. Nizu shook his head. Tsukachi was right about one thing. No one knows what the consequences of adopting Midoriya would be. Nizu didn't really care about it, but if it would negatively impact Midoriya's life, then this situation would have to be handled even more delicately than before. This was already complicated enough, given Midoriya's current mindset, and whether Midoriya even trusted Nizu enough to take care of him. Nizu didn't want to do anything that would make Midoriya's situation even worse for him. Plus, high spec granted Nizu a high intelligence quotient, but emotional stuff was iffy. There was no right answer when it came to emotions. And Tsukachi was wrong about the other thing. Animals with quirks weren't exactly rare. In fact, they were rather common. Animals with empathetic quirks, especially, were commonly used in therapy, and they were specifically bred for that cause. Horses with minor speed quirks were also bred for horse racing, and animals like fish and pigs with quirks that gave them a larger body mass were practically mass-bred for consumption. People just assumed that those were natural traits in those animals, and with nothing to compare them against, it was, in a way, a justified assumption. Humans had relatively nice lifestyles and were generally smart enough to avoid death in a variety of methods, and thus, even people with weak, useless, or even quirks that harmed themselves could survive and live a normal life. But animals had to fight for their own survival, so animals without that evolutionary edge, or even quirks that were detrimental to their survival, wouldn't make it. Animals have had quirks ever since humans have had them, but the process of natural selection just made it appear that animals didn't. No one would think that a shark swimming in the ocean had a quirk that made it swim faster, or an eagle had a quirk that gave it better eyesight. It's just that humans considered animals as lesser beings and just assumed that they weren't good enough to have quirks. For an animal with a quirk that made it seem abnormal, they were usually abandoned or just killed by humans, or just ignored by its parents and left to die, or were just killed and eaten if it were a wild animal. It severely limited the type of quirk mutations that different types of species could go through. Nizu wasn't going to say anything about this topic though. He was both lucky and unlucky. He had a quirk that put him on the same stage as humans, but his intelligence had initially backfired on him and caused him to be experimented on. Nizu wasn't going to let any other animals suffer the same fate. Just think about it. Tsukachi finished up, smiling. I'm nowhere as smart as you are. You can probably come up with an ideal solution that no one else would think of. So, you want to add me to your numbers? No matter what you want me to accomplish, it is necessary to have conviction and longing. Those who don't have them and those who are weak will be weeded out. It's only natural, that's why it turned out like this. Midoriya honestly wasn't surprised to find Shigaraki lying on the ground, stabbed in the shoulder, with Akaguro talking while holding him at knife point. What he was surprised to see was that Shigaraki was the only one in the room, with no henchmen or underlings in the room. Surely, if Shigaraki was the boss, he was smart enough to have a couple of bodyguards. Then again, he may be completely reliant on Kurogyri, or he had severely underestimated Akaguro. What he was surprised about was that Akaguro had immediately taken his attention off Shigaraki the second Kurogyri dropped him into the bar, and had rushed at Kurogyri almost immediately. The warping villain had his arm cut by Akaguro, and Midoriya barely had enough time to dodge the knife that was aimed at his shoulder. In fact, if Akaguro had decided to attack him first, no doubt that he would be a goner. Akaguro brought up his knife, and liked it, Kurogyri falling to the ground almost immediately. Midoriya stared at the fallen form of the villain, before he looked up at Akaguro. He liked his blood. That's his quirk. I can't get hit, or more specifically, bleed. Or I'm done for, he'll paralyze me. This society is overgrown with fake heroes, and the world itself has lost its true meaning. Heroes and criminals alike who wave their power around idly should be killed. Shigaraki reached up to grab the knife embedded in his shoulder and disintegrated it, before standing up. You sure talk a lot. Conviction? I don't have anything grand like that. If I had to say, it'd be all might. I feel like I really want to completely crush this society where trash like that gets worshipped. We don't have a healer in our party, you know. Will you take responsibility for this? He sighed, scratching his neck. So that's what you are. Akaguro growled. It seems that our goals oppose each other. However, we do agree on one thing, to destroy the present. He turned to Midoriya. You, Void. What do you want? What do you aim to achieve? Midoriya hissed internally. He didn't want to end up saying something wrong and have both parties turn on him. That was practically suicide. But he also didn't want to lie. People always said to treat others how you want to be treated, and he didn't want anyone to lie to him. And honestly, he had no idea what he wanted. He didn't know what his ultimate goal was, and it would be selfish to just assume that everyone would agree on what he thought was a better world to be ideal. He remained quiet. Akaguro just shrugged. Well, if you want to keep quiet, so be it. I've heard about you. You're strong in your own right, and if these clowns brought you here, you must have something that they want, whether it be information, manpower, or some other obscure thing. Stop messing around. Go home. Die. Shigaraki grumbled. I'm the kind of person you hate most, right? I was testing your true motives. People show their true colors when they're on the verge of death. It's different, but you do have a longing, a warped sprout of conviction inside of you. How will it grow? It might not be too late to see until after I've seen that to dispose of you. That goes for you too, Void. Plus, you haven't done anything to go against my goals yet, so I'll wait. I can move. Kurogyri grunted as he picked himself off the floor. Kurogyri, I don't want someone this crazy as this as a party member. Shigaraki snapped, but Kurogyri merely replied, Shigaraki, he'll be a great asset if he joins us, especially for the next step of our plan. The negotiation was successful. My business here is done. Akaguro spoke up. Return me to Hosu. There are still things that I must attend to there. Midoriya honed on to those words. That feeling of bloodlust that emanated from Akaguro, he was going to strike today. Kurogyri immediately warped Akaguro away, and Shigaraki turned to Midoriya, as the villain reappeared almost immediately. But I'm well aware that you are the one that leaked our first attempt to attack UA to the heroes. Midoriya just remained silent, trying to pick every single detail about the plan that Kurogyri mentioned apart. Shigaraki mentioned first, they were definitely going to try again. Honestly, we don't need you, or the hero killer. You are just upgrades. This level can still be cleared, with or without you. Get in our way again, and I'll erase you in an instant. Kurogyri, put him back where you found him. Kurogyri looked like he wanted to facepalm, but he still followed Shigaraki's orders. Midoriya found himself dropped on top of a rooftop, and he grit his teeth. Forget about the league for now. He needed to stop Akaguro first. Shigaraki, he's a vigilante, not a villain. Why are you letting him go free? He asked as he warped back to the bar without Void. It doesn't matter. Shigaraki sat on a chair and scratched his neck. If he joined us, he would make a good party member. Remain silent, and he'll live with the guilt of UA's downfall. But if he decides to tell the heroes, that would work to our advantage as well. The heroes already underestimate us because of our first failed attempt. Giving them a heads up would make them even more overconfident, and we will crush UA, students, heroes, even All Might. Shigaraki turned to Kurogyari. Sensei told us that he noticed All Might appearing less and less frequently over the years, and he's getting weaker. If we can draw All Might's attention away from UA before attacking, we can definitely do more damage instead of attacking him outright. We know the layout of the USJ, and we also know the hero students' quirks. They won't be a problem at all. The only one who will pose a threat is that Midoriya Izuku, the winner of the sports festival, but from what we gathered, he's quirkless. Definitely not a threat. Plus, we still have the Nomu specifically engineered for him, and all the other Nomus. Wearing him out before the battle will definitely give us the opportunity to kill All Might. Tonight, we'll just test some of the weaker Nomus. Their first failed attempt on All Might's life was no doubt a wake-up call for Shigaraki, and Kurogyari couldn't help but feel proud that the man-child he chose to follow was starting to live up to what Sensei had promised. Ida hissed as he found himself in an alleyway, his mentor lying on the ground, slumped, as Akaguro towered over him. He had somehow found himself in a situation where he had to fight him, and despite all his previous thoughts, he knew that he couldn't fight Stain. He was too strong, too fast. Midoriya was right, there was no way he could beat him. Even if Ida could keep his Recipro Burst active for longer than 10 seconds at a time, Akaguro's reaction time allowed him to keep up with him. He could easily get Mitsushima out of there, but Native was also there, bleeding out. Mizushima had seen Native's body, and had tried to help him. Ida was right behind him, trying to help in any way he could, until Akaguro had hopped out of nowhere and stabbed Mizushima right in the gut. Ida slowly reached up towards his helmet, and tapped it 3 times. Aizawa had ordered Maijima to install some kind of emergency flare signal connected to their phones in pretty much everyone's costumes, and they were to alert pretty much any other student or teacher in their vicinity of their location. Signal received by Todoroki, Eraserhead. I have no idea why Endeavor of all people will be in Hosu, but thank goodness. Ida thought, Aizawa-sensei's strong, and Todoroki is interning with Endeavor. I just need to hold out until then. Step aside. Akaguro hissed, I don't kill children, but get in my way and you'll be a target too. No. Leave now. Ida tried to keep his calm, and stepped between Akaguro and the 2 downed heroes. Kid, get out of here. Native yelped, as Mizushima yelled, Go. Don't get caught up in this. Akaguro grit his teeth. Your outfit looks familiar. Have we met before? You met my brother, Ingenium. You hurt him. Ida growled, trying to keep his cool. They say that you go after those unworthy of being heroes, but my brother is no doubt a true hero. Ah, that guy. Akaguro's stance relaxed, but Ida didn't make another move. That one? I agree with you. He's a true hero. I went after another hero, but Ingenium happened to be nearby and took the hit for him. Normally, I would have still killed him or paralyzed him, but someone spoke up for him, small child from a couple of years ago. As far as I know, I just broke a few of his bones and he should recover. I do applaud you for not acting on your emotions and outrightly attacking me in revenge, but I will not hesitate to cut you down if you try to protect these fakes. Ida still refused to move, and Akaguro sighed, That's it. Time's up, kid. He immediately dashed forward, and Ida moved forward to tackle him, but Akaguro swiftly dodged and slashed him in the shoulder, before kicking Ida to the ground. Akaguro brought the knife with Ida's blood to his mouth, but before he could do anything with it, a blast of fire forced Akaguro to dodge and move away from Ida, Native and Mizushima. Ah, so I guess that's why you sent your location. Todoroki spoke up in a monotone voice. I told Endeavor where I was going, backup should be here soon. Akaguro clicked his teeth, and threw his knives at Todoroki. Todoroki didn't have time to react, and he found 3 knives embedded in his arm. Todoroki winced in pain, and looked up, only to find Akaguro right in front of him, but before the hero killer could do anything he was immediately kicked backwards. Akaguro slid backwards, and Ida and Todoroki looked up to see a figure in black hoodie. Void. Akaguro hissed, What are you doing here? I did say that you haven't done anything that opposes my goals, But now you're trying to interfere. Stop it. Leave them alone. Void replied, and Todoroki let out what sounded like a squeak. This is the vigilante that told the principal about my dad. Akaguro jumped forward and tried to strike, but Void just blocked Akaguro's katana with what looked like metallic fingerless gloves. Get native and manual. Void hissed, locked in a power struggle against Akaguro. I'll hold him off. Todoroki hurriedly nodded and yanked the knives out of his arm, and quickly put up an ice barrier between the heroes and the fight, before making his way to Native's side, as Ida tried to support Mizashima on his good shoulder. Midoriya knew that Akaguro wasn't really trying. Akaguro was just smiling at him as they struggled against each other. Midoriya wasn't a power fighter. He didn't have enough muscle mass to go up against a full-fledged adult that killed heroes with no problems at all, not to mention his poor eating habits. His power mostly came from his speed, agility, unpredictableness, instincts, quick reaction time, and his ability to analyze his opponents on the spot, but up against someone faster than him, Midoriya was barely keeping up. Plus, he had to keep track of 2 injured kid and 2 paralyzed heroes. The ice wall Todoroki made definitely helped, though. I do wonder why the League wanted you. Akaguro admitted, you're a vigilante, they're villains. Even if you do go against the law, you take down criminals, not help them. Why did they let you go free? They just wanted to threaten me. Midoriya replied, as the 2 fighters backed down before lunging at each other again. Aizawa didn't want to admit that he nearly had a heart attack when he received Ida's coordinates. He had the support course install something that would allow the students to call for backup, and while Aizawa definitely didn't want students running into danger to save their friends, considering that most of them were on internships, the students could also alert their mentors, and the pros would definitely be able to help. Aizawa would have preferred it to be able to alert any hero nearby, but the students haven't gotten their provisional licenses, and given that they were still greenhorns at pretty much everything, it would be way too easy to hack into the students' equipment. Plus, the support course didn't have long to work on them, and considering it was supposed to be for emergencies and had to be discreet and compact, it could only broadcast a signal in the nearby vicinity. He wasn't expecting it to actually be used, or it to be at a time where Aizawa couldn't help. Enji had gone over to Hosu to deal with a couple of monstrosities, and Aizawa couldn't just leave the fight when there were 3 monsters roaming around, attacking civilians. He had quickly lost track of Enji in the fight, and at this point, he could only hope that Ida could stall for time. Shigaraki hummed as he looked at the chaos the Nomus were creating. Not bad. Those NPCs will definitely take them down, though injuring them will be a bonus, but if these are considered weak, imagine what the others could do. You will definitely fall. Shigaraki, I have found Stain. He's fighting with Void. Kurogyri reported. Shigaraki's eyes glinted and he nodded. Good. Let's go. I want to see that fight. Midoriya rolled aside, dodging Akaguro's slash, but Akaguro used that opportunity to utterly destroy the ice wall Todoroki put up and raced out of the alleyway, Midoriya following close behind him. Sheet! Todoroki cursed, turning around upon the ice shattering and seeing Akaguro racing out. Void quickly tackled him, and both of them were sent sprawling across the ground, rolling into a crouch and immediately leaping at each other. Come on, I told my father our location. Todoroki mumbled, as Akaguro attempted a slash at Void, who blocked the attack with a knife. I think I see Endeavor. Mizashima spoke up, and Todoroki and Ida Bother turned in the direction that Mizashima happened to be facing, seeing Enji's signature flames in the distance. It didn't take long for Enji to close the distance, and the second he was close enough to see what was going on, he bellowed, You! It's Stain! And Void, he's helping us dash, Ida spoke up, but Enji just ignored him and extended his arm. Fire roared from his hand, and all Midoriya could feel was fire and pain. Thank goodness Reiko and Ryuto aren't with me, and that my hoodie is somewhat fireproof. Luckily for them, the 3 monsters were quickly taken care of, but not before pretty much all of the other heroes at the scene were injured in some way and needed medical treatment. Enji had immediately gone off in another direction after the monsters were defeated, and Aizawa quickly followed behind, realizing that Enji was heading in Ida's direction. He suddenly stopped, allowing Aizawa to catch up and figure out what was going on. Todoroki and Ida were supporting Native and Mizushima respectively, while Akaguro and Void were locked in a battle. And before he could do anything, Enji fired off his flames, not at Akaguro, but at Void. The flames washed over Void, and Aizawa quickly used his quirk on Enji, erasing his quirk. "What is wrong with you? Ida clearly told you he's on our side." Aizawa snapped, as he deactivated his quirk and turned to check on Void. Void was standing a few inches away from where he originally stood, pushed back by the fire. His clothes were steaming, but other than the bout of coughing from the vigilante, Void looked relatively fine. "Why?" Todoroki burst out, turning to his father in horror. "He was helping us." "You fake." Akaguro snarled, his bloodlust bursting out, paralyzing everyone in his vicinity. "I must make things right. Someone must be dyed in blood. I must take back what it means to be a hero." He dashed forwards. Aizawa could only look on helplessly as he felt his entire body freeze, not due to a quirk or anything, but out of fear. And Akaguro's katana hit metal. "Stop it." Void growled, knife against katana, as they tried to push each other back. "He attacked you, and yet you still protect him?" Akaguro growled. "You want to change the world, but killing does nothing. It's not right." Void spoke up, in a completely dead tone that was devoid of emotion. "Lead by example. Do what's right. Show the world what's right, and what isn't. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Akaguro sighed and pulled back. "Last warning. Get out of the way. You're a good kid. I don't want to hurt you, but you're in the way." Void just lunged forward, and attempted to sweep Akaguro's legs out from under him, but Akaguro just jumped up and avoided it. He aimed his katana downwards, and attempted to slash Void, but Void just flipped up and kicked his blade away, landing in a crouch. They leapt at each other, dancing, weaving around, as metal continuously scraped against metal as they kept up their dangerous tango. They were a whirl of red and black, and any time Akaguro attempted to break off the fight to go after Enji, Void would be there, blocking his way. The high-speed battle kept up, until one final clash sent Void and Akaguro skidding away from each other. "So, Izuku, what do you notice about these fights? What do they have in common?" 6-year-old Midoriya looked up from the laptop at Hisashi and frowned. They're all very good?" "No, silly." Hisashi ruffled his hair. "Well, you're not wrong, but now rewatch them, but try to keep a mental beat in your head." Midoriya did as he was told, and his eyes widened. "They keep a steady beat as they fight." "Correct." Hisashi praised. "Every person has a tempo they prefer to fight at, and it's important for things like keeping balance. Some are better at slower fights, where every single movement is important, and some are better at fast-paced fights where they overwhelm their opponents with speed, and there is the group in between. And even then, between each group of fighters, everyone has a specific tempo that they fight the best at. But suddenly switching that tempo, even slightly, can throw them off. It's easier to increase the tempo of the fight, but if the fight is already really fast, then the fighters are most likely acting on instinct. For you, it's especially important for you to learn to take control of the fight. Keep switching up tempo of the fight, don't keep it the same for too long. As long as you're in charge of the tempo, you have an advantage." Midoriya just ped his head in confusion. Think of an orchestra. Everything is in harmony, everything runs smoothly, but even if only one instrument is off by even just 1 beat per minute, then the entire thing would sound horrible. Yes, basketball. Everyone in the team plays at a certain tempo. When 2 teams battle against each other, the team that can play by their tempo and force the opponents to fight at a different tempo than they're used to, they get an advantage by forcing the opponent to do something different. But if one person in a team is off, then the entire team formation falls apart. Makes sense? Midoriya's eyes lit up in understanding, and Hisashi grinned. "All right. Someone in the agency I worked at explained it to me, but I'm too old to change my fighting style. Your hand-to-hand is decent, so I'm going to try and teach you how to switch up the tempo in a fight before your fighting style solidifies." Midoriya relaxed and pretended to let his guard down, and Akaguro acted instinctively, rushing at him once more. Midoriya waited, as Akaguro got closer and closer. Akaguro's blade glinted in the moonlight, and Midoriya focused on it. Increased the tempo just to throw him off guard. Midoriya quickly ducked under the katana, and raised his hand, grabbing the blade, and twisting it out of Akaguro's grasp. He pivoted on his foot, kicking the back of Akaguro's knee, and from then on, it was a downhill battle for Akaguro. No matter how Akaguro tried to attack, something felt off, but Akaguro couldn't tell what. He was almost always off balance, and Void was just attacking left and right mercilessly, avoiding all his attempts to attack back while landing all his own hits. Something was definitely wrong, but no matter how much Akaguro tried to orientate himself, he was just off by a couple of milliseconds. Aizawa tensed up as he felt Enji heating up, and he yelled, "Void! Watch out!" Void gave Akaguro one more kick in Enji's direction, before he dove aside as Enji's fire washed over Akaguro. Aizawa quickly rushed in the second Enji's flames died down, erasing Akaguro's quirk and knocking the villain out, before he looked around, trying to find Void. Todoroki and Ito were also the same, and it seemed like Akaguro's quirk had worn off, since Mizashima and Native were standing around, trying to figure out just what the hell had happened. "Where is that Demed vigilante?" Enji roared, and Aizawa just snapped. "You almost killed him once before, and you almost killed him again. What's wrong with you?" Midoriya just looked on impassively from his perch on the rooftop, before he ran off, headed back to Mizudafu. Midoriya stumbled through his window, trying to push down the feeling of dread and anxiety that was starting to bubble up in his stomach. He really hated fire. Or, to be more exact, he didn't necessarily hate all kinds of fire. His father, Midoriya Hisashi, had a fire-breathing quirk. That fire didn't hurt him, it protected him. Todoroki's fire was unstable, full of rage and anger, but Midoriya could deal with it. It wasn't gentle, like Hisashi's flames, but it wasn't outrightly malicious. Like Enji's. Like the man who hated and set fire to his house, the fire that had taken his parents' lives. After gently lifting Reiko and Ryudo out of their hiding place in the cupboard, Midoriya hastily peeled his hoodie off, almost letting out a hiss as the cool air his singed skin. His hoodie was fireproof. Yes, he had specifically made it that way, but that just meant that it wouldn't burn easily, just to protect his identity. Inside, he could still feel the fire liking at his skin, and it wasn't the fire itself that hurt him, but the memories it triggered hurt so much. He shakily wrapped his arms around himself, ignoring the numbing pain that shot throughout his body as his hands rubbed against his tender skin, as Reiko looked on in concern, but unsure of what to do to make him feel better. He curled up on his bed, trying to calm himself down, trying to shut off the memories that were filling his brain and overwhelming him, the memories that he couldn't handle ever since he was 7. The smell of burning flesh filled his nose, and Midoriya squeezed his eyes shut, biting his lip in an attempt to distract himself from the memory that had haunted him for so long. He didn't want to remember, but he didn't want to forget. He swallowed down his anxiety, his anger, his sorrow, and tried to relax, trembling on the bed, curling in on himself. He wanted to be a hero. He couldn't let stupid things like his emotions overwhelm him. The man who killed his parents acted on his emotions, his rage, his anger. Midoriya couldn't afford to do the same. Midoriya was doing his best to try and keep as quiet as possible, to stifle the whimpers that came out of his mouth, not even thinking about the fact that someone could just barge into his room at 3 in the morning and see his burnt and scarred skin. He probably looked equally pathetic as he did now as he was when he was 7, just lying there haplessly, like a beaten and broken doll, a useless, worthless child that shouldn't even be alive. Izuku. Inko cradled her 4-year-old son gently as he wept into her shirt, clinging to her like a lifeline, his arms and legs covered in cuts and bruises. "The world will always be cruel to you, Izuku. If you want to be a hero, you can't cry. Heroes don't cry. They can't cry, or they'll appear to be weak and everyone would take advantage of that. You shouldn't cry for something that wasn't your fault. It's my fault. I wasn't strong enough to give you a quirk that would have made your life better." Inko gently ran her fingers through Midoriya's fluffy hair, pulling him in for a hug. "You can cry in front of you, father and I, But until you can find someone else out there that loves and cares for you, no matter your quirkless status, you can't cry. You can't show other people how much they are hurting you. People would just hurt you more. Do you understand, Izuku? Midoriya rubbed his eyes and nodded, as Inko rested her chin on Midoriya's head, rubbing his back comfortingly. I'm so sorry, Izuku. He knew that if he were still his old self, he would probably be tearing up and crying his heart out. But he hadn't cried for so long, locking that feeling away in the depths of his very being. He didn't want to think about the past, he didn't want to remember everything that he had lost, everything that had happened, losing the only two people on this entire planet that loved him and everyone else doing everything in their power to destroy him from the inside. You know Deku? Falling off the roof of a building? What a farce. I know the truth. Sure, my quirk did give you a little push, amplifying all your emotions by tenfold, but honestly, I wasn't expecting you to actually jump. Just how desperate are you, attention seeker? Did you really think that taking a swan dive off the roof would make you get a quirk? He really hated the fact that she was right, the girl in his class who was always quiet, always passive, listening to others, and being well-liked in general. Her quirk allowed her to amplify the emotions of anyone she talked to for a certain amount of time. But in the end, it was still his fault, not hers. It was his emotions were what drove him to this point, drove him to have this stupid quirk that he didn't want, never wanted. He couldn't blame her for his emotions, his pure stupidity and naivety, for him trusting her despite having been fooled time and time again. Midoriya quickly exhaled, desperately trying to stay as quiet as possible so as to not wake anyone. Up by accident. But he felt like he was suffocating, everything pressing down heavily on his chest, pushing down. He felt like he was drowning, every breath he took being so dense that it wasn't even helping his situation at all, the pressure gradually getting stronger and stronger the longer he sank. And he did the only thing he could think of, the only thing that he could do that wouldn't disturb anyone else, to regain some semblance of control. He hastily ripped the knife out from its sheath on his leg, and plunging it into his left forearm, right between his ulna and radius, and twisted it harshly. The familiar, grounding feeling of pain blossoming in his arm brought him back to reality, forcing him to focus on the pain instead of the bubbling emotions that threatened to erupt, the memories that filled his mind like a broken tape record on a high, replaying over and over again, the words, the shouts, everything echoing, an endless cacophony of noise filling his brain. His grip on his knife weakened, and there he lay, limp on his bed as he breathed, inhaling and exhaling, taking deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. Reiko gently padded over to him, Ryuto awkwardly jumping and waddling behind her, flapping his tiny wings, constantly getting his tiny talons stuck within the folds of the bedsheets as he tried to follow the cat. Ryuto had really grown in the past week, his first set of feathers having already grown, covering the baby hawk in a layer of fluffy light gray feathers. He was no longer completely blind and helpless like he was when he just hatched, and was literally just a small, adorable, warm ball of fluff that cheeped and chirped for Midoriya's attention whenever he was on his way to school, coming back from school, or in the pet rescue center. He was smart, or maybe Reiko was influencing him, or maybe it was just his baby hawk instincts that told him to remain quiet whenever he wasn't safe, and never made a single sound whenever he was in his foster home. Nisa did comment that he made some noise whenever he was with Reiko in his office, but it wasn't enough to garner his attention, and he usually did so whenever he wanted Reiko's attention, or whenever Midoriya entered the room for his daily meetings with the principal. Reiko liked his cheek gently, as Midoriya looked at her, tired, completely drained of energy, ignoring the blood that trickled out of his arm and staining the bed sheets. Ryuto just hopped over to Midoriya, and tucked himself under Midoriya's chin, rubbing his head against Midoriya's neck and chirping softly. Midoriya swallowed, feeling the pressure of his collar against his neck. He collected his thoughts and pushed them to the back of his mind, stuffing his emotions, his thoughts, his memories, everything into a mental, metaphorical bottle and capping it tightly. He had failed too many times already. He had already failed his parents. He had failed Reiko's mother. He couldn't fail whatever family he had left. He couldn't afford to fail again. Midoriya wearily pushed himself up and made his way to the bathroom to clean himself up before dealing with the bed sheets. Someone would scream in the morning if they found out what had happened. Nizu nearly had a heart attack when he watched the news the next day, sitting in his office. He knew that Midoriya had been hopping over to Hosu for the past few days. The local heroes like Moro, the wolf-based hero that one of the monstrosities had attacked, and several others had mentioned that Void had dropped down, talked for around a minute or two, before disappearing into the shadows the second they turned away from him, repeating the same pattern that usually took place in Mizurufu. And then, he caught most of the fight between Midoriya and Akaguro that was captured by a news helicopter, with Midoriya being able to escape the cameras and disappearing as Enji and Aizawa landed the finishing blows. Nizu was seriously getting more and more worried about Midoriya. His foster household was clearly not treating him properly, not even allowing him basic privacy in the form of locking his door. Not to mention that despite that, no one noticed that he was sneaking out of the house to be a vigilante. That was kind of the point, but considering he seemed to be active at around the same time in Hosu as he was in Mizurufu, and that the boy probably needed at least an hour each to get to Hosu and back, he was leaving the house a whole hour early, and coming back a whole hour late. Nizu just hoped that after the entire Stain incident, Midoriya wouldn't have to push himself anymore, and would take a break, at least for a little while. And maybe he should just get Midoriya's opinion of being under someone else's care. Nizu almost jumped when his office was flung open, and he looked up, seeing Aizawa stomp into his office, with Ishiyama and 13 standing behind Yamada awkwardly. Nizu frowned. He thought Aizawa was still with Enji and Todoroki. "Principal, we need to do something about Endeavor. He almost killed Void, again. He tried to burn him the second he laid eyes on him." Nizu blinked, before registered what Aizawa had just said. "Repeat that again, and don't leave a single detail out." Aizawa gave him a recount of what happened, about them fighting off monsters that seemed to be similar to that large hulking beast that had appeared at the USJ, but they couldn't be very sure, that Ida had sent out a distress call with his location, and he and Enji were heading in the same direction that Todoroki had assumably disappeared to. And then we saw Stain and Void fighting, and Endeavor immediately tried to set Void on fire. I erased his quirk, and Stain tried to go after Endeavor, but Void was still trying to protect that sorry excuse for a hero. The rest of the fight was probably on the news. Aizawa snapped. He clearly didn't have his coffee that morning in his haste to talk to Nizu, not that anyone could blame him. Nizu growled, and added that to his mental list of things to look out for when he talked to Midoriya. By this point, he was pretty sure that Midoriya was Void. His quirk was iffy, but quirks in general were iffy. "Got it?" Nizu replied, scribbling something down in his notebook. "I'll make a note on it. If I can get access to the security cameras, maybe I can add it to the file, but you, Ida, and Todoroki are witnesses." Aizawa nodded, somewhat calmer but still upset, and walked out of his office, grumbling about getting coffee. Yamada scratched his head. How did Endeavor become the number 2 hero again? People are stupid? Nizu piped up, no offense, but people are the ones voting to give the heroes rankings. They probably don't take note of the mass amounts of damage he creates, or the number of people that he injured. Either that or they're just blind. No offense taken. Yamada shrugged. It is true. Also, do you have a bird in your room? I swear I hear chirping sometimes whenever Midoriya comes to see you. Ishiyama raised an eyebrow. Really? 13 spoke up. Nizu likes to leave his window open in summer. It's probably the birds outside. Nizu just placed a smile on his furry face and remained silent. Midoriya, are you okay? Nizu asked, as Midoriya glanced away from him, staring at the ground. Midoriya always looked exhausted, and for the past few days he had been visiting Hosu, he had been looking even worse. But now, Midoriya looked dead. His face was completely pale, his dark eye bags even more prominent before. And while it probably wasn't noticeable, unless one were watching him very closely, he was trembling ever so slightly, even though he was sitting as though he were cold. He didn't look burnt in any way, so his hoodie must have been fireproof to an extent, which was a huge relief. Midoriya tried to sign something, but his hands were shaking too much for him to sign anything coherently, to the point where he just gave up signing and just rested his hands on his lap. Reiko was curled up on his lap, and Ryudo, for some reason, was somehow nestled in the teen's hair. "Oh, fine," Midoriya mumbled, sounding like he was being strangled. Rough day? Nizu gently asked. Want to talk about it? Midoriya shook his head, and Nizu couldn't help but wonder what had happened to make him like this. It didn't seem to affect his work too much, but bottling up his feelings was definitely not doing him any good. Reiko nudged his arm gently, purring, but Midoriya still seemed reluctant to talk. So, Nizu started, trying to change the topic. Did you hear the news about Stain? Nizu swore that Midoriya seemed to flinch ever so slightly, and wondered if that was the reason why he was in such a bad form. Sure, he didn't seem to have any injuries at all, even managing to take Akaguro down, somehow, but with a black hoodie, there was no way to tell at all. Not to mention the fact that NG, a hero, had tried to burn him alive. But he wasn't sure how to change the topic without making it seem too obvious that he knew Midoriya's vigilante identity, or making the entire conversation worse for him. I saw. Nizu blinked as Midoriya spoke up, still not making eye contact. At least, no one got hurt. You were hurt, you silly idiot. Stop thinking about others for once and think about yourself. Well, that's good indeed. Nizu pretended to agree, trying to look out for more clues as to determine just what was wrong. The two fell into silence again, until Ryuto started chirping. Midoriya reached up, shakily untangling his talons from his hair, before bringing him to rest on his lap with Reiko. Yes, that reminds me. Midoriya, from what I've seen, your home situation isn't that great. What do you think of being taken in by someone else? Nizu brought up. Midoriya looked at him impassively, seemingly confused before replying, It's fine. It's not like they're hurting me or anything. Leave me alone, for the most part. Nizu sighed. Not hurting you doesn't mean they're taking care of you. You're clearly malnourished and severely underweight from Recovery Girl's quick checkup at the sports festival. You're constantly tired and you look like you're never getting enough sleep. You're way too pale to be healthy. Nizu admitted, You're clearly not taking care of yourself. You don't even eat in school. All you do is drink water. And if no one at home is taking care of you, I'm honestly worried about you, Midoriya. Midoriya did look somewhat guilty, though his expression hasn't changed in the slightest. Nizu had gotten pretty good at reading Midoriya's emotions through his eyes, as Reiko leaned against Midoriya's chest and purred. It's going to be the same. Nothing will change. Midoriya said, and Nizu couldn't help but worry about him more. He made a mental note to try and find out more about Midoriya, even if reports from more than 7 years ago were hard to find and some information recorded from those times were dubious at best. What if I told you that I want to take you in? Midoriya froze, staring at him for a long hard minute as Nizu just looked back at him, before Midoriya blinked and finally stammered, for once, a bit of emotion leaking into his voice. Why? Midoriya, you don't deserve to be treated like that. They're not taking care of you. They're ignoring the fact that you're hurt and they're not giving you the help you need. Bottling up all your problems and troubles aren't going to help. They'll just fester and the only thing you're doing is hurting yourself. Nizu stood up to sit next to Midoriya. You may not trust me enough to tell me what's wrong, but I hope you'll at least trust me enough to make sure that it won't get worse. Well, the idea seems to make him feel better, plus, I'm pretty sure my foster mom will be pretty happy to be rid of this worthless quitter of a child. Midoriya hesitantly nodded, and he looked like he wanted to say something, but pursed his lips. Midoriya? If you want to say anything, feel free to say it. It's stupid. Midoriya replied, looking away. I keep calling you Nizu, and you call me Midoriya? It's rude of me to keep calling you by your first name. So, can you please call me Izuku? Nizu gave a small bark of laughter. It isn't rude. I let you call me that. Midoriya just looked at him, and Nizu pat his arm. Yeah. If you want me to, I'll call you Izuku. Midoriya stood up to leave and bowed, and Nizu called out as he exited the office. Oh yes, currently I think the first-year course is too simple for you. Do you want me to find something more challenging for Izuku? Nearly every single teacher froze when they heard Nizu say that. First name basis? They watched at Midoriya mutely nodded before he left, and they looked at Nizu incredulously. He insisted. Nizu looked at the expressions on his colleagues' faces, somewhat proud of himself. He thought it was rude since I don't have a last name. Nizu huffed as he drummed his fingers along the table. Midoriya, as Void, had informed him that it was possible the villains may try to attack UA again, and Nizu wasn't sure how to counter the possibly imminent attack. Unlike the first time, Midoriya didn't tell him when or where the attack would take place. That wouldn't be a problem, if not for the fact that one of the villains had a warping quirk that allowed him to teleport. He was the linchpin of the attack, and he had teleported out the second he had seen all the heroes. The energy left behind was unidentifiable, and Nizu couldn't really do much to stop teleport. Plus, if Hosu was any indication, then they probably had a few more of those monsters, like the black one they had originally brought into the USJ. But considering the fodder that was brought in the first time, and the fact that they had fled the second they saw the heroes suggested that they probably weren't very bright. It seemed like they didn't have a plan, and it shouldn't be too hard to take them out. As long as nothing too drastic happened, they should be able to defend the students. Nizu moved on to the next thing. All Might had been called by the police for the next few days regarding some villains. Apparently, several groups of villains claimed that they could kill him, and while they weren't necessarily a threat, the government had said it gave the hero system a bad reputation if villains were able to openly badmouth the #1 hero. Humans and their pride was definitely a huge problem, but All Might probably won't be able to teach at UA for the next week or so to fully flush out the villains, deal with the paperwork, investigations, and other stuff. Also, speaking of paperwork, Nizu was going to have to clear out one of his days to speak to Midoriya's foster mother and deal with the paperwork for that. Nizu could take custody of him directly and charge her with child neglect, but Midoriya clearly didn't want to cause any more trouble, so Nizu was going to take the more roundabout method. It was slower, yes, but Nizu was going to do it if it made Midoriya feel better. The boy clearly thinks he's a burden, and Nizu was going to do his best in order to help him. Nizu had done his best to look up past events about Midoriya thoroughly, and what he found shocked him. Both Midoriya's father and mother had been killed in a fire in their own home. The other person who had been in the house, presumably the one who set the entire place ablaze, had apparently also died in that fire, leaving a 7-year-old Midoriya as the lone survivor of that incident. No doubt that was a traumatizing experience for the poor boy, not to mention that Midoriya had also almost been burnt alive by Enji had Aizawa not erased his quirk before it had gotten too powerful. No wonder Midoriya seemed so off. He was really hoping that he could coax the boy to talk. Bottling all his emotions inside wasn't doing him any favors. Nizu continued flipping through his notes. The second and third year support course students wouldn't be in school on Monday, since there was a talk by several lecturers from I-Island Academy. The third year hero students would be having their internships then, since some heroes had invited students from both the first and third years and the teachers had decided to separate them into 2 different weeks so each student could get the hero's undivided attention, and the Lone Hero Course 2B class would be busy in ground beta for their mid-year projects. The third-year management students had a talk on founding and managing hero agencies from a pro hero in Australia, and the second-year management students were entitled to a hands-on lessons in venture capitalism by a lecturer from America. The general education students were also having a field trip, the third years to Best Genus Agency, and the second years to Uwabami's agency. It was a pity that there will be a day or two where only the first years were in UA's main building, but Nizu didn't really have much of a say in the timetable for those days. Those lecturers will only be in Mizutafu for those few days, and they were already lucky enough that their students could attend those lectures, and the hero students had to complete their projects to ensure that they were good enough to try for their provisional licenses. Nizu closed up his notebook. Tons of things to do, tons of things happening. First, he was probably going to clear up his home, fit an extra bed in the spare room for Midoriya, before he went to talk with Midoriya's foster mother on Wednesday. Everything should be done by Friday, All Might should also be back in UA, and the students should all resume their regular timetables by then, so everything should be fine. You've improved a lot, Uraraka. It's your last day of the internships, right? I was thinking. Maybe ask that Midoriya kid for pointers. Gun had suggested. You seem to interact with him a lot. I think you can learn a thing or two from him, if he's willing to teach you. Uraraka shook her head. It was a good idea, sure, but Midoriya coaching her 1-to-1 didn't around right to her. Midoriya was clearly a lonely person due to being quirkless. He didn't have any friends, and clearly wasn't sure how to interact with people. Even when he was with them for lunch, all Midoriya did was listen and stare at this water. She didn't want to bother him outside of school, and maybe take time away from others from being his friend. She knew he had a cat, and maybe a bird, if he had decided to keep the little ball of fluff on that day of the sports festival, and the cat was the only being that he clearly knew how to show affection to. Plus, while she knew Midoriya didn't really do it unless he was trying to protect someone else, the kid could be terrifying at times. He just gave out that pressure, a kind of pressure that practically yelled, "Take one more step and I'll break every bone in your body." Not to mention that he also had the ability to back his words up. Honestly, who wouldn't want to be his friend? He was an interesting person, he was a nice kid, a bit on the quiet side, but he was generally a pretty cool person to hang out with. I don't think that's a good idea. I can try though. Uraraka replied, scratching the back of her head. We have hung out at lunch and stuff, but he just keeps quiet and doesn't say a word. He already seems uncomfortable enough just sitting at the same table. I don't want to stress him out even more. Gunhead frowned, though Uraraka couldn't tell under his mask. Well, that's surprising. He seems like a decent kid, at least, from what I can see on television. What quirk does he have? Uraraka snapped her head upwards, and replied in an almost accusatory tone, "What does that have to do with anything?" Gunhead sighed. I hate to say it, but nowadays, quirks have dominated our society. People judge people based on how powerful and flashy their quirks are, and seeing how Midoriya is, it is highly probable that he hasn't been treated well when he was younger. He probably taught himself to fight to keep up with his peers if he doesn't have a physical quirk, so he's not just using one fighting style, but a mixed style. Uraraka looked down at her shoes. Promise you won't tell anyone? Gunhead gestured for the sidekick that Uraraka had been sparring with to move away, before he nodded. He doesn't have a quirk. Uraraka looked away, rubbing her hands together. Gunhead just reached down to pat her head. You're a good kid, Uraraka. Most people treat quirkless like they're useless because they don't have a power. In your generation, being quirkless is almost unheard of, and I'm going to tell you something, don't freak out. Uraraka looked up at him curiously and Gunhead sighed. Usually, most quirkless kids would end up taking their own lives. Uraraka gasped, eyes widening in shock. You mean committing suicide? Gunhead nodded solemnly. I hate to say it, but it's the harsh truth of the world. Years and years of constant bullying, being told they're useless, that no matter what they do, it wouldn't matter, all that can make anyone snap. It's just that the quirkless are much more susceptible to bullying than others since at this point, they're so rare that considered anomalies. You guys want to help him, right? Just the mere thought of losing a friend, of someone hurting inside so much to the point where they were willing to end it all, it left a horrible taste in Uraraka's mouth. She was fond of Midoriya, despite how different and closed off he was, and after whatever Gunhead had told her, she wanted to protect him. She vigorously nodded, not trusting herself to say something in her emotional state. Don't worry. Midoriya hasn't done it yet, and you still have time to help him. Gunhead nodded, patting her on the back. How does he usually communicate, then? I don't think he could do anything if he didn't somehow communicate with the teachers. Sign language, mostly. Uraraka hummed. My friend translates for us. But he did write something for another friend of mine to read. Gunhead mused. I suppose you can try to learn sign language? It is a necessary part of your course, I believe, so it will be useful in the long run as well, but most students will start in their second or third year. Maybe just try to learn, and let him know that you're willing to listen? I'm not sure that's the right word, but you know what I mean. Let him know that you want to help, that you're willing to listen. I think that's the most important step right now, let him know that he can trust you. Uraraka vigorously nodded her head. Yes. Thank you. Gunhead pat her on the head. All right. Pack your stuff. I believe you still need to get back to UA. Uraraka rushed off to pack her hero costume back into its case, promising herself that second she got home, she would try to start teaching herself JSL. Todoroki sat by his desk, frowning. Just who was Void? He had tried to help him by telling the heroes about his father. He had saved him once again when he rescued both he and Ida from Stain. And then his father tried to set him on fire. His god-mad father, trying to kill the one person who had helped him. He clenched his fist and stood up, packing a small bag, before walking out of the house. Shudo? Where are you going? Fuyumi asked, concerned. Todoroki looked up as he was putting on his shoes. I'm going to talk to Mom. You were saved by Void, right? Tensei asked as he stretched gently on his hospital bed. It was on the news. That wasn't Void's first encounter with Endeavor. Endeavor's tried to burn him once already. Ida's head snapped up as Tensei grabbed his phone and scrolled through websites, before finally stopping and handing the phone to Ida. Take a look. Ida shakily took the phone and quickly read through it. The article had described how NG was seen chasing down a figure in a black hoodie and had hit him in the back, downing the unknown person. The second NG's back was turned, the unknown person had gotten up and run away. But, how do you know? Ida asked, passing the phone back. That could be anyone. Shodesh. Aizawa confirmed it. Tensei corrected himself. He and Mike happened to be there while off duty. Honestly, it's pretty amazing that he managed to beat Stain, or at least, rough him up enough for Aizawa and Endeavor to finish him off. Though I really would have liked a shot to get back at him, but the sooner he's behind bars, the better. Ida looked away, almost guiltily. He didn't actively seek Stain out, but that was the only reason why he was in Hosu. If he didn't take up Mizushima's internship offer, maybe he wouldn't have been attacked. Tenya, it's not your fault. Sure, you chose Manuel's agency to be in Hosu, but that's fine. You didn't expect that Stain may attack you guys, nor did you go around trying to find him. Honestly, I would have expected you to do that, seeing how much you looked up to me ever since you were a kid. I'm proud of you, Tenya. Ida clenched his fist. It wasn't that. Someone, a friend, told me not to go after him. Must be a special friend if they could convince you not to go after him without you even telling them, seeing how hard-headed you are. Tensei gave a dry chuckle as Ida pulled over a chair to sit down. Come on, spill. Midoriya Izuku. He told me not to go after Stain. Not to break the laws, to think about how you would feel about everything. Ida replied. The kid who won the sports festival? Tensei asked. Seems like a decent kid, though honestly, I don't see how he managed to convince you. He doesn't talk at all. Ida looked away. He just listens, signing occasionally, and I think his other classmates may be bullying him. Oh, then it makes sense for him to actually voice his opinion on something. Tensei mused. I thought you didn't condone bullying. You doesn't. Ida confirmed, but as far as I know, they make lessons hard for him and say rude and hurtful things when the teachers aren't in class. One boy had insulted both Midoriya and Shinso during the sports festival, called them pretty horrible stuff, but Midoriya still forgave him for what he said. I think it's better now. The principal addressed everyone about this issue already. Oh. Tensei sighed. Let me guess. Quirk discrimination. Ida's head shot up. How did you dash? Tensei looked directly at Ida. Quirk discrimination is the main reason for bullying in this age, especially among kids. People who are quirkless or have very weak quirks, or quirks mostly associated with villainy, are often mocked. As much as I hate to say it, this society defines us by our quirks. Your classmates, your teachers, you guys are lucky to have powerful quirks that are also versatile. You're lucky to have never seen that dark side of the world. Tensei continued, Look, Tenya, what I'm going to say isn't going to be pretty. Quirks are DMNT traits, so the quirkless population is decreasing exponentially. But that isn't the only reason why the quirkless population is decreasing. Ida froze. You mean that's why I said you're lucky? Tensei sighed. It's something I think you should cover sooner or later, but there are things that the government would rather just sweep under the rug and call it a day. Quirk discrimination is against the law, yes, but they'll just say kids are kids, that bullying is normal and that they'll grow out of it. People do not have ideal quirks are often considered useless and worthless. Constantly being told, reminded, that their lives don't matter, that they're a waste of space, people do things when they truly believe in it, when they're emotional. Sometimes, these things are irreversible. That's the harsh reality we live in, Tenya. Ida just remained quiet. You want to help him, don't you? This Midoriya is Zuku? Yeah. Ida replied. He doesn't deserve it. He just lets everyone push him around. But he did defend Shinso though. He's probably thought that Shinso was more important than himself. He has a good heart, but mixed in with bullying he just thinks that he's not worth it. Tensei sighed. Quirks grow more and more powerful over generations. When I was a kid, bullying and quirk discrimination took place really often. Tensei tried to reach out to pat Ida's head, but forgot that his arms were still in casts and he grumbled under his breath. Look, you're his friend. I think, as long as he knows that you're there for him no matter what, that's enough. That someone will listen if he wishes to talk. Ida nodded and shot up, yes. As the class representative, I must look out for my fellow students. That's my little bro. Tensei laughed. You seem a little distracted today. Worried about school? Kamihara asked, turning behind him. Shinso trailed behind him, looking around absent-mindedly, before he realized that Kamihara was talking to him. Huh? It's the last day of the internships. Kamihara sighed. What's wrong? You seemed okay this entire week. I'm just worried about a friend, honestly. Shinso scratched the back of his neck. I know that some things would be hard to get over, but Midoriya is Zuku, right? Quirkless. Kamihara asked, and Shinso looked up at him in shock. I did my research. He won the sports festival, after all, without showing any signs of quirk usage. Don't worry about it. I'm not judging that your friend is quirkless. Quirk discrimination is a thing, but some of us heroes have actually gone through it. Take Best Jeanist, or even your teacher Aizawa. Their fighting styles rely more on their technique rather than the quirks themselves. Look at yourself, you're using your equipment rather than your quirk. He walked toward Shinso and patted him on the shoulder. Look, I'm not going to try and pretend to understand what he's going through. People with ideal quirks just keep on increasing as time goes on, and I'm sure that the discrimination has gotten much, much worse. Being discriminated for being quirkless has always been way worse than just regular quirk discrimination. Honestly, I think the only thing you can do to help him is to just show that you'll be there for him. You can't force him to just spill all his troubles. Things like this take time. Shinso nodded. It had been exactly like that with him. After he had been rescued and taken in by Aizawa and Yamada, it had taken him weeks to even start talking, even though he was perfectly aware that Aizawa could erase his quirk if he accidentally brainwashed someone. It had also taken a long time for him to adjust to a new environment and the lack of restrictions he had. He could talk when he wanted, do whatever he wanted. It was all so new to him and it had taken him a long time to process all of it. He had gotten help that brought him to where he is today. Midoriya deserved help as well. Nizu hoped that Midoriya was getting enough sleep. After all, Akaguro was already behind bars, so there was no reason for Midoriya to sacrifice his already scarce sleeping time in order to make his way to and back from Hosu. He drummed his paws on the table. Midoriya had looked horrible when he had last seen him on Friday. He just hoped that things would go a lot better after the weekend. Hopefully, Midoriya had decided to take a break and get his much-needed rest. He had already finalized all the transportation arrangements. On Monday, 1A were to go to the USJ to see what they had learnt in their internships and how to apply their new knowledge. That was also one of the days where only the first years were in school, with everyone else being busy with internships, field trips and lectures. It didn't seem too bad. But Nizu had a feeling in his gut that something was about to go horribly wrong, but he couldn't put a finger on it. Maybe he should try to beef up security once more, but then again he couldn't do anything about warpers unless he had a sample of the energy they used to teleport around. Or maybe he should try and think of some universal force field that kept warpers in general out. But the amount of radiation that something like that would give out wouldn't be healthy. He would discuss that with Maijima and maybe Yagi. That purple misty warper was associated with the monstrosities from Hosu, and seeing as those things seemed to be modified in order to hold multiple quirks, they were definitely related to All for One in some way. And if that was the case, then this was something that would be too large for the students to handle alone. Yagi was the only one who could stand a chance against All for One, and even he had been grievously wounded by that villain. He needed to protect his students. Midoriya! Midoriya heard the shout, and immediately turned around, seeing Uraraka running up to him. She had a huge grin on her face and signed, "Hi." Midoriya just blinked and she smiled, "I've been learning sign language. I only know the real basic stuff like hi, yes, and no, and it's amazing how you know how to sign fluently. It's hard." Midoriya had no idea how to react to that, until Ida came running up to them. "Hello Uraraka, Midoriya. I wasn't expecting to meet you here." Ida flashed Midoriya a smile. "Thank you for convincing me not to go after the hero killer. I was unfortunate enough to chance upon him, and he's way out of my league." Midoriya merely nodded in acknowledgement, before the trio continued their way to UA, with Uraraka and Ida talking about their internships. "It's a pity you're not in the hero course. You would have loved the internships," Uraraka commented. "Also, you won the sports festival, right? So will you be joining the hero course?" Midoriya merely shrugged. He was, but not now, and Niza didn't want any of the other students to know, so he kept quiet. But that wasn't the only reason he seemed even more withdrawn than usual. He had a bad feeling in his gut. A flame, burning intensely, warning him that something ominous was going to happen. Something big, something horrible, but Midoriya had no idea what was going to happen. He couldn't let these so-called friends distract him from what's important. He needed to be on the lookout for anything amiss. Maybe he should tell Nizu that something felt wrong. He felt Reiko and Ryudo shifting slightly in his bag, and could tell that Reiko probably felt his unease. Reiko couldn't protect herself from humans, given her smaller size, and Ryudo was way too young to even consider protecting himself. They were his family. He couldn't afford to lose any more of his family. He could survive being killed, they couldn't. He could take hits, they couldn't. He would do anything to protect them. 1A's going to be at the USJ today, Shigaraki. Kurogyari reported, "All Might's occupied with our distractions. Most of the students are out of UA for their respective activities. The support course students will leave at lunch, and everyone in the USJ is in place. The control room has been taken over, UA's security systems are bugged, and everything is ours to use." "Good." Shigaraki nodded, looking at his hand. "We have the Nomo for All Might. One of our flying Nomus was killed in Hosu, but that was a low-end Nomo. Bring along 3 more Nomus. Those kids don't stand a chance. We'll give those brats a fighting chance, and then crush their hopes right in front of them." "Are we going to kill them?" Kurogyari asked. "If they die, they die. It doesn't matter. We'll break them, break their heroes when they come to rescue them. We'll bring down the newest generation of heroes. We'll tear UA's reputation to shreds. We'll destroy those demed heroes, and finally, when we finally let All Might see what has happened, we'll bring him to his knees. The symbol of peace dies today, and hero society as a whole will crumble with it." This wasn't supposed to happen. It was just supposed to be a field trip to the USJ, where they were supposed to check their skills and what they had learnt during their internships. Not a villain attack. The day had started off decently, in Ida's opinion. He had met up with Uraraka and Midoriya in the morning, before heading for their respective classes. Kaminari, for some reason, had found Staines intriguing, but to be honest, Ida agreed with him, in a way. He had the determination and drive and the power to execute his ideals. That was admirable, but his way of doing so was completely wrong. But Ida could learn something from this. He knew what he wanted, to become a hero as great as his brother, Ingenium. In order to do that, he needed to know what was right and what was wrong. Going after Stain would have definitely been a mistake. He would have been massacred on the spot before he could even say a single word, if Stain wished that to happen. He wasn't strong enough, and he needed to pay even more attention in class, work harder, train harder, in order to grow strong enough to protect himself and the others around him. Lunch was pretty normal. Kamakiri, Kaibara and Shiozaki had joined them at their table. Monoma looked like he wanted to join in as well, except that he had literally just insulted Bakugo and Todoroki for being cocky and was partially out of it from a chop to the neck by Kendo. Midoriya, as usual, remained completely silent, and it was only then that Ida realized that Midoriya made absolutely no sounds at all. When he drank his water, when he walked, when he put his cup back on the table, It was quiet. He wondered what had happened for Midoriya to be like this. Then it hit him. Tensei had told him about bullying. No doubt that Midoriya had grown to attract as little attention as possible in order to prevent others from noticing him and hurting him. Not making any sounds, slouching to make himself appear as small as possible, they were self-preservation tactics to make himself as unnoticeable as possible. Midoriya was his friend. He may not know much about bullying, but Ida knew that Midoriya did not deserve it. He was a nice person, willing to stand up for others over himself, and after Tensei told him that most victims of bullying had a screwed-up sense of self-worth, no wonder he had jumped in to take the hit for Shinso, or jump out of bounds to protect Shiozaki. He felt that they were more important for him, and was willing to sacrifice his chance to get into the hero course, and even his life for them. Somehow, Ida felt the need to protect Midoriya, even though Midoriya could probably kick his butt to the moon and back. Then, they had to go on a trip to the USJ. They had gone there once, before their internships, but the unforeseen simulation joint still looked as impressive as it had been the first time. 13 had announced them that the mountain zone had been replaced by the frost zone, given that they already had the ruins and the mountain zone which were similar to the landslide zone. But the second they had entered the facility, the lights flickered, and a portal swirled into existence, bringing with it more monsters like the ones he had seen on the news in Hosu, where he had been busy with Stain and villains. Aizawa and Kaminari tried to call for help, but something was jamming their signals, so 13 had told him to run, to get back to UA and to get help since he was the fastest as Aizawa leapt off the podium into the sea of villains in an attempt to buy them some time. But the second that Ida had run out the open door, he heard the ominous sound of the air swishing, curling in on itself, and against his better judgment, he turned around. All his classmates had been into the vortex of mist, disappearing into thin air, leaving 13 behind with the man made of mist, yellow eyes glowing in the misty depths like the light of an angler fish, luring in its prey before those jaws snapped shut. This was a trap. And Ida did the only thing he could do at the moment. He ran back to UA, putting his engines into full move as he sped forward, not looking back. He couldn't help anyone who wasn't there, and he had no idea where they were. All he could do was get help from the pro heroes in UA. Kurogiri smiled to himself as he turned 13's black hole on themselves, partially disintegrating the space hero. The engine boy had escaped, the rest of the students scattered, and the doors were left open, inviting the heroes to come and save them. Perfect. He left the broken 13 lying on the ground, before teleporting back to Shigaraki. 13 wouldn't die yet. Kurogiri made sure of it. He wanted the heroes to see what exactly had been made of their comrade, a warning never to cross the League of Villains, that is, if they survived this encounter. Everything's going according to plan, Shigaraki. 13 is crippled. The Ingenium lookalike is getting back up. The doors are open, the students are scattered exactly where they're weakest. All Might signal is jammed as well, so the heroes can't call for All Might to come help them. Kurogiri said, "But keep a lookout for the rest of the heroes." Shigaraki murmured as he and the rest of the villains watched Aizawa getting pummeled into the ground. "We'll let them have a glimpse of what's going on, before we disappear before their very eyes. This facility was upgraded in case of an attack, like our first attempt. A facility with quirk-proof metal, to keep whatever is inside it trapped. But we have control over it now. We'll trap them, those meaningless NPCs, right in their little dungeon." Kaminari opened his eyes, and they stung from the salt water he found himself in. He could make out a pink blob in the distance, and Kaminari cursed to himself. Salt water, his friend was here, he couldn't use his quirk, even by accident, or he'll fry a Shido. His quirk was useless here, and he didn't even know how deep the water was. He never liked swimming. He was a social person, but he couldn't swim with anyone else lest he fried them. And now he was stuck in the water, not knowing how to swim properly, with a useless quirk, and what was that swimming towards him? Ojiro seemed to be having a better time, making his way towards the surface, when he was suddenly assaulted by a set of claws. "Why hello there. I have nothing against you, but you look like some tasty prey." A man with what seemed to be an alligator quirk snapped, "See ya later." Ojiro hastily swung himself around, but in water, his maneuverability was severely hindered, and instead of whacking the man with his tail like he intended, he found himself biting his lip in pain as sharp teeth locked themselves onto his tail. Ashido wasn't doing much better. Even her most potent acid was diluting rapidly, making her quirk useless in water, and she was being mercilessly assaulted by a woman with a piranha quirk and another man with a shark quirk. She could swim decently, but she couldn't move around as well as she could on land. She had gotten bitten in the arms and legs, and she tried to swim upwards, to catch her breath, but found herself being pulled downwards, into the depths of the flood zone. Kaminari floundered around desperately in the water, trying to prevent his panic from overriding his senses and shocking everyone around him senseless, but all of a sudden, he felt something wrapping around his neck, squeezing tighter and tighter. He could feel a slight electric charge as Ongs bit into his shoulders, and pain flared throughout his body, electricity running through him. He wasn't immune to electricity, like most people would think. That was why releasing too much electricity short-circuited his brain for some time. But electricity that wasn't his was running through his veins, and Kaminari tried to hold his breath, squeezed his eyes shut, trying to contain all the electricity so that he wouldn't hurt his friends. He heard a whisper in his ear. "Sayonara, Electro Boy." The man with the eel quirk up the current, and the sudden influx of charges shocked Kaminari, quite literally, and the last thing the boy could think of before he passed out was, "Sorry guys." Kirishima was lucky. It seemed like the villains hadn't noticed him yet, but he barely had time to reach before he saw electricity escaping from Kaminari's prone form, and quickly hardened to protect himself. It worked, to his surprise, except that he sunk like a literal stone, shooting downwards to the bottom of the flood zone, the pressure on his skull increasing. He quickly released his quirk, but the water pressure clamped onto his head, into his ears, and it took all of Kirishima's willpower not to activate his quirk again and let himself shoot upwards due to his less dense form. His veins burned, as the nitrogen bubbles in his blood expanded too quickly for him to handle, and he coughed, forgetting that he was underwater and that he couldn't regain oxygen. His vision blurred, and he desperately reached up with his aching muscles, trying to make the ascent to the surface to replenish his burning lungs. It seemed like Kaminari's attack had knocked out most of the villains, though he had shorted himself out and had shocked both Ojiro and Ashido, and Kirishima carefully grabbed onto his unconscious friends, gently pulling them along as he tried to kick to the surface, grabbing onto Kaminari's shirt with his teeth, and with his hands, Ashido's shirt and Ojiro's tail. Which was closest to him? He hated how he had to grab Ojiro by his tail, but he was unconscious, so he wouldn't feel it, right? Ashui was drying out. Her outfit, while waterproof, was definitely not fireproof. She was unlucky enough to land right on top of some burning rubble, and her hero outfit caught on fire almost immediately. She would make a mental note to inform the support department about that, but she had more important things on her hands. Her skin was quickly drying out, and frogs breathed through their skin while it was moist, meaning that while the human part of her body could aid in breathing, she wasn't getting enough oxygen as much as she used to. Her body was definitely not enjoying the fire and the smoke that came with it. Uraraka didn't have as much as a problem with the fire, but she was having a horrible time with the smoke. Using her quirk to evade villains left and fight, and with the thick, gray smoke she was forced to take in when breathing, the regular nausea caused from her quirk had quickly turned into something worse. Uraraka's vision was getting blurry as she threw a beam at a set of villains, and her nausea kicked in again, making her trip over her own shoes and falling flat on the ground. She pushed herself up, ignoring the urge to throw up, as she tried her best to defend Ashui, who was definitely not in any shape or form to fight. Siro was plainly horrible in fire. His tape was somewhat comparable to plastic, but also consisted of organic material since his body produced the tape, meaning that whenever someone set his tape on fire, not only did it give off poisonous-smelling gas, but there was also the stench of burning flesh, making Uraraka and pretty much everyone else feeling sick to their stomach. Ashui was definitely not doing well with the toxic gas in the air, but none of them had a choice since Siro's tape was keeping the villains somewhat at bay, flinging floating debris around and pulling others out of the way of attacks. "Siro! Watch out!" Uraraka yelled, and Siro immediately released the tape his elbows were producing as it caught on fire. Tokoyami, on the other hand? It was all he could do to evade attacks left and right. The fire all around them cast a nasty glow on Dark Shadow, so the poor weakened quirk couldn't do much in the harsh, blinding light caused by the fires all over the place. Dark Shadow could only stay under Tokoyami's cloak, trying to filter the air for Tokoyami and occasionally doing the same for the others if they were close enough. But the students were in an environment that didn't suit them, while pyromaniacs and flame-throwing villains converged on them. Yaoyorozu was cold, and that was a severe understatement. Her hero costume left nothing to imagination, with her need to have exposed skin in order to use her quirk, leaving her freezing as she was suddenly dropped into the frost zone. She resisted the urge to make a coat for herself. She didn't know if any of her friends were dropped in here as well, and she could see villains stalking closer and closer to her. She felt a thump, and she turned around, seeing a set of gloves and boots beside her that was distinctively Hagikure's. Hagikure wasn't even wearing any clothes, since her invisibility quirk didn't work on her clothes, resulting in her being pretty much naked at this point. She heard a splash behind her, and she quickly whirled around, glad that the villains were taking their own sweet time with converging on them. Jiro had been dumped into the ice-cold water surrounding the ice block they were on, and with her jacket, long breaths and her speakers, they were going to drag her down, no doubt. Yaoyorozu, with a slightly warmer Hagikure's help, managed to pull the freezing and shivering Jiro out of the icy water and tried to evaluate the situation. Jiro's speakers were waterproof, thank goodness for that. Otherwise, Jiro could have been electrocuted by the internal circuits and they would have one less thing to defend themselves with. But Jiro's clothes were soaked, and she was definitely going to get hypothermia. Those villains probably had ice-related quirks, and Yaoyorozu knew they were cornered. Ice-cold water behind them, a group of villains in front of them, and Jiro was the only one with a ranged attack. Yaoyorozu could make metal poles. It wasn't even a good idea to go up against Todoroki with a metal pole, let alone tens of villains who were probably willing to kill. The most she could do was to make clothes to keep everyone warm, but that would be bulky and probably impossible to maneuvers in. She couldn't even make something like a flamethrower in fear that the ice was thinner than she initially thought, and they all fell through the melted ice, making them even more of sitting ducks. She quickly created some grenades and motioned for Jiro to prepare to use her quirk. If they timed it right, she could toss them and have Jiro use her quirk to denote them remotely instead of pulling a pin and having a timer. It was definitely risky, but at this point, they were already sitting ducks. They had to buy time for themselves until a hero could come and help them. Todoroki watched as Bakugo roared out swears left and right. They were currently in the downpour zone, and as drenched as they were, neither of their quirks were working right. The rainwater was diluting Bakugo's sweat and washing it away. On the other hand, the water was putting out Todoroki's fire, not to mention that the strong squalls were blowing his fire all over the place, and Todoroki couldn't even use his ice to a large extent since he would probably freeze the rain by accident to create hail, and chill the water on both him and Bakugo enough to freeze. They were completely surrounded by villains, and they had no choice but to use hand-to-hand combat to defend themselves. Bakugo wasn't too bad at it, given that he mixed in hand-to-hand combat with the maneuverability and the versatility of his explosive quirk, but without his quirk to back it up, and Todoroki's lack of knowledge of hand-to-hand combat, it was all they could do to not get themselves killed. Bruises and cuts were nothing when faced with possible imminent death. Plus, their surroundings were completely wet. Another reason Todoroki couldn't use his quirk, he would freeze both himself and Bakugo in place, leaving them as sitting ducks. Not only that, they had to take care not to slip and fall given how they were jumping and dodging all over the place. Although the villains do seem somewhat amused by Bakugo's constant usage of choice words, so they probably weren't fighting as hard as they were capable of since they were all laughing. Mineta, Shinso, and Koda had found themselves stuck in the mountain zone. There were no animals in sight, so Koda's quirk was useless, and Shinsu's quirk wasn't a physical quirk. Mineta also couldn't carelessly use his quirk lest he got his classmates stuck, and they were currently stuck in a valley, surrounded on all sides by cliffs. Mineta could get himself out with no problem, and Aizawa had brought Shinso rock climbing a few times so he should be fine, but Koda was going to have a little problem. They did come up with a plan for Mineta and Shinso to climb out, then using Shinsu's capture weapon as a rope to pull Koda out, but just at that moment, a couple of villains jumped down from their vantage point on the cliff, surrounding the three students. Mineta tried using his sticky orbs to try and stick the villains to the ground, or the cliffs, or to each other, as Shinso desperately tried to brainwash a couple of villains to knock themselves out while fighting some others. Koda didn't have enough experience in hand-to-hand combat, but with his larger size, he could easily steamroll some of the dumber villains. That was until another villain on top of the cliff started throwing boulders down on them. Mineta and Koda ended up being pinned down by the volley of rocks, while in his haste to dodge the rocks, a villain had used that opportunity to pin him down and had wrapped a piece of rope around his neck, slowly strangling the lavender-haired boy. "You're the one with the brainwashing quirk, huh? Such a villainous quirk. I wonder, how did you even manage to get into the hero course?" Of all the people to be stuck in the ruins zone, it had to be Sato, Aoyama, and Shoji. There were villains everywhere. Shoji could detect them, using his quirk to create more eyes and ears, but fighting them off would be a problem. Two powerhouses, Sato and Shoji, who could not use their powers effectively with buildings in precarious positions and rubble all over the place, and Aoyama, who couldn't carelessly fire off his quirk. All of them had to be very, very careful, in the event that they dislodged something and triggered a chain reaction. The trio of students stood, back to back, as the villains converged on them slowly. They needed a plan, and they needed one fast. Aoyama had a powerful long-ranged attack, but if he missed, he could potentially bring the broken buildings and rubble tumbling down on them. Shoji and Sato also had to be careful of where they punched the villains to. They didn't even want to think about the villains purposely dislodging something in desperation. That was always a possibility as a final gambit. "I can shoot my laser in short bursts instead of a steady stream, but it's much weaker," Aoyama stated, so that was a good start, and Shoji and Sato had no choice but to just toss the villains into the ground instead of away from them. That plan was working out for them pretty well. That was until the villains did something that the trio were really trying to avoid, bringing down all the precariously placed buildings down directly onto them. Kurogyri warped back into the USJ, where he had been standing guard. "The heroes are all on their way here, led by the Ingenium Kid," he reported, eyeing the Erasure hero who was lodged into the ground, shaking as he struggled to push himself up. "Heroes are so annoying. Who's coming?" Shigaraki asked. "Power Loader, Present Mike, Cementos, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, Midnight, Vlad King and Nizu. All the remaining teachers in UA are coming, Shigaraki. Lunch Rush and Recovery Girl aren't here for obvious reasons, but they aren't threats to our plan. But prepare the portals. This is where the real fun starts. May all teachers present please head to the USJ." Ectoplasm immediately looked up and put his marker down, and with strict orders to just complete the worksheet he had given out earlier for homework, he rushed out of the classroom, leaving the general education students alone in the classroom. While most of the students would have used this time to harass Midoriya, after what Midoriya had done in the sports festival, and Niza's warning, no one dared to lift a finger or even look in Midoriya's direction. Midoriya just buried his nose in his work, quickly finishing the questions, before flipping his notebook open to work on more sketches of support items. He couldn't do anything now. All he could do was wait and hope that the teachers could handle what was thrown at them. And then he tensed up. The air felt wrong. That fire in his stomach blazed to life, twisting and curling uncomfortably in the depths of his very being. Something was going on. And suddenly the alarms blared, just like on the day the UA barrier was destroyed and the press had entered UA. The students scrambled out of the classroom haphazardly, though not as bad as the first time it had occurred, since the teachers had all gone through the emergency evacuation procedures after seeing utter failure of the first time. Pretty soon, all the students were standing outside UA's buildings in neat rows, separated by classes, as they murmured about what was going on. 1A was in USJ, as far as Midoriya knew, and the second and third years were all out due to various reasons. 1B was super confused, looking around. There were no teachers at all of them having left their classrooms prior to head to the USJ. Something was definitely going horribly wrong. Suddenly, in front of them all, a huge portal opened, dropping hundreds of villains onto UA's lawn. Monsters and villains littered the area, and one large black one with its brain exposed was crushing Aizawa with its huge hand. Not only him, But the 1A students weren't in any better shape. Azui was on fire, Yaoyorozu, Hagakure and Jiro were freezing and shivering. Kirishima, Ashido, and Ojiro were completely drenched, while somehow looking fried, hacking and coughing all the while, puncture and electric burn marks littering their bodies. Kaminari was passed out on the ground, sparking continuously, as if he had short-circuited. Uraraka and Tokoyami were covered in burn marks, and Shiro was coughing harshly. Todoroki and Bakugu were completely drenched, and Bakugu was shivering, covered in a light layer of frost as he tried to warm up, and Todoroki was partially frozen by his own quirk while his other side was sizzling, like a fire doused by water. Shinso was coughing heavily, desperately trying to untangle the rope around his neck, while Mineta and Koda were all covered in bruises. Aoyama was clutching his stomach in pain, while Shoji and Sato fell to the ground, breathing, with claw marks covering their skin. Ida, on the other hand, was nowhere in sight. Midoriya quickly loosened his tie and palmed the small pocket knife that he kept in his pocket. This was going to come to a fight, no doubt. He stared at the man with the decay quirk from his position at the back of the class, a silent flame of fury and anger burning in his eyes. Shigaraki did this. He started another attack on the school. He brought 4 nomis into his school and a sheet ton of villains. Thank goodness Ryudo and Reiko were still in Nisa's office, safe from the chaos so far. But if they didn't get rid of the villains, they may decide to attack the school building itself, and Midoriya could not let that happen. Midoriya wasn't sure what to do now. Shinso had managed to free himself from the tangle of fibers, and was rubbing his sore neck, looking around the area. Shoji had gotten up as well, but Sato seemed to have a broken leg or something, as he clutched his leg in agony. Todoroki looked fine now, the ice having melted off, and he had made his way towards the 3 freezing females in an attempt to warm them up. Dark Shadow had picked up Mineta, Azui, Aoyama, and a passed-out Uraraka and put them behind Tokoyami, as Koda gently helped Sato up with Ojiro's help. Ashido and Shiro carefully brought the short-circuiting Kaminari aside, before the students who were still conscious and able to fight turned around to face the villains, staring in horror as Aizawa was continuously smashed into the ground time and time again. Bakugu had shaken himself dry like a Pomeranian and was facing the villains, explosions popping from his palms, and he blasted himself forwards. "You and villains, die." He blasted the closest villain in the face with a powerful explosion, before he turned around and snapped, "Well? Are you FING extras just gonna sit there all day and let them kill you, or are you actually gonna be useful?" 1B had run in to join the fight. Or rather, those that were more suitable for fighting without their hero gear. Kendo, Kamakiri, Tokage, and Tsunatori had rushed in, with Bando and Shishida helping to bring the knocked-out 1A students somewhere out of harm's way. Kuwaro's quirk was rather useless in broad daylight, given how small the shadows were and the fact that he was probably going to be trampled on somehow, but he had teamed up with Tokoyami and they were taking down the villains one by one, since the sun wasn't as bad as the fire glowing directly in Dark Shadow's face. Yanagi's quirk was rather useless here, as was Away's, so they opted to form a defense line in front of the non-hero core students, along with Shiozaki, Bando, and Shishida, after they had returned. Koda joined in with the defense line, and Ojiro had leapt off to join the fight, though he did freeze at random times due to the electricity. Shoji wasn't in any shape to get up, so he opted to join the defense and look out for any enemies. Honenki had gone off to help Bakugu and Todoroki fight, as Shinso pulled a semi-conscious Ashido and a burnt Shiro back from the fighting and had Shiozaki pull them back to refrain them from injuring themselves more, before rushing into the fray himself. Minoma was rushing around, copying quirks left and trying to help take out the villains. Rin and Tsuburabu were blocking stray shots from hitting other students, opting to stay on defense since they had to defend over 180 students, and while the non-hero core students were being pretty useless, but they weren't running around in a frenzy and were actually staying put, so it was a lot easier for the hero core students to defend them, but it was still difficult trying to cover for such a large group of students. Tetsu and Kirishima had teamed up, somehow, and were knocking villains down, only for them to get back up again. Kaibara, with a bit of a still kind of frozen Yaoyorozu's help in making gloves to protect his hands, was mowing the villains down as quickly as they got up. Jiro and Hagakure were still freezing, and Fukudashi was trying to help warm them up with fire-related onomatopoeias. Kodai and Komori were keeping a lookout, and Shota aided Rin and Subarabo by knocking projectiles back at the villains with twin impact, but those trees were really not helping and got in the way of half the reflected projectiles. But it was no good. Tsunatori had gotten hit with an electric shock, knocking her out, and Ojiro had finally given in to the paralysis he had been inflicted with in the flood zone. Shizuki had managed to pull them back before they got even more hurt, but even then, their fighters were starting to wear out. 13 kids against a huge horde of villains was really getting them nowhere. The man with a dismembered hand on his face, the misty purple man, and the two smaller monsters weren't even doing anything yet, and they were probably the true bosses behind this invasion. The horde of villains that were brought along with them? They weren't even fodder, they were actually decent and putting up a good fight. Where are the teachers? Monoma demanded, breathing as he copied Bakugo's quirk and blasting a villain in the face, shaking as his entire body ached as he transited from quirk to quirk, his body constantly changing to accommodate the quirk finally taking its toll on him. I thought they were going to the USJ? They were. Kirishima replied, dodging a punch to the face, giving Tetsu an opening to lash out. We were there, then we were fighting, and then we were here. Watch out. Komori screeched as everyone turned around only to see that two villains had made it past the defense line, while they were busy with other villains, and they were making their way towards the general education students. They couldn't do anything, technically, since UA did not allow quirk usage in school, with the only exception for the hero course during their heroics classes, and everyone else was too far away to do anything. Suddenly, a blur of green jumped out, nailing one villain in the face and kicking him towards the other villain. Midoriya landed on the ground, parrying away a knife that was about to stab him with a small pocket knife, before kicking one villain into the ground and the other in the back of his head, knocking them both out, having foregone the tie and UA jacket, just wearing the white UA uniform and long breathes. Komori gulped when she saw Midoriya. He still had that emotionless, void expression on his face, but his eyes, his eyes were practically glowing like cold, hard emeralds. She knew it was just the unease that she felt, and the pressure that the smaller boy emanated, and the pure stress of the situation messing with her eyes, but Midoriya honestly looked terrifying, even though he was quirkless and only held one small pocket knife with him. Midoriya rushed forward, vaulted over Shoji, before running into the fray. Midoriya, stay back. Shizuki yelled, concerned for the quirkless boy. You can't fight them. Midoriya may have won the sports festival, but fighting against his classmates one-to-one while quirkless was nothing like fighting against a horde of blood-thirsty villains while quirkless. He wouldn't stand a chance, or so they thought. Some villains had decided to take on the winner of the first-year stage sports festival, but Midoriya was perfectly capable of holding his own against 5 villains at a time. He dodged, parried, dishing out deadly accurate kicks and punches as he did so. Bakugo, Kaibara, Kamakiri and Todoroki were still going strong, with Hananuki dragging villains into the ground to buy them some time. Kirishima and Monoma were starting to slow down, exhaustion from their constant quirk usage taking their toll, and Shiozaki and Rin pulled the back to rest before they dropped and became sitting ducks. Kurwara was unfortunate to be smacked into a tree, and Dark Shadow quickly brought him back to their not really so safe anymore safe zone. Villains had started to converge of Midoriya, as the rest of the Hero Corps students were slowly being worn down, but Midoriya was still going strong, knocking out villains that were near him as well as defending his peers from cheap shots that the villains decided to try. And then, almost like someone had flipped a SW, Midoriya started plowed through the villains like a hot knife through butter, taking out villains left and right at an absurd pace. The villains were kind of helping, crashing into each other and tripping over themselves for absolutely no reason. Something about Midoriya left Jiro confused. Her knees had buckled while she was stuck in the frost zone, and the only useful thing she could do was to blast villains with sound waves from her speakers while sitting on the ground. Midoriya fought like a well-oiled fighting machine, and while it was terrifying because why did a quirkless kid need to learn how to fight so viciously like his life depended on it, but also because of how he fought. She had grown up with music from a young age, knowing how to play a variety of different instruments, but the most important thing she had learnt was tempo. She found out that pretty much everyone fought with a certain tempo, an internal beat that they kept to no matter the fight. In a match, being the first to attack and to set the tempo of the fight was almost vital, because forcing someone to fight at a pace they weren't used to made it much easier. The only thing the victim to this could do was to try and pull back, to create some space, before attacking and being the one to set the pace of the fight. Midoriya was the same, but not exactly. He fought at his own pace, and changed his pace to adapt to other people's fighting tempo, which was impressive in itself. He could handle fights of all different types of speeds, so it would be difficult for anyone to force him out of his comfort zone. Those villains were idiots, letting Midoriya set the pace of the fight, though to be honest, unless they knew about tempos, it would be difficult to fight against. But then, something changed. Midoriya's tempo seemed to stay constant, except that it was fluctuating continuously, subtly, speeding up and slowing down just the tiniest bit that it was pretty much noticeable while close up. It confused her, her sense of balance was off even just looking at the fight from a distance, and it was no wonder that the villains were also unconsciously changing the tempo they moved at, except that unknown to them, their bodies were already moving at a different tempo, which resulted in them tripping over each other like a bunch of idiots. He didn't even need to use his pocket knife against so many villains, and was just using his fists and feet as he twirled around graciously and mowed down villains like a machine gun. The only problem was that even some of the students were getting dragged into it. Kamakiri had literally tripped over his own feet, luckily crashing into a villain and taking her out. But this was something that Midoriya had not used in the sports festival. He wasn't even fighting to his full capacity, and he had mowed both Bakugo and Todoroki down. That was the scary part. He didn't need to fight the strongest students in 1A with his full strength. Who knew what else the boy was hiding up his sleeve? Shigaraki watched the ensuing fight with mild interest in his eyes. He would let the kids fight, let them think they could win. But the second he ordered the Nomus to enter the picture, it was the end. Eraserhead was no longer a threat, the man was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, and the black Nomu was just sitting on him, content. But the second that Midoriya entered the fight, everything changed. Midoriya felt familiar, somehow, but Shigaraki couldn't put his finger on it. That fighting style definitely looked familiar, and it was not the one that the boy had used while fighting during the sports festival. He decided it was time to step in, figure out just how Midoriya fit into this little puzzle. Plus, he was mowing down the villains much more effectively than his peers, even while quirkless. So that curiosity to figure out what power-ups Midoriya was using was gnawing at Shigaraki. But he needed an opening. He didn't want to go near Hananuki, Tokage, Todoroki, or Bakugo, since the first could go underground, the second could split apart, and the other two have somewhat ranged attacks. The Nomus and Kurogiri could definitely deal with them, and if worse comes to worse, even he was fast enough to beat them. He could definitely deal with Kendo, Shinso, Tetsutetsu and Kaibara now, but they were all busy with villains, and Shigaraki was content with standing back and watching the chaos. Until Shinso finally crumpled, almost being strangled, tanking hits from villains and exhaustion taking hold as the boy was nailed harshly with a knee to the stomach, and Shigaraki struck. He weaved between the few remaining villains, his hands outstretched, aiming for Shinso's neck. The boy wouldn't even know what hit him. Shinso literally had no idea what had hit him. He was trying to desperately catch his breath as a villain got a lucky hit in, possibly breaking a rib or two, before something had crashed into him like a freight train. He was literally smacked aside, and Shinso barely had the energy to stop himself from rolling aside. That was until he heard a chorus of yells from several of his classmates, but he couldn't really make out what they were saying. Shinso winced as his muscles burned and shrieked in agony, but he still pushed himself up to see just what was going on. He was not expecting to see Midoriya lying on the ground, where he stood, blood pouring out from his back, biting his lip and squeezing his shut as Shigaraki moved his hands into Midoriya's back. Midoriya didn't know why he had decided to rush in to defend Shinso. Probably because the boy had stood up for him, and had tried to befriend him, but Midoriya knew that the friendship would never last. He would wait, try and break down Midoriya's walls, and the second that Midoriya let him in, would break his already broken heart, just like everyone else had done. But he was still more important than him. He had an awesome quirk, he was a decent guy, he didn't deserve to die to a piece of shit like Shigaraki. He was more important than Midoriya. Midoriya was just a useless, worthless Deku. He shoved Shinso aside, and felt Shigaraki place both his hands on his back, shoving Midoriya to the ground in the process. And it burned. Shigaraki's hands disintegrated his shirt, dig into his back, destroyed his spine and his insides. Midoriya bit his lip to prevent himself from making a sound. I've snapped my neck countless of times before. Endeavors punched me all the way through before. This is nothing. And he could feel his stomach regenerating, his back slowly fixing itself, his ribs healing itself, and there was that initial flash of fear that someone would see him healing himself and realize that he had a quirk. But lucky for him, Shigaraki's disintegration quirk worked faster than his regeneration, and his back was probably so bloody and mangled that no one could tell the difference. At least, Shigaraki seemed amused that he wasn't screaming in agony to notice him healing. Until he finally felt the regeneration spluttering to a halt, like a car that had run out of fuel, and that feeling of fear died down. Midoriya exhaled. The skin on his back was definitely destroyed, but Shigaraki's hands had moved during the process of disintegrating him and was no longer directly pressing on his spine. He wasn't sure if all his insides were intact, but that was okay. It wasn't like he could die from them anyways. His back still hurt like hell, but it was manageable. It was better than suffocating in his own puke while being burrito wrapped with thick, stuffy blankets with an unbearable weight sitting on him, pressing down on him, preventing him from breathing. A foot to the stomach sent him rolling a fair distance away from Shigaraki, rubbing Midoriya's back against the grass and ground, but once he came to a halt, Midoriya tried to push himself up, stumbling slightly but managing to regain his balance, ignoring the looks of horror pretty much everyone was shooting him. Midoriya Izuku. Honestly, I wasn't expecting much of you, but you seem like a lot of fun. Shigaraki cackled, eyeing Midoriya with a glint in his eyes, before shooting forwards again. Midoriya ignored the burning sensation on his back and tried to kick Shigaraki, only for Shigaraki to catch his foot firmly with his hands and disintegrate it, painfully and agonizingly slowly. Midoriya didn't even make a single sound as his skin peeled off, followed by his muscles as they disintegrated to dust. Feeling it was one thing, but seeing its effects firsthand was, in some masochistic way, somewhat intriguing. Midoriya found himself wanting to analyze that quirk, figure out how it worked. Seeing it work on metal, and seeing it work on organic material was two completely different things. He wanted to know, he needed to know, that was the only way he could be useful to Nizu by knowing. He's gonna die at this rate. Tokage reformed and yelled, "We should go help him." She almost got whacked in the face by a fire punch, but Kamakiri covered for her. Focus on the villains first. If we can't even take them down, we can't make out way to him to help him. Just at that moment, the Dmed portal decided to throw a few more villains into the fray, as Bakugu cursed to the heavens. Midoriya decided that it was enough, and pulled his leg back towards him. Shigaraki promptly lost his balance, and stumbled forwards, allowing Midoriya to twist his injured leg, ignoring the pain that flared through his veins. Supporting himself with his arms, Midoriya kicked Shigaraki away using his free foot, knocking the man away from him. Thank goodness I know how to fight with broken bones. Midoriya thought to himself. 5-year-old Midoriya swung his foot the wrong way, and he felt something break as his foot made contact with the punching bag. He fell to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Come on, Izuku. Just 20 more kicks. Hisashi encouraged, and Midoriya looked up at him with tears in his eyes. Papa, my foot. Hisashi merely sighed. Do it with the broken foot, Izzy. Try and block out the pain. Midoriya stared at his father, his shock, and Hisashi bent down to ruffle his son's hair. We don't have a choice, Izuku. You don't have a quirk. If your body fails on you'll be completely defenseless. Villains aren't going to care if your foot is broken or not. Fighting and making an injury worse is better than dying. You need to get used to the pain, block it out, and continue fighting. I promise you, finish up the exercise, then we'll go see a doctor about your foot, okay? Midoriya nodded, wincing as he stood back up, trying to ignore the pain that shot up from his leg, and kicked the punching bag once more, trying to repress his screams of pain as his injured foot made contact with the punching bag. Interesting. You're the mini-boss, I see. Shigaraki cackled. You know, something about you is familiar, but I don't know why. Something annoying, prob. Have we met before, sometime in the past? Are you some kind of recurring main character in my life? Kurogyri warped beside him, whispering to him, the heroes got out faster than expected. Yes, they think they got the upper hand but will still crush those NPCs. Let them call for backup. The students are falling, we'll need a new challenge soon. The Nomas need something to play with. Nizu knew that something was going to go wrong. But he was thinking that the students on the buses got caught up in a villain attack, or some of the third-year hero students were involved in something during their internships and the situation had escalated. All the teachers that were going along with the second and third years had strict instructions to reports back to him every hour, or when something out of the ordinary cropped up. Even if they were stuck in traffic for longer than usual. He needed to know what was going on. Midoriya had told him that he had the same uneasy feeling, so it was possible that this was something completely unrelated to UA, but still, the security systems that were supposed to conduct checks to ensure that everything was alright once every 10 minutes had been changed to once every 30 seconds. Increasing the rate further would just put the entire system into overdrive and cause it to overheat, and Nizu could not let that happen. Nizu didn't care that he was getting annoying alerts that everything in UA was going along normally every 30 seconds rather than every 10 minutes. The safety of his students were more important than whether he was getting annoyed or not. And an attack on the USJ was the very last thing that Nizu had expected. After all, when sane people fail, they usually don't go about doing the same thing again because it was probably going to fail again. Seeing how successful Hosu was, Nizu didn't think that they would attack the USJ again, and would move on to other locations. Everything seemed to be okay, until Yamada had run into his office, Ida by his side, telling him that the USJ was under attack. He had broadcasted the announcement to all the teachers, which were pretty much just the first-year teachers since everyone else was out and not in UA, told Shizenji to get ready in case anything happened, and forced Ida to tell him everything that had happened. He did find it weird that everyone was warped away in the USJ after Ida escaped. But seeing as how Ida had noted that the Portal Man had stayed to fight 13, it was highly likely that all the students were scattered around the USJ, which was bad no matter how he looked at it. He temporarily chalked up the weirdness as Ida being too fast to be warped away, but he was certain that this wasn't the plan at all. The second all the teachers had made it to the USJ, they saw 13's broken form, the monster destroying Aizawa by tossing him around like a limp ragdoll, as villains littered the central plaza. They heard screams and shouts from all over the place, boulders falling, fires raging, explosions ringing out. Nizu swore he heard the emergency alarm ringing in the distance. And suddenly it was all silent. No one was in sight, not a single villain, not a single student. Only 13, lying on the ground, injured, the only remnant, the only reminder that something had gone terribly, horribly wrong. And this was something he absolutely hated. Having no information at all. Without anything to analyze, without any plans to pick apart, he was useless. While Nizu could defend himself, he wasn't a front-field fighter, and would never be one. He could make plans and analyze his opponents, but he couldn't do any of that without any FING data. And there was that other thing he hated, people assuming he had an unlimited brain capacity to remember everything. His quirk was called High Spec, goddammit, which was literally short for high speculation, meaning that he could analyze and put data together to create a theory that had an extremely high chance of being correct, not that his analysis were perfect, or that he could remember everything that he was told word for word. His quirk was like Shiratoko's. He could take in a lot of information, but feed him too much information and he wouldn't know what data is unnecessary, and he would end up analyzing everything down to their details and in the process, overlook something that could potentially be important. He just makes the speculation that makes the most amount of sense and is highly likely to be right. It doesn't mean he's always right, he was just right most of the time if given sufficient data. And it was impossible to know everything. The one constant in the world was that everything was changing. He may have sufficient data to make the correct speculation, But the whole thing could be wrong the very next second due to the change in some small, random variables here and there. The world wasn't a computer game where every single thing, every single variable was included and coded into the game. No one knew what would really happen in the future. And Nizu had this problem where whenever he was given any information, he wanted to squeeze it dry, analyze it down to its finest details, just to make sure that he didn't miss anything important before noting everything down in a journal and just being done with the information given to him, because if he didn't do so, he'll have to keep referring back to data from ages ago and it would just pile up and create an even bigger mess that would be utter shit to sort through. Sieve through the entirety of the data and then just be done with it. He didn't have the time to go through every single drop of information thrown at him over and over again. There was just too many things to do without running the risk of burning out. People just assumed he was like some kind of supercomputer, able to retain everything that was told to him, able to process everything perfectly, able to remember everything. But even supercomputers have a limit to their RAM and memory, even though it was much higher than regular computers. Supercomputers even had defragmentation processes where they physically organize the data it has and sorts them into the smallest number of continuous regions, much like him and his note-taking. Nizu growled to himself in frustration as he turned around, only to find that the doors slammed shut, locking in place. A hulking figure with an exposed brain lumbered up to them, screeching, "Vlad King, Cementos, snipe, kill that thing and protect Ida and 13. Aim for the exposed brain." Nizu ordered, a silent fury burning in his eyes as he quickly formulated a plan. "Midnight, Mike, ectoplasm, hound dog, check to ensure that there are no students or villains left, and if you need to, make sure that the monster stays here and doesn't go to the other zones. Power loader, come with me, we need to go to the control room." None of the heroes objected. When Nizu used that kind of tone, he expected to be obeyed, because things were seriously out of hand and he had come up with the fastest and most effective method with all the information he had. "Wait. Kill?" Ida spluttered. "You're heroes, right? You shouldn't kill Dash." Nizu snapped, "Change of plans, Ida, follow us. I'll explain as we go along." Ida followed, not wanting to anger the principal any further, as Nizu hopped from Ishiyama's shoulder into Mijima's, and they made the trek to the control room. "Right now, all your friends back in the main UA building are in danger. Over 200 students now are at the mercy of these villains, and this thing is literally a brain-dead monster, just like the ones in Hosu. It's literally an overpowered genetically modified undead zombie that probably only takes orders from a select few people. This place was reinforced to contain villains on the inside. That means we can't just blast out way out, plus we need to take out that monster or it will just be more of a threat to your friends." Ida nodded at Nizu's explanation. It made sense, and he felt sorry for making Nizu explain it to him even though he was already pretty upset over this. "I knew something was going to happen. Why didn't I think that they would attack the USJ again?" Nizu growled, running his paws through the fur on his head in frustration, as Mijima came up to the control room and easily knocking out the lone villain inside it. "Damn it, our systems are hacked." Mijima growled, "It's going to take some time for me to get through the firewall, Dash. Give it to me." Nizu hissed, and Mijima backed away, scared of the angry principal, giving Nizu access to the control board. He tapped away at the keyboard, accessing a protocol that Mijima was sure did not disable the USJ's security system, and he couldn't help but ask, "Nizu, that's not the pathway to Dash." The lights flicked back on. All the facilities in the USJ promptly shut off, and the door snapped open in an instant. Nizu tossed the keyboard aside angrily, and Ida looked around in amazement. "Go back down and tell everyone that we need to get back to UA as fast as possible, but if the monster is still there, keep out of sight until it's safe to do so." Nizu ordered, as Ida was much faster than both himself and Mijima. Ida saluted and raced off, leaving Nizu to hop back onto Mijima's shoulders as they made their way back down. Emergency Disable Protocol. I added it a couple of days ago into the programs of every area in UA to disable any facility in case we get trapped in it, but in order to keep it hidden, the code had to be very short and could not be connected to UA's main systems or the signal will be easily detectable. I can only disable a facility if I'm in it physically. Only I know about it, now you know about it. Nizu grumbled in frustration. Stop beating yourself up over it. We all know that you're not perfect. It's okay to make mistakes. This just happened to be a horrible mistake, but you've bought us some time given how you had a personal emergency protocol that the villains overlooked and no one else knew about. Maijima tried to comfort Nizu, resisting the urge to pat him on the head because Nizu would definitely not appreciate the gesture. Even with an injured leg, Midoriya was a beast in fights. Shigaraki was trying to attack him again, but Midoriya was evading all his attempts to land a hit on him. Both of them lunged at each other, sidestepped, twisted, turned, attacked and defended, and if their lives weren't at stake, Tetsu was sure he would be mesmerized. Midoriya had already shown himself to be a competent fighter, being able to fight blinded and could take on a horde of villains on his own, but being able to swallow the immense pain he must be feeling from his back and leg, and still being able to fight through it and still be on par with what must be one of the fastest villains he had seen that did not possess a speed quirk was on a whole new manly level. Midoriya had managed to land a hit on Shigaraki's leg before somehow noticing that a villain was about to hit Tokoyami behind, and had decided that defending Tokoyami was more important, opting to knock the villain down instead. This, however, had left Midoriya open to an attack by Shigaraki, and red-eyed villain clamped his hand down on Midoriya's arm, partially disintegrating it before Midoriya managed to kick Shigaraki in the sides to dislodge his grip. But Tetsu could tell that Midoriya was tiring. The boy was starting to breathe, and sweat dripped from his brow, though Tetsu couldn't tell if it was from fighting in a uniform or from the fighting. But his injuries looked horrible. His entire back was covered in his own blood, dyeing his shirt red, and he could see the muscles of Midoriya's arm and leg, maybe even a bit of bone if he looked properly. And seriously, Midoriya was being very manly, but had absolutely zero self-preservation. He just wanted to tell, stop defending others and look after yourself. After Midoriya had shoved Kendo away from an incoming attack only to be nailed in the back, right where his injury was, and Shigaraki used that distraction to shove his hand into Midoriya's stomach and shoulder, before kicking him right where he had just disintegrated, sending Midoriya tumbling to Shoji's feet. Much to the larger boy's horror, Midoriya's arm shook, and the smaller boy winced, desperately trying to push himself up, even as blood dripped off his tiny frame. Shigaraki stalked closer and closer, snapping his fingers and ordering the monsters, the nomus as he called them, to attack. The students were all busy with their own fight, but the two smaller monstrosities shot forwards, forcing the students to turn their attention away from Shigaraki. The Nomos were definitely not as strong as the ones from Hosu, but even with the 11 remaining Hero Corps students fighting, they couldn't even put a dent on them. Luckily for them, the Nomus seemed content being punching bags, just smacking some of the students away lightly every once in a while. The larger, black one was still sitting on Aizawa, much to Shinso's anger, but the lavender-haired boy didn't have the energy nor the strength to do anything about it. Tell me, Midoriya Izuku, why do you even bother trying? Shigaraki asked, and Midoriya tried to look up at him. The world took everything away from you, ripped you to shreds, putting you back together just to tear you down again. Everyone thinks that they were better than you, everyone betrayed you, broke your heart time and time again, and crushed the broken pieces underneath their feet. I can see it in your eyes, and I've seen those eyes before. I see them in myself every time I look at myself in a mirror. We're not too different, are we, Midoriya Izuku? Leave him alone. Shiozaki growled, attempting to attack Shigaraki with her vines, but Shigaraki just grabbed them and disintegrated them in no time flat. You're just an NPC, don't interfere. Shigaraki snapped, before turning his attention back Midoriya, who was still trying to push himself up. Oh well, you're kinda out of the picture now, aren't you? I guess I don't have to bother about you anymore. Kinda impressive how you're still conscious though, but you probably have more health points than I expected. Shigaraki started to rush at Shiozaki and Owaze. Tsuburabu desperately created a solid air barrier, but Shigaraki just smashed through it without a problem. Yanagi tried to control the rubble, but the smaller piece went completely ignored that Shigaraki easily disintegrated the larger pieces and continued making his way towards the hero students' defense line. No, I can't let them get hurt. They don't deserve to get hurt. Midoriya thought, and with a desperate, final shove of energy, he pushed himself up and lunged forward. Shigaraki brought his arms out to disintegrate him, but Midoriya ignored the pain that shot up his injured foot as he twisted, grabbing Shigaraki's arm with his good hand. Shigaraki's other hand shot out, aimed directly at him, but Midoriya swerved, evading the hand clearly meant to disintegrate his face, and clamped his teeth down on Shigaraki's wrist. Shigaraki hissed in pain as Midoriya's sharp teeth dug into his flesh, though he was well aware that while Midoriya probably had powerful jaws, he definitely didn't have enough power to break anything. He could only grab his hand and inflict pain, but that was about it. And he could tell that Midoriya was getting desperate, and was doing anything he could to protect his peers. Midoriya pulled him towards him, digging his knee into Shigaraki's gut, before he flipped the villain over completely, smashing him into the ground. Shigaraki picked himself off the ground in anger, as Rin stared at Midoriya's shaking form, unsure of whether to be horrified that he was getting himself torn apart, or amazed that Midoriya was still standing. Midoriya took a deep breath. He reached out, and found that mental SWH and flipped it. His head cleared, no longer foggy with pain, and he glared at Shigaraki. Unknown to him, his pupils had contracted as he focused on the villain right in front of him, as everything faded into a dull buzz in the background. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Shigaraki jumped back just in time before he got hit by a bullet. Nizu was undoubtedly sad when he heard about the attack on the USJ. He was upset when he realized that the attack was just a ruse to draw the teachers away from UA. He was even more angry when he found out that their systems had been hacked and bugged, and that the attack was probably planned on that very day when most of the staff and more experienced students were gone. That Demed thing about All Might was probably even staged just to lure him away from UA. But when they returned to UA, when he saw his students injured, trying to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, that the villains were hurting them, that set Nizu off even more. And upon seeing Midoriya, the poor child and vigilante who probably suffered more than most heroes did in their lifetimes, bloodied and battered, and yet, still trying desperately to protect his classmates, rage bubbled up from his gut. His kid was getting hurt. The vigilante he had befriended, the boy that he took under his wing, the child that he had promised to protect. He had failed. Midoriya was hurt because UA's security wasn't good enough. He was hurt because Nizu failed to consider that the villains would choose to attack the USJ once again. He couldn't let him get even more hurt than he already is. Ectoplasm, Midnight, Hound Dog, evacuate the students. Mike, Snipe, Power Loader, go help the students deal with the monsters. Cementos, leave 13 here and go help them fight. I already called Recovery Girl and she'll be here soon. Vlad King, go help Izuku get away from the hand guy. Ida, help get your friends out of there. Nizu ordered. Snipe had immediately aimed a shot at Shigaraki, creating some space between the villain and the injured boy, but his attention was immediately taken away as one of the smaller gnomists charged at him. Ectoplasm had created copies of himself, and was slowly ushering the non-hero core students away, and Nizu looked at his phone and growled. He had called for help, but they weren't here yet. Why the heck were they so goddamn slow? Nizu watched the fights, unable to do anything. He didn't have the physical power or mobility to fight off villains without any weapons and equipment. He could only defend himself with his claws and sharp teeth, and there was no way he was going to ask Yaoyorozu to make something for him to use. The poor girl looked like she was suffering from hypothermia already. Now that the teacher had taken the Nomu's attention off the students, the villains had moved in. The villains that the students were dealing with weren't just simple fodder. They weren't strong, but they knew how to use their quirks effectively and proved to be a challenge for the students. Bakugu and Todoroki were wearing out fast, and the villains that Honuki had dragged into the soil were starting to free themselves. Kendo was running low on stamina, and Kamakiri and Tokoyami were going to drop soon, as they were surrounded, and Tetsu and an exhausted Shinso were trying to help an equally exhausted Tokage away from the chaos. The Nomus were just toying with the students, but they were definitely not playing around when going against heroes. They were taking on the heroes effectively, but Ishiyama's cement walls were definitely slowing them down, giving Maijima, Yamada, and Snipe ample opportunities to whittle away at them. Midoriya had somehow decided to engage Shigaraki again, weaving between Shigaraki's attempts to disintegrate him and lashing out with kicks with deadly accuracy as he twisted and turned, moving like he was dancing. But all that action just allowed Nizu to assess Midoriya's physical state completely. His back was disintegrated and bleeding heavily. His stomach, shoulder, arm and leg were also disintegrated, but while they weren't as bad as his back, it was still horrible to see Midoriya dripping blood like a leaky faucet. And suddenly, Shigaraki tripped over his own 2 feet and crashed into the ground for some reason. He immediately got back up and attempted to attack again, only for him to miss by a wide berth as Midoriya dodged his attack. Instead of trying again, Shigaraki stood up and laughed. That's why you're so familiar. I couldn't really tell during the sports festival, but observing you in Hosu, and observing you here, you have the exact same fighting style that somehow allows you throw your opponents off balance. The same desperation to protect anyone who wasn't yourself. Shigaraki looked at Midoriya straight in the eye, as his next statement made Nizu's blood run cold. You're Void, aren't you, Midoriya Izuku? Midoriya stared at Shigaraki with a completely blank expression, as the villain continued to cackle. Aren't you? I wasn't expecting you to be here, Void. But now I can take out 2 birds with 1 stone. Double the EXP, you might say. Midoriya merely kept his gaze on the villain, as he heard ectoplasm herding the students away some distance behind him, as well as carrying some of the injured and knocked out Hero Corps students away. He heard Snipe firing bullets at Nomu, Yamada and trying to take them down, Ishiyama trying to slow the Nomus down, Shizenji treating 13 and the rest of the students, Nizu barking out orders left and right to Maijima, and Kiyama to round up all the fallen villains and save the students who were still fighting. Midoriya was well aware that he wasn't fighting at full power, and this was on purpose. After all, he had to keep an eye out for all the other villains and students that were fighting all around him, and he couldn't pour all his focus into the fight. It had never crossed his mind to hold back simply because he wanted to hide his vigilante identity. That was just illogical. He had held back during the sports festival, but he didn't want to break everyone's bones and utterly humiliate them in front of the entire world. It was a logical course of action that allowed everyone to benefit. But now, the teachers were here. The pros who could handle themselves better and weren't on the verge of collapse. They could take care of themselves, right? He needed to hurt Shigaraki, hurt him badly enough, but not damage his jaw or he wouldn't be able to talk and order his Nomu around. He needed to hurt him and annoy him to the point of frustration so that he would get his stupid Nomu to turn its attention away from Aizawa and to himself instead. Aizawa's life was far more important than his. He would gladly give his life up for the downed pro hero, if he were able to die in the first place. So it wouldn't hurt to go full throttle, wouldn't it? He couldn't die from snapping his neck multiple times, or getting a hole burnt through him. Blood loss would probably not do anything to him. He kept his focus on Shigaraki, before he shot forwards, aiming a jab at Shigaraki's side. Todoroki didn't know what to think when he heard Shigaraki's statement. He was busy freezing several villains in place, when Shigaraki's voice rang out. Midoriya was Void? Midoriya was the one that knew about his past? That knew about Enji? The one that had saved him and Ida from Stain? The one that his dad had effing torched? He didn't want to believe it, that Midoriya was the one his father tried to kill, that he was the same one that tried to encourage him to use his fire. Until midnight knocked the villains in his vicinity out, and he was allowed to take a breather and observe the ongoing fight between Midoriya and the man covered in hands that had introduced himself as the leader of the League of Villains, the one that he heard someone call Shigaraki. He had considered the fight between Midoriya and Bakugo as a total brutal annihilation of the blonde Pomeranian, but this was true brutality. Midoriya, beaten and battered and pretty much dripping blood like leaky faucet, suddenly gave off this menacing aura that made Todoroki freeze in his tracks. It was like the one Midoriya exuded during the sports festival, while defending Shinso, while fighting against Bakugo, except that it felt infinitely stronger. He wasn't even anywhere near Midoriya, nor was he Midoriya's intended target, and yet, Todoroki felt like he was suffocating, his throat tightening for absolutely no reason as he observed Midoriya from a distance. Then, Midoriya threw himself at Shigaraki in an instant, Faster than Todoroki could process, aiming for his side, at the villain was also similarly frozen in place. Midoriya expertly twisted on the ankle that Shigaraki had partially disintegrated, swiftly ducking under a disintegrating palm to his face, and nailed his heel into the back of Shigaraki's knee. Shigaraki's leg buckled, and Midoriya took that opportunity to land on his arms and swing his body, kicking Shigaraki directly in the face and knocking him backwards. As frail and skinny as Shigaraki looked, the villain was much more resilient than anyone had expected, and could actually take a few hits, and got right back up. And then there was Midoriya. Todoroki had no idea how he was still standing, given the extent of his injuries, let alone leaping around landing attacks like it was nobody's business. Midoriya proceeded to punch Shigaraki, but he managed to dodge it in time, and tried to grab Midoriya's hand. Midoriya immediately pulled back, causing Shigaraki to overexert it and lose his balance, leaving him open to a knee in the stomach. He immediately put his foot on the ground, and whacked Shigaraki's back with his injured foot. Shigaraki stumbled forwards, falling to the ground, slamming his chin against the ground, before he scrambled to his feet once again. This shouldn't be happening. Shigaraki felt his entire body tense up, no, freeze up. Void was just a quirkless general education student. There was no way a kid like that should be exuding that kind of pressure, let alone a kid who was seemingly half dead. Something had changed. Void's eyes seemed to glow under the shadows cast by his hair, his pupils slit, staring at him like he wanted to tear him apart. They were exactly like empty, endless voids of green, and Shigaraki found it hard to breathe, to comprehend what was even going on. And then, before he could even process the change, Void was on him. Shigaraki hastily tried to defend himself, but Void swiftly evaded his attack and whacked him in the knee. And no matter how much Shigaraki tried, he couldn't even land a single hit on the small teenager as he leapt about, twisting past his attempts to attack in ways that should aggravate every single wound he had. This wasn't Midoriya Izuku. It couldn't be Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku was a simple, quirkless, general education student who is somehow stronger and much harder to fight against than the hero course students. This being in front of him was a monster, an unfeeling, emotionless fighting machine that fought with not only broken bones but a broken and bleeding body. Shigaraki could barely keep up with him. Void weaved around him effortlessly, and no matter how hard Shigaraki tried, Void's movements just threw him completely off balance. Shigaraki had shifted his attention from attacking to defending, trying his best to dodge Void's attempts to focus his attacks on his joints. But he knew he couldn't dodge forever. Dodging wasn't his forte, attacking was. Shigaraki was used to being able to control the pace of his fights, but somehow, Void had his fighting rhythm wrapped about his little finger, controlling the pace that he fought at however he pleased, forcing him off balance as and when he liked. Shigaraki snarled as he tripped over his feet again, and used that opportunity to roll away from Void, creating some distance between the vigilante and himself. The next thing he knew, there was a knife flying at his face. "Remember, Izuku." Hisashi gestured to the beach of garbage and trash in Dagoba Municipal Beach Park Beach. On a battlefield, anything can be a weapon. No one is going to make sure that the fight is fair. You have to balance the playing field yourself. Hisashi hooked his foot under a decently sized rock, tossing it into the air and kicking it out to sea in one swift movement. Always keep an eye out. Most people use weapons to attack with the upper body. Usually, unless a person's quirk is related to their legs or their legs are armed, most people would use their hands, and even then, their arms are usually required to support their body. It's better to keep your options open. Kicking rocks or any other random trash and being able to aim them at the soft spots can get you out of a pinch. 6-year-old Midoriya nodded in understanding. No wonder his dad had asked him to wear his boots instead of his normal shoes. If you can learn to do it right, it opens up a lot of options. Sand, rocks, metal poles, fallen knives. We'll start with this. Hisashi dug around in the trash and pulled out a very deflated volleyball and placed it in a clearing of sand. Now, see the tip of your shoes? Extend your foot and try to slip it under the ball and flick your ankle upwards quickly. You should be able to get the ball airborne. It took a couple of tries for Midoriya to understand what Hisashi meant, but in about half an hour he could kick the ball upwards, but it just flew all over the place. Yet, Hisashi just looked at him with pride on his face when Midoriya turned to get some sort of confirmation from his father. "Alright, good job, Izuku. Practice the movements a bit more, and we'll work on getting the ball up straight." Midoriya expertly hooked his foot under a knife that one of the villains had been using, flicking it up in the air. He aimed a kick at the handle, and sent the knife rocketing in Shigaraki's direction. Shigaraki dodged it, but Midoriya used that opportunity to get in close and smack his elbow into Shigaraki's throat, knocking the wind out of him as the dismembered hand that was located on his face fell off. Shigaraki's blood-red eyes glowed with anger, and he snarled from his position on the floor, coughing as he did so while desperately reaching for his deceased father's hand. "Nomu!" Midoriya, as fast and as skilled as he was, didn't even get a chance to even twitch. He didn't even feel the monster move. One moment, the large, black Nomu was sitting on Aizawa like it was a boulder, and the very next moment, the Nomu's fist was slammed into his back, right where Shigaraki had disintegrated him, smashing his entire body against the ground. Midoriya's jaw snapped shut as his chin met the ground, and the pain that Midoriya had pushed away slammed into him. Midoriya bit his lip to prevent himself from letting out a whimper of pain, and desperately tried to push himself up. Except that through the pain he didn't notice the Nomu rearing up to attack again, and once more his entire being was slammed into the ground, before the Nomu stepped down on his arm. He was pretty sure that the monster had snapped his ribs, and the arm that hadn't been disintegrated by Shigaraki was a meat sack of broken bones at this point, and he couldn't stop himself from spitting out some blood. "Keep them occupied. Ectoplasm, get Aizawa out of there and go help Izuku." Nizu yelled. Where the hell were Kamui Woods, Death Arms and Ryukyu? They were the ones that had responded to his emergency broadcast signal. Or All Might for that matter? "Speak of the devil, and they shall appear." Nizu's phone started vibrating in his paws as he saw the huge body of Takayama walking towards UA in the distance. "Nizu, we're on our way." Nishiya's voice rang out. "We're bringing a lady with us as well, since she happened to be nearby. You should be there." "Oh my god, Death Arms, it's the monsters from H.E. I can just stomp on them, right?" "No, don't step on them, lady, they're stronger than they look." Nizu wasn't amused by the fact that he heard Nishiya shouting twice, once from Takayama's palms as she easily stepped over UA's gates, and the second time through the phone. Heroes shouldn't be panicking in the face of any situation. Nishiya should know that. Maybe he should drill it into the hero once again like he had done when he was a student in UA. He promptly hung up as Tatsuma leapt down from Takayama's humongous palms and turned into her dragon form immediately. She slammed into one of the Nomus that Ishiyama and Yamada were fighting. Her much larger size let her grapple with the Nomu evenly, allowing Ishiyama and Yamada to disengage and fight off the straggler villains in the distance. The teacher's fight with the Nomus had pretty much leveled the trees near UA's entrance, giving Tatsuma more room to fight. Takayama had the other Nomu in her hand, though she was wincing in pain as the Nomu bit and scratched at her hand with insanely sharp teeth. She clenched her fists shut, trying to restrain the wriggling Nomu as best as she could. "See this, Void?" Shigaraki cackled as he placed the hand back on his face, much to Nizu's anger. "This Nomu was made to fight All Might. You think that you can take him on? Wait, Void's here." Nishiya cursed under his breath as he picked up a couple of villains and slammed them to the ground. "Damn it. We need to get him out of here." Nizu saw Nishiya wince as he saw the Nomu pick the kid up, before slamming him into the ground once again, as a sickening crack rang out, this time, coming from the boy's leg. "Cementas! Put up a wall between the kids and the fight," Nizu ordered, looking around erratically, trying to see if there was any other effective way to save Midoriya besides waiting for Yagi to appear. "You're quirkless, Void. Even with a quirk, you'll be no match for Nomu." Shigaraki cackled, as Midoriya still tried his hardest to get up even with the weight of the Nomu on top of him. "Just give up. It's game over for you. Your health points are depleted, you don't have any items to use, and the rest of your party is occupied. This is the final boss." A sonic boom was heard as a voice echoed out, "Do not fear, for I am here." Someone shot out of the sky and slammed into the Nomu that was sitting on Midoriya. So, if we attack here, we can flush them out of their hideout and dash. You have a call? You have a call. Yagi promptly turned red as his phone rang, and Tsukachi laughed at Yagi's ringtone. Yagi whipped the phone out of his pocket, and his eyes widened when he saw what it was. Sheet. I'll have to go back to UA now. Nizu sent out an emergency signal. Something's going on. Yagi quickly pocketed his phone, and looked around for a deserted alleyway where he could turn into his hero form without being seen. Go. We'll talk later. Tsukachi nodded. I'll get a squadron of police to UA as well. Thank you. Yagi nodded as he rushed out of his seat and stumbling into a dark alleyway. He promptly transformed into his hero form and leapt into the air, and with one more powerful leap, he was well on his way back to the school he was supposed to be teaching at. He saw Tatsuma grappling with a Nomu, Takayama struggling to keep hold of another Nomu, before he honed in on the lone Nomu that was currently smashing the ground, the very same Nomu that he recognized from the first invasion of the USJ that had gone in the hero's favor. His followed his instinct, smash the Nomu. He tackled the Nomu, his impact with the monster causing a shockwave that rippled outwards. All might, you idiot! Be more careful! Nizu screamed at him, and out of the corner of his eye, noticed that the Nomu, in fact, was not smashing the ground. It was smashing a student into the ground. The poor kid was sent tumbling from his attack on the Nomu, and was just lying on the ground in a pool of their own blood that was slowly getting bigger and bigger. Cementos, give Snipe a proper vantage point to kill those things. Nizu snapped, then go help Ectoplasm defend the kids. Kamui, drag that tree behind the Nomu that Ryukyu is fighting. Nishiya obeyed without hesitation, and Tatsuma gave the Nomu one final shove, forcing it to step on the tree trunk and slip. Nishiya immediately restrained the Nomu as Tatsuma pinned it to the ground. Nizu was tempted to go check on Midoriya, but he couldn't. Midoriya was too far away for him to reach on his stubby little legs, and even if he could reach him, he couldn't help him. Nizu didn't have the physical strength to bring Midoriya away from the battle, and the two pro heroes who weren't fighting had to defend roughly 220 students. Snipe took the clear shot and fired a few bullets directly at Tatsuma's Nomu, going straight through its brain, effectively killing it, before he leapt into the air. A block of cement erupted underneath him, courtesy of Ishiyama, pushing Snipe upwards towards Takayama's Nomu. Meanwhile, Yagi and his Nomu were currently brawling it out, matching each other punch for punch, attack for attack, with Shigaraki in the background gloating about how superior the Nomu was. Nizu swore he saw Midoriya twitch ever so slightly. Snipe leapt up onto Takayama's arm and raced upwards towards her hands. He aimed his gun at the Nomu, and like the previous one, shot a couple of bullets through his brain, killing it. You know, our toys are all broken. Shigaraki sighed, scratched at his neck. I think it's time to end this. Yagi tensed up, prepared to battle the Nomu once again. His time was up, and it was taking everything Yagi had to not just deflate there and then. He needed to end this fight fast. His throat ran dry from Shigaraki's words as he pointed in Midoriya's direction. Let's give UA a gift that they'll never be able to forget. Nomu go! Before Yagi, or any of the other heroes could react, the Nomu had sped off towards Midoriya, as the poor kid lay on the ground, unmoving. Midoriya knew that Shigaraki's finishing blow was going to be aimed at him. Shigaraki hated him. He had foiled the League's first attempt to attack the USJ, and had turned out to be a wild card in his current invasion of UA. He had made him temporarily lose the hand that he was attached to, had annoyed Shigaraki enough to make him sick the Nomu on him. Shigaraki was a stubborn person. If he wanted Void dead, he wanted him dead. No one, not even All Might, was going to get in his way. Shigaraki's original intention for the USJ attack was to kill All Might, but now he wanted to kill Void, kill the pesky kid that constantly disrupted his plans. Midoriya discreetly reached out for the knife that was just within his reach. It probably belongs to a villain that had brought knives to this fight and was defeated by one of the students. He swallowed, trying to push the pain away once again, to clear his mind once more, for one last final attack. He was lucky. His spine, somehow, was still intact through everything that had happened. His ears were ringing, his eyesight was blurring, and he could feel his breaths coming in fast. He felt it. He felt thundering footsteps. He could see the rough outline of the Nomu speeding towards him, hands outstretched, and his hands tightened around the knife. He waited. If he got the timing wrong, his plan would fail. Villains aren't going to just step back when they see you fall. They're going to take any opportunity they have to kill you. But once they get tired, once the battle had gone on for some time, they get impatient. Use this against them. Wait for them to do something stupid, to make a mistake. That's your chance. His father's words rang in his head. He forced himself to concentrate, to clear the buzzing sensation in his ears, to shove everything unrelated away to the back of his mind, to focus on his sole task at hand. The Nomu's left hand was almost reaching him. The monster had too much momentum due to the rushed attack by Shigaraki, leaving its right side open, a direct path to the monster's head. With one last final burst of energy, Midoriya shoved himself upwards, biting down the pain that erupted from his torso as he wasn't fast enough. The Nomu's sharp knife-like claws ripped through his chest like tracing paper, abusing his already broken ribs, and bringing the knife downwards. The Nomu did the rest of the work for him. The momentum the Nomu possessed forced the monster to ram itself right into Midoriya's knife, impaling its brain all the way through. Midoriya let his grip on the knife loose, and let himself fall to the ground. His eyesight was fading to black, as static buzzed in his head feeling like it was filled with cotton. He had done his job, but Shigaraki and Kurogiri were still there. No. How dare you? Shigaraki spat, but the ground under him rumbled, and Shigaraki jumped away before the ground caved in from under him, courtesy of Majima. Shigaraki swiftly dodged a bullet, before two more bullets found themselves embedded in his hand and shoulder. There weren't any other fodder villains left either. All of them were either taken out by the students, knocked out by Kiyama's quirk, or restrained by Death Arms and Nishiya. We should retreat, Shigaraki. Kurogiri snapped, protecting Shigaraki with more portals. The kid will die from his injuries. All Might has been pushed beyond his time limit like Sensei had said. UA's students are scarred, and their reputation will fall. We've done what we were supposed to do. Fine. Shigaraki muttered, nursing his injuries, as Kurogiri teleported both himself and Shigaraki away. Almost immediately, Snipe and Majima went to go check on Midoriya. Kin quickly picked Nizu up and rushed to Midoriya's side, before gently depositing the principal down next to the downed student, Tatsuma and Takayama not too far behind him. He's not responding. Majima quietly said, as Nizu watched Snipe try to coax Midoriya, his shallow breaths coming in fast, to just do something, anything, just to show that he was alive. Nizu squatted down beside the boy, his ears drooping as he took in the poor, injured state that the child was in. Izuku? Midoriya's eyes opened, ever so slightly, as those dull, dark green orbs looked up at Nizu. He shifted, trying to reach out for the principal, and let out a small whimper of pain as he did so. Shirdatgare-ki? The boy desperately whispered, his fingers shaking. Nizu's heart ached as he tried to comfort Midoriya. Just relax, Izuku. It's over. They're gone. It's all over. Just hold on, okay? Help's coming real soon, just hang on. The ambulances are coming. Give or take a minute, Nishiya reported, as he walked towards the group. Midoriya let out a soft, weak whine, and proceeded to close his eyes, but Nizu reached out to pat Midoriya's cheek gently. Can you stay awake, please, Izuku? Midoriya opened his eyes again, accidentally letting out a whimper again, as Nizu sat down next to the boy, as close as he could without the chance of accidentally hurting him even more. None of the other heroes could even try to perform first aid on him. Midoriya had too many injuries and probably so many broken bones that he should be long gone at this point. Sword.Ri. Nizu's heart was pretty much broken at this point. Why was Izuku apologizing for something that wasn't his fault? Unless he blamed himself for this. It's not your fault, Izuku. Help's coming real soon, just hang on, okay? Ever since he met that vigilante that eventually led to him being rescued from his former abusive household, Shinso had always wished that he could see Void again, to thank him for giving him hope and another chance. To thank him for everything that he had done. He had searched all over the internet for anything about Void, skimming through forum posts, scanning through pretty much any article he could get his hands on to see if Void had popped up in it, and had even hammering his parents with questions about the mysterious vigilante, only to find out that he had more interaction time with the vigilante than both Yamada and Aizawa combined. In fact, Aizawa hadn't even met Void before, and had heard about Shinso and Void through Yamada. And Shinso had gotten even more curious about Void. He still tried to find out more about Void, and was hoping that anything he found out about Void was true. He had seen the article about Enji trying to attack him, and Enji's second attempt on the boy's life through Ida and Todoroki. He was glad Void still seemed to be doing fine, and hoped that he would one day get another chance to speak with the boy who had changed his life. But that one piece of information, Shigaraki's words about Midoriya being Void, was one piece of information that he hoped was utterly wrong. Because that would mean that the boy that had saved his life once had saved him once was saving him again, by literally getting tortured by Shigaraki right in front of him. Once again, Midoriya was saving him while he was sitting back uselessly. Guilt pooled in Shinsu's stomach as he watched Midoriya get torn apart mercilessly, as he got up, time and time again, only for Shigaraki to rip him apart over and over. It was cruel. And yet, Midoriya's expression didn't even change, besides from the occasional wince in pain. He continued to fight on, despite the fact that his broken body was leaking blood and dyeing the ground red. It was as if he was used to pain being inflicted on him, as if he was used to being torn up and left for dead. He didn't care that Midoriya was able to fight. He just wanted them to stop. He wanted the fighting to stop. He didn't want his friend to get ripped apart, to self-destruct, to tear himself apart from the inside out simply to protect someone else. And then the Nomu struck. And he felt like his heart was getting ripped apart as the monstrosity smashed Midoriya into the ground over and over. That was all he was able to process until All Might tackled the Nomu away, and ectoplasm herded him away with the rest of the Hero Course students. He just followed along blankly as the teachers coaxed him to get the multitude of cuts and bruises that he had obtained from the USJ checked. He rubbed his eyes, but couldn't erase the image of Midoriya's broken body, lying still in a puddle of his own blood that seemed to be growing bigger as time ticked by, and the weight in his chest only grew heavier. And the fact that he actually liked Midoriya, despite the younger's lack of emotions, didn't help at all. He felt like his heart had gotten ripped out of his chest and doused in acid. Midoriya wasn't even in the Hero Course, and yet, he sported injuries much, much worse than all the Hero Course students combined. Shinso was the closest, and yet, Midoriya had to put his life on the line to save his once again. Shinso felt like he had utterly failed Midoriya. Most of the Hero Course students, as well as Midoriya, Aizawa and 13, had to go to the hospital in some way or form. Shizenji, whose healing quirk was required, had gone with the students to the hospital, which meant that the teachers, much as they hated not being able to check on their students immediately, had to find their own ways to get to the hospital. Nisa gave the teachers the go-ahead to visit the hospitals first, before taking out his phone to finish some important tasks, which mainly consisted of calling every single parent of the first years to inform them of what had happened, minus Shinsu's parents cause Yamada and Aizawa were there. But first, he needed to pull a few strings to keep all of Midoriya's files, everything about him, any articles, school records, anything that even mentioned him, under wraps. Midoriya was registered as quirkless, and no doubt that the attack on UA was going to be the hot topic for the next week or so. Anyone who didn't participate in the fights, mainly the support, business, and general education courses, had been checked on by paramedics, and they were free to go home. Ectoplasm and Ishiyama were staying with them, waiting for their parents to pick them up, and Nisa made a mental note to make every single student, especially the Hero Course students and Midoriya, to talk with Inui, or another hero or counselor, at least once. There was no way any of them were going to be getting out unscathed. After what seemed like hours, calling and informing the parents of all the Hero Course, the general education, business, and support course students, Nisa paused, his paw hovering over the contact listed under Midoriya's name in the school database. Nisa sighed and pressed the call button. He waited as he waited for his call to get through, only for his call to be sent to voicemail. Nisa stared at his phone, before taking a deep breath and walking back to his office. Reiko pawed at the door desperately. She could see the battle going on outside, through Nizu's humongous window, and could hear explosions and yelling, but she couldn't tell who was who when she was looking down from 10 floors up. There was no way she could even break the huge window that sat between her and the fight, let alone surviving a fall from such a height. She wanted to figure out what was going on. Why was there a fight? Why did Yamada and Ida rush into Nizu's office in such a panic? What was going on? Who was fighting who? What were those giant hulking monsters? But more importantly, where was Izuku? Was he okay? Sure, the vents were still an option, but she had no way of removing the grate. Her paws weren't dexterous enough to use a screwdriver, and she didn't have a way to get one anyway. Plus, she didn't have any idea how to navigate the vents, and Ryuto was just sitting on Nizu's desk, completely confused as to what was going on as he flapped his stubby wings wildly. He hopped down onto Nizu's chair, before jumping onto a stack of papers in an attempt to break his fall. He fell onto the floor, but quickly righted himself, before hobbling awkwardly to the window in curiosity. Reiko wrapped her tail around Ryuto and pulled him in, and the two animals looked down through the window at the ongoing fight, trying to figure out just what was going on. Reiko saw the teachers popping out of nowhere, and Takayama storming in, followed by All Might, and from then on, it didn't take too long for the fight to wrap up. There was a lot of blood though, and Reiko was seriously hoping that for all of Midoriya's suicidal tendencies, that it wasn't his. There were a few ambulances to take some of the students who had been fighting to the hospital, coupled with the teachers dismissing the majority of the students directly. She wanted to know what was going on, and Reiko immediately turned back to paw at the door. She finally felt a presence, and she immediately stood back as the door opened, revealing Nizu in the doorway, looking around forlornly. What's going on? Where's Izuku? In the hospital. Come on. Nizu replied as he quickly grabbed a folder off his desk and scooped Reiko and Ryuto into his other arm before running out of the room. Ectoplasm and Ishiyama were waiting at UA's main entrance, by Ishiyama's car, while the UA building itself was crawling with police officers. Maijima had, according to Ectoplasm, opted to stay back to fix the bugged security system. The two heroes said nothing as Nizu climbed into the back seat with Reiko and Ryuto in his grasp, before Ishiyama started the engine and they started to make their way to the hospital. Nizu quickly texted Yamada that they were going to be at the hospital soon, but he didn't get any reply from Yamada. That was how bad the situation was. Usually, Yamada would reply almost immediately, spamming the group chat with a multitude of emojis that made no sense to anyone. He had never not replied to a message at all, whether it was directed to him or not. Nizu stuck his phone back in his pocket and sank into the car seat, Reiko nuzzling his neck and Ryuto remaining eerily quiet throughout the entire ride as he sat by Reiko on Nizu. Tensei stared at his phone. He had just been released from the hospital, still on crutches but overall feeling pretty good, due to not being cooped up in a hospital room, and his parents had told him to pick Ida up from the hospital a few blocks away from UA. Apparently, there had been another attack on UA, and unlike the first one, this one had been successful. Tensei stuck his phone back in his pocket and proceeded to hail down a taxi to the hospital. When he got there, he told the taxi driver to wait for a few minutes before he hobbled out to find Ida. He was expecting Ida to immediately call out to him, waving his arms wildly while complaining that he shouldn't be moving around while still injured, but all he saw was a group of students, Ida included in the group, huddled together, with Kayama supervising them. This was way worse than he thought. "Hey, Nemuri," Tensei greeted, as he made his way to Kayama's side with the aid of his crutches, and Kayama just looked up from her phone and raised her eyebrows at him. Ida, as well as several others, looked up when he spoke up, but other than that, the students didn't do anything at all. He recognized Shinso, the kid that Aizawa and Yamada adopted a few years back, Uraraka, who his brother teamed up with in the second round of the sports festivals, and a couple others like Todoroki and Shiozaki. "Really, Tensei? Did your mom tell you to pick up your little bro again?" Kayama sighed, trying and clearly failing to lighten the mood. Tensei hobbled over to them. "Who you texting, Nemuri?" "Midoriya's guardians. We've sent an email as well, and I'm trying to call them to alert them of Midoriya's current situation, but they aren't picking up. It keeps being sent to voicemail." Tensei swore that Midoriya was in the general education course and shouldn't be involved in whatever was going on. He chose to ignore it and tried to focus on his little brother first, moving to Ida's side, supporting himself one crutch and using the other to tap Ida's leg slightly. Ready to go, Tenya? Ida nodded, not saying a word, as Tensei led him back to the taxi. They settled down in the back seat before the taxi headed off towards the Ida household. Tensei was curious. His parents didn't know what was going on, and Kiyama hadn't been eager to share any details with him. Despite liking to talk a lot, when there was something she wanted to hide, she will quickly switch topics and start talking so much that one would forget what they were initially talking about. And he didn't want to force Ida to talk about it. If his baby brother wanted to talk, he'll let him talk. But this must be something very, very serious if even Ida wasn't saying a single thing, whether it be about his classmates' disheveled uniforms, his brother hobbling about on crutches, or upholding their reputation as UA students. But the second they closed the door to their house behind them, Ida had wrapped his older brother in a hug and shoved his face into Tensei's chest. Tensei ignored the feeling of Ida's glasses pressing against his chest and ran his fingers through Ida's hair. "What's wrong, Tenya?" Ida remained quiet, but Tensei could feel his shirt becoming slightly wet. Eventually, Ida finally spoke up. "He got hurt." Tensei patiently waited for Ida to continue. "Midoriya. He isn't even in the hero course, but he had to fight that man with all the hands on him." Tensei carefully maneuvered the duo around the house, despite being on crutches, until they were both sitting on the sofa. "Hey, he'll be fine, right? I saw the sports festival reruns. He's pretty good." Ida shook his head. "He got hurt. The monster got him, and there's so much blood." Tensei swore under his breath. He really hated those Dmed Nome. First in Hosu, then in Yue. And those Dmed things seemed to have multiple quirks, as if a regeneration quirk wasn't hard enough to deal with. Those Dmed things had wings, super strength, and they were just pretty messed up in general. And there were at least 4 of them, 3 in Hosu, and at least 1 in Yue. They weren't just mutations. Someone had to be making them, or at least, could influence their development. Tensei just hoped that they wouldn't have to fight more of them anytime soon. Many heroes were still injured from the Hosu incident, and he had no idea what state Yue was in. Ida tried to take a deep breath, as if he were trying to keep his cool. He looked like he was dead, but Midnight Sensei said that he's still in surgery. "Hey, don't worry about him, okay? He's a strong kid, he'll pull through. If you want, I'll text Nemi, and once I get some news, you'll be the first to know, okay? Just calm down, drink some water, get some sleep, and we'll probably get some good news by tomorrow morning. How's that sound?" He gently patted Ida on the back, before the younger finally nodded and made his way towards the kitchen. Tensei quickly fished his phone out of his pocket, before he opened his private chat with Kiyama. "Nemi, Tenya told me about Midoriya. How's he? Also, anyone else hurt?" It took some time for Kiyama to reply. "Besides Midoriya, the rest of the kids are fine. Some have to stay overnight in the hospital, but they're pretty much okay. Shoyuda and 13 are injured, though they're already patched up and resting. Only telling you 'cause Nizu said it was okay." Tensei heaved a sigh of relief and slumped into the sofa, forgetting that his arms were still injured as he winced in pain. At least no one else was hurt. He really hoped that Midoriya would be fine. He really wanted to meet the kid who managed to change his hard-headed little brother's mind. The nurse at the front desk stared at Nizu as he ran in with a cat and a baby bird in his paws. "Sir, you can't bring animals into the hospital," she stated, eyeing the cat in particular. Another nurse came up from the hallway, patting the lady who was sitting by the front desk on the back. "It's UA's principal. I think 2 small animals are fine. They seem well behaved." She sighed, and Ryudo gave her a small chirp. "Come on. Mike said you'll be coming over," she stated, turning around to walk back down the hallway. Nizu, Ectoplasm, and Ishiyama followed close behind her, as their footsteps echoed solemnly throughout the hallway. They saw Tatsuma and Nishiya sitting down on the chairs, waiting by a door with the word, "Emergency," glowing in bright red capital letters. Aizawa had gotten out of the operation theater some time ago. Present Mike went to check on him. Emmy Lady had gotten called back to the agency she was working with. Tatsuma spoke up at once, her voice almost as quiet as a whisper. Nishiya remained completely quiet, as he gazed at the ceiling absent-mindedly. "What about Izuku?" Nizu asked almost immediately. Tatsuma looked down towards the ground, and sighed, so quiet that they could barely make out what she was saying. "He's not out yet." Reiko struggled out of Nizu's grasp and hopped onto the chair between Tatsuma and Nishiya. Nizu gently placed Ryuto down on the chair, and she curled up around the baby bird, letting out a sad purr. Ryuto nuzzled the cat, and buried his head in her neck, before waddling over to Nishiya. He let out a small chirp, and rubbed his head against Nishiya's hand. Nishiya gently rang his fingers through Ryuto's feathers. If what the villain said was true, and he's really quirkless. Nishiya started, but he was cut off almost immediately by the dragoon hero. "Not the time, Kamui." Tatsuma grunted, and Nishiya froze, before turning his attention back to the bird. Ectoplasm and Ishiyama sat down on the chairs, as Nizu paced up and down the hallway, his tail twitching erratically as he contemplated how the hell everything had gone so wrong. His phone vibrated, and he irritatedly pulled his phone out of his pocket to see who had contacted him. To his confusion, it was Kayama, who Tensei had apparently contacted for details about the USJ attack. Nizu gave her the go-ahead to tell him. Tensei was a responsible pro-hero, and was Ida's older brother. He would find out about it sooner or later. It felt like an eternity before the illuminated emergency sign was shut off and the door opened. The doors finally opened, and Shizenji walked out, with a small stack of papers and a collar in her hands. Reiko perked up almost immediately, as Nizu made his way in front of Shizenji, the other heroes following behind him. "How is he?" "He's alive. We did manage to fix up the worst of the damage, but I'm honestly not sure he'll make a full recovery. There may be injuries that linger, and there's no doubt he will feel pain even after he recovers. He's suffered from way too much physical trauma, not to mention that we're unsure of his mental state when he wakes up." The heroes heaved a sigh of relief, but Nizu felt that Shizenji was still hiding something from them. "First, there's this." Shizenji quietly passed over the collar to Nizu, and the principal inspected the item carefully. "An abuse case?" Ectoplasm asked, but Shizenji shook her head. "I doubt it. One of the nurses in the ambulance tried to remove it so that we could assess the damage. He tried to fight her even in his weakened state, and let me tell you, even in his current condition, he can land a nasty left hook. It clearly means something to him." "All right." Nizu pocketed the collar, making a mental note to give it back to Midoriya when he woke up. "He's currently being moved to room 7B, right next to Eraserhead's room. Can you lead them there, please?" Shizenji addressed one of the nurses who exited behind her, and she nodded, before leading the rest of the heroes away. Nizu could tell from Shizenji's tone that she was definitely hiding something from them, but she just tapped Nizu on the shoulder and whispered to him, "Later. When the rest of the teachers are here and the other heroes have left." The elevator ride and the walk to Midoriya's room took an agonizingly long time. Nizu flicked his tail in annoyance, internally wishing for the Demed lift to just move faster. He wasn't the only one. Nishiya was tapping his foot on the floor of the elevator, Ectoplasm was fidgeting on the spot, Ishiyama was fiddling with his fingers, and Tatsuma's fins were twitching. Reiko was lying limply in Nizu's grasp, while Ryuto sat in the crook of Nizu's arm and pressed himself against Reiko. The 7th floor was reserved for underground heroes, but none of them were questioning why Midoriya was placed in the very same ward as Aizawa. After all, very few people knew that he had been involved in the USJ attack, let alone getting injured to the point where he looked like he should have bled to death on the spot. But then again, 13 was sharing the room with Aizawa, so they probably just wanted to keep all the UA patients together. Yamada was standing outside a room, and the heroes could Aizawa lying on the bed in the room, wrapped from head to toe in bandages. He nodded at the incoming heroes, and the nurse led them to the next door and carefully pushed it open. They found Midoriya inside, lying on the bed. An oxygen mask was placed over his nose and mouth. His dark eye bags stood out even more prominently against his pale skin, and he was covered in a thick, white blanket from the chest down, but his forehead and arms were wrapped with snowy white bandages. He had an 4 connected to his hand, and a multitude of other machines were beeping incessantly, creating a cacophony of sounds that made up a discordant melody, repeating over and over, reminding Nizu that this was the outcome of his failure. Reiko let out a strangled-sounding chatter when she laid her eyes on Midoriya, and would have lunged at him had Nizu not tightened his grip on her. Ryuto perked up and gave a small squeak, but didn't make a move. Tatsuma's fins drooped further when she saw Midoriya, and Nizu quietly walked forward and placed Reiko and Ryuto down on the bed. Reiko poked Midoriya's cheek gently with her paw a few times, giving a pathetic-sounding whine, as Ryuto waddled forward. He nudged Midoriya weakly, before giving a sad-sounding trill, before huddling down and tucking himself into the crook of Midoriya's neck. Reiko curled up next to him, and just lay there, unmoving. Yamada walked into the room behind them quietly. "How's Aizawa in 13? Ishiyama asked. "Shuta's probably going to be up soon. You know how much he hates the hospital." Yamada mumbled. "The second those med painkillers and the anesthesia wears off, he's going to demand to go back to teaching even if he looks like a mummy. 13, according to the doctors just now, they're fine. They just needed a couple of doctors with healing quirks to fix them up. Just a couple of days of rest and they'll be as good as new." "That's good," Nishiya stated as he settled down in one of the chairs and gazed at Midoriya. "The rest of the kids are fine, right?" Yamada nodded. "Yep. Some of the students got hypothermia, but that's like the worst of the injuries besides Midoriya. We're lucky the 3 Nomu and a huge batch of villains ambushing a school filled with teenagers, and only 3 serious casualties with only 1 being a student." Nishiya sighed. "This could have been so much worse. Just keep quiet, okay? I know you mean well, but it's not the time for this conversation." Tatsuma grumbled. Nishiya just slumped back into his seat before Tatsuma's phone vibrated, and she quickly dug it out of her pocket. "Sorry, looks like something's going on. Some of my sidekicks want me back in the office." Tatsuma apologized as she turned towards the exit to leave. "Kemi, let's go." "Alright. Hope he gets better soon." Nishiya bowed slightly before he followed Tatsuma out the door. There was some beeping from Aizawa's room, and Yamada quickly turned around to rush to the other room to check on the other 2 heroes. "So, about Midoriya?" Nizu asked as Shizenji sighed, with a grave expression on her face. Ishiyama and Ectoplasm looked toward Shizenji worriedly, as Snipe and Ken brisk walked into the room. "I want to wait until Aizawa gets better, since he's getting transferred, but dash." Yamada quickly poked his head into the room. "Shoyuta just woke up. I think some doctors are gonna come and check on him." It didn't take long for the doctors to quickly check over Aizawa, as the erasure hero lay there boredly, grumbling all the while. Meanwhile, Snipe reported, "All the 1A and 1B kids except Shinso have gone home. Midnight's still with him. We couldn't bring him in here, the nurses didn't let us." "Alright. Thank you," Nizu replied. "Should we let him in? I think Midnight should hear whatever Recovery Girl has to say as well." "I think so," Yamada sighed. "I bet you he's worried about Midoriya as well." It took a couple of minutes of Nizu talking with several nurses as doctors rushed in and out of Aizawa's room, but it didn't take too long for the doctors to check up on Aizawa and for Kayama to rush in, dragging a completely drained Shinso behind her. The second Shinso saw Yamada, he ran forward, almost tripping over his own feet in his haste, and latched onto Yamada, wrapping his arms tightly around his adopted father. "Hey, it's okay, Hitoshi. It's all right now." Yamada wrapped an arm around Shinso, before using his other to run his fingers through the purple-haired boy's hair. "Sho just got up. You wanna see him?" Shinso nodded, and Yamada slowly pulled him into the room, and Shinso quietly watched as the doctors finally left, and Aizawa huffed and grumbled. "Hitoshi." "Hey, Dad." Shinso swallowed and inched closer. "I'm fine, everyone's fine and has gone home. But I don't know about Midoriya." "How's Midoriya?" "I swear, that monster dash." "Pious." "Shinso, Midoriya's in the next room. Can you stay with him for a couple of minutes while we talk?" Nizu spoke up, and Shinso nodded, quietly exiting the room. Aizawa looked irritated at that, but Kayama just closed the door after Shinso had left. Shizenji took a deep breath and sighed. I'm going to be completely honest with you. His injuries, all of them, they aren't pretty. It's a lot worse than you may think. Nizu didn't like the tone of Shizenji's voice. He just looked at Shizenji, not knowing at all what to say as his heart dropped. He finally found his voice and tried to control his heart rate. Alright. What is it? The worst of his injuries consisted of broken ribs, some of which pierced his lungs, severe blood loss, a damaged spine and a cracked neck. He's also suffering from a serious bacterial infection, and his insides are completely messed up, especially his stomach and lungs. They're a complete wreck. Do you know what I'm talking about? Nizu had a sneaking suspicion of what Shizenji was talking about, but he didn't want to believe it. He refused to believe it. No. What are you talking about? If a person with injuries like that were treated immediately, even with the most sophisticated medical equipment and the best healing quirks, it would still take nothing short of a miracle to save them. Even then, they would probably be crippled for the rest of their life and would need all sorts of machinery to keep them alive. There is no way Midoriya that should have survived all those injuries for such a long time. Shizenji gravely stated. Nizu felt his heart sink to his stomach. Ishiyama blurted out, "But, you just said Midoriya's alive and that you fixed up the worst of the damage." Exactly. His spine was the first to be damaged during the fight as far as I know, and an injury like that should have killed him immediately. Take a look at this. Shizenji pulled out an X-ray and pointed to it. This is Midoriya's lower back, where it was damaged. It looks completely fine, but look at it and compare it to that. She pointed to another portion of Midoriya's back. The only difference Nizu could make out were a few black pixels not present where Shizenji claimed it was damaged. Calcification occurs when a lot of calcium is deposited, mainly between joints, and these can cause pain and other problems, and depending on the person's body type and quirk, the amount of calcium deposits can differ. What most people don't know is that everyone has a minuscule, almost unnoticeable amount of calcium deposits between the spine vertebrae, mainly being a response to infections, but here, there are no calcium deposits at all. Not even a small speck. It's like it's brand new. Nizu breath hitched and Aizawa mumbled, "Regeneration. Zashianeth, saw it. Void. I don't think it's just that. We all know that the injury that he received from Todoroki in the sports festival didn't heal, but Endeavor's first attack on him, as Void, did heal. I think his quirk can only heal injuries that would kill him." Shizenji replied. But he received a lot of injuries that could have killed him, and he clearly wasn't healing either. I saw it. He was just lying there in a pool of his own blood. Nizu was trying his best to stay calm and figure it out, but he was finding it very hard to do so. He was still shaken up by the fact that Midoriya should have died in that very attack on Yue. I have a theory that his quirk is similar to Yaoyorozu's. The more food she eats, the more items she can make. Since Midoriya is clearly malnourished and doesn't eat a lot, there's a limit to how much he can heal before he runs out of resources to use. After all, he needs to get the nutrients to heal himself from somewhere. Shizenji dryly stated, not only that, his quirk keeps him alive no matter the condition of his body. Any normal person would have died just from the amount of blood that he's lost over such a long period of time, and that was the least of our worries at the moment. Nizu took a minute to process everything that he had been told, before he tried to give a brief summary of what she had said. So you think that Izuku's quirk doesn't let him die no matter what, and can only heal injuries that would no doubtedly kill him, and even that has a very low limit. Shizenji nodded. Well, he has a quirk, and he clearly knew about it before the entrance exam. Ken stated, that means that he lied. Can you blame him for hiding it, though? Ectoplasm replied. He'll have no way of proving it unless he really got into a situation where he would lose his life. And imagine that you've been made fun of and mocked your entire life for not having something that you actually have. It would be extremely hard to accept it. Nizu wanted to resist the urge to throw up, so, assuming he had a bad experience in trying to prove that he had a quirk, it is possible that he had tried to kill himself before and failed. Shizenji nodded again, before speaking up again. His cracked neck, I believe it was a suicide attempt, given the amount of force required for a break like. That isn't something you encounter on a daily basis for no reason. It wasn't a recent injury, and it seems like it's from a few months back, more precisely, a month before the UA entrance exams. Not only that, it is cracked in several places, which suggests that it wasn't just one, it was several suicide attempts. Nizu froze, and his blood ran cold, as he made the connection between Shizenji's words and what had happened that day. He had smelt blood. Midoriya's blood. Midoriya's hoodie wasn't stained with mud, it was blood. Midoriya had told him he had a quirk, one that was related to life and death. Midoriya had tried to kill himself, and had gotten the confirmation that he had a quirk that didn't let him die. Nizu didn't know what to feel. He's dealt with suicide cases before, many in fact, so while his heart did ache slightly for the loss of a talented individual, other than that, Nizu didn't know any of them personally, and it didn't really mean much to him. It was just a death that could have been prevented if society wasn't so shitty towards the quirkless or the weak, and it harbored his resolve to teach all the students in UA to be caring towards everyone and not discriminate against anyone. But now, with Midoriya, knowing that he had tried to kill himself left Nizu with a horrible taste in his mouth. He felt like he had completely failed Midoriya. The poor kid felt like his life wasn't even worth keeping, and had a quirk that didn't let him die. None of the other teachers were better off either. Kayama and Yamada looked like they wanted to throw up, Ectoplasm and Snipe had frozen on the spot, while Ishiyama and Ken just gaped at the school nurse. Even Aizawa's eyes had widened in horror at the revelation. To make things worse, I don't think Midoriya knows the details behind his quirk, or at least, didn't know until recently. He just knew he had one, probably when Aizawa reported that he had encountered him and had spent some time trying to figure it out. Shizenji mused, I honestly don't think that he's dumb enough to try and commit suicide if he knew that it wouldn't work. Nizu's shoulders slouched, and Ishiyama reached out to pat his shoulder. It's fine. Recovery Girl already said that he'll get better. Once he does, then we can all help him. Shinso carefully pushed open the door. Reiko immediately lifted her head and bolted up, alert, hissing in his direction until she realized who it was. She relaxed, nudged Midoriya's cheek gently, before meowing sadly and settling back on the bed. Ryudo shifted slightly, before settling down again, as Shinso made his way closer to the bed. He eyed Midoriya's unconscious form, before he pulled up in chair so that he could sit beside the bed. He leaned backwards and closed his eyes, trying to sort out the whirlwind of thoughts that occupied his mind. If Midoriya was in a room, that meant that he was okay, right? Maybe the damage wasn't as bad as it appeared to be. But Shinso still couldn't shake the memory of Midoriya shoving him aside to tank Shigaraki's attack for him, as the smaller green-haired boy's back erupted into blood. I'm so sorry, Midoriya, Shinso whispered, as he melted into his chair, physically and mentally drained from what had occurred. It took some time until Yamada entered the room to bring him home, promising that he could visit whenever he wanted to. Shinso just staggered up from his chair, trailing behind his adoptive parent. He turned around to take one last look at Midoriya, before he gently closed the door behind him. Nizu sighed as he exited the hospital. It was already dark, the sun having set some time ago. Midoriya's foster parents still hadn't picked up any of their calls, nor did they seem to acknowledge that Midoriya was injured at all. So Nizu decided to make a house call. After all, he knew where to go, and he still had all of Midoriya's papers with him. Midoriya had already agreed to the change in custody. His foster parents just had to agree to it. He made his way up to the apartment and knocked on it gently. Who is it? He heard a familiar voice before the door opened. Midoriya's foster mother opened the door, looked around, before her gaze trailed downwards, finally taking notice of the principal. Oh dear. What did Midoriya do wrong this time? He was supposed to be back ages ago. She sighed. Nothing, actually. There was an attack on UA and he's involved in it. Nizu dryly stated, we called you several times and even sent a couple emails, but we didn't get any responses, so I decided to come here personally. She just raised her eyebrow. Seriously? If he's even got the principal of the school pulled into this. Tell me the truth. Just what exactly did Midoriya do? Nizu just frowned. There was a villain attack. I'm not hiding, and Midoriya's currently in the hospital right now, after he got severely injured. She still didn't seem convinced. Okay? Assuming that this is actually true, which it probably isn't, how much are the hospital fees? It will be covered by the school. And you don't really seem to care that he's injured. The boy's always getting injured and they're always his fault. Midoriya's foster mother grumbled in irritation. He disturbs his classmates, constantly tries to cause trouble, picks fights with other students. I won't be surprised if the villain attack was actually his fault, even though I have no idea what they'll want, with him being quirkless. I can assure you that Midoriya has done nothing wrong and this has nothing to do with his quirk. Niza hissed, starting to get frustrated with every single bad thing that she had said about Midoriya so far. Midoriya Izuku will be under my custody from now on. Nizu growled, finally getting pissed off with the woman. Much to his surprise, she merely shrugged. Do you have the papers? Aren't you going to let him have a say in this? Nizu asked. He doesn't have a choice. She didn't care about him. Nizu realized in this world, no one has ever taken Izuku's side. Simply because he was quirkless, everyone stood against him. It wasn't just his classmates, the entire world had pushed Izuku down, constantly oppressing him. He could only take what everyone threw at him. Nizu grit his teeth as he pulled the papers and a pen out of his folder, handing it over to her to sign and trying to calm himself before he lost his temper completely. She quickly added her signature to the papers. Well, once he gets out of the so-called hospital, you can stop by to pick up his things. Izuku doesn't want to cause any trouble. Nizu told himself, reminded himself why he wasn't going to outrightly arrest this woman. If Midoriya didn't want any necessary actions to be taken, he wouldn't do it. He wanted to give him a choice, to tell him that his opinion deserves to be heard, that his choice matters. Thank you. Nizu carefully placed the papers back in his folder before he turned to leave. He won't let Midoriya feel that he's alone anymore. He won't fail Midoriya again. Nizu was currently having another problem with Reiko and Ryuto. They absolutely refused to leave Midoriya's side to eat or drink, though if according to Snipe, when any of the other teachers tried to feed them, Ryuto ate readily enough as long as he remained close enough to Midoriya, though he still didn't eat much. But Reiko, she just lay there, barely moving, only getting up occasionally to nudge Midoriya lightly, before settling down again. The most she did was take a small nibble of whatever she was given, before giving up and curling up again, and that was with Ryuto constantly nudging her towards the food. Some of the teachers had tried to just pick her up to bring her out, but they had gotten clawed by the tired, stubborn cat. Niza barely had time to check on Midoriya in the hospital, only managing to pop in for the last 10 minutes of the visiting session given that he had to sort out profiles of all the students in the school, upgrade the security of the school and fix all the facilities with Maijima, and trying to analyze whatever data they had on the teleporting villain to prevent another attack from happening again, alongside the police force. Not to mention that he had to talk with all the higher-ups about what had really happened, as well as upgrading all the firewalls and securing every single database that they used. And Niza finally decided to take a break, and after sitting in Midoriya's room for half an hour, he brought Ryuto and Reiko out for some fresh air. Reiko had protested weakly, but he had somehow managed to get them out of the hospital without too much trouble. Come on. You both know that Izuku wouldn't want you to be like this because of him. Nizu chided them gently as he sat on the bench in the park, which ironically was the very same bench that he used to meet Midoriya. Reiko shot him a guilty look, before she sluggishly took a nibble of the canned tuna that Nizu had also brought along with him. Nizu gently ran his paws through her fur as the small feline sluggishly consumed her food. Ryuto let out a small chirp and huddled against Reiko, bumping his head against hers gently. He'll be fine. Don't worry about it. He'll wake up soon. Niza wasn't even sure if that statement was direction to Reiko and Ryuto, or himself. He really hoped that Midoriya would be fine. It took a week for UA to be back up and running with its updated security system and facilities, and the students were currently back to school on Monday. Surprisingly, UA's reputation was barely tarnished, even though Midoriya's involvement in the incident had somehow gotten out, though the details were not disclosed to anyone. The Hosu incident was fresh in everyone's memory, and everyone knew that the presence of 3 Nomis had caused the sheer number of injured and dead heroes and civilians. With only a fraction of the number of heroes that had been in Hosu, coupled with 4 nomas, with 1 made to take out All Might, and a huge horde of villains, it was considered a miracle that only 3 people were severely injured from the attack on UA. 13 had taken an extra few days off to continue recuperating, but Aizawa was insistent on returning to his position as 1A's homeroom teacher despite being wrapped from head to toe with bandages. Midoriya, while currently stable, with most of his injuries all healed up from Shizenji and other doctors' quirks, still hadn't woken up, and given that he was officially under Nizu's custody at this point, had been transferred to UA's infirmary so that Shizenji could keep a closer eye on him even during her shifts in school. Shizenji hated that she had to use her quirk on Midoriya while he was unconscious. Regaining energy was important to the human body. It was something that she rarely did, but she didn't have a choice. She didn't like to force Midoriya's injuries to heal without letting him regain any energy, but the other option was to wait for him to wake up, and by then, the damage would probably be permanent and irreparable. She couldn't risk it. Midoriya still had his entire future ahead of him. Meanwhile, Nizu wasn't sure that he had made the right choice. Sure, he wanted to respect Midoriya's choices, but something about just letting his foster mother go didn't sit right with him. She didn't care about him. She let him suffer. She neglected him. She didn't care that he was injured. She didn't trust him at all. She was nowhere near what a foster parent should act like, even if they were just temporary caretakers until the children were adopted. Nizu had also dug into the records of all of Midoriya's past schools, from preschool all the way to middle school. Every single school had records of Midoriya being a problematic child. There were multiple reports of him constantly agitating his classmates, provoking them, being an attention seeker, lying, not handing in his homework on time, and generally being clumsy and falling down the stairs quite a few times. At least, her reaction made some sort of sense, in a weird, twisted kind of way. If there were so many incidents, it was no wonder that she thought that he was fabricating yet another story. Nizu wasn't saying that his foster mother wasn't in the wrong, just that her nonchalance towards Midoriya's hospitalization didn't just come out of nowhere. But none of it lined up. Midoriya wasn't the kind of person that all the records described him to be. On the contrary, it was the very opposite. Midoriya was a kind, overly selfless child who couldn't hurt a fly. He hated attention, shied away from it, in fact, and was very punctual in handing in his homework that was leagues above the quality that the rest of his peers handed in. There was no way that he was anything similar to what he was described as in the school reports. Everyone was against Midoriya. Not just his classmates, but even his teachers. They just assumed that he was always in the wrong, simply because he was quirkless, that he wanted attention because he wouldn't be able to garner any without a quirk. His head was starting to throb from the lack of sleep. He hadn't been sleeping well the past few days, having to worry about pretty much everything ranging from the security of the school to student records to publicity to the fact that Midoriya still hadn't woken up yet. Nizu curled up on the small couch that was placed in the infirmary and rubbed his temples, before he looked up to gaze at Midoriya's resting form. Shizenji had already fixed up any life-threatening injuries, and Midoriya no longer needed any other equipment other than an 4-drip that was connected to his hand. Ryudo had fallen asleep quite some time ago, nestled against Midoriya's neck, while Reiko was curled up against his shoulder, shifting ever so slightly every now and then. Nizu rubbed his eyes and pushed all his papers onto the table beside the couch. UA was opening the next day. He was tired, there were too many things going on, and Nizu seriously wanted to just sleep and get some rest before he needed to deal with the students and media again. Nizu hopped off the couch, before walking quietly over to Midoriya's bed. He raised his paw and gently patted Midoriya's head. "Get well soon, okay, Izuku?" The day started off terrible, in the students' opinion. The entrance of their school was swamped with rabid reporters and cameramen, shoving those horrid microphones in their faces as they tried to ask them about the USJ incident. It wasn't pleasant at all, people trying to interview them about an incident where one of their friends had looked like he was dead, bleeding out in front of their eyes. Then, they had to wait for whichever teacher was designated to replace Aizawa temporarily, because Aizawa had gotten injured in the USJ attack. There was no way he was going to come teach them until he had recovered sufficiently, right? Wrong. Aizawa had ambled into the classroom like usual, dragging his signature yellow sleeping bag behind him. "Aizawa-sensei." Shouldn't you be resting? Uraraka yelped as she saw her mummified teacher enter the classroom. I'm fine. Aizawa snapped before Ida asked, I apologize for interrupting, but how is Midoriya? Aizawa sighed, waiting for the chaos in the room to die down before replying, he's stable, but he still hasn't woken up yet. He's currently in the infirmary, and Recovery Girl isn't allowing visitors for the time being. The mood soured almost immediately until Aizawa's sleeping bag moved on its own. Reiko popped out of the opening and shook herself, fluffing her fur up. She stuck her paw into the sleeping bag again and lifted the opening, allowing Ryuto to stick his fluffy head out of the sleeping bag. Ashido swooned when she saw the two animals. Also, it appears we have guests. Aizawa mumbled, eyeing the animals. Ida frowned. Aren't those Midoriya's pets? Yeah. Aizawa bluntly replied, but they actually make Midoriya feel better, and the no pets rule was in place cause they tended to distract students, and there may be other reasons but Nisa didn't say so, but honestly, I don't really care. As long as they don't make a ruckus, they can stay. Can you pass a few cards to him? Yaoyorozu asked, trying to bring the topic back to what it was before. Some of us made him get better soon cards. Yeah. Kirishima piped up, raising a few envelopes. Some of my neighbors and some other kids heard that Midoriya was involved, and wanted me to bring him a couple of cards. Reiko hissed quietly as he did so. Aizawa merely sighed and closed his eyes. Just put them on my desk later. I'll deal with them somehow. Not to be rude, sensei. But besides from talking, you don't seem like you can deal with anything. Shinso deadpanned, staring at Aizawa's bandaged form. I don't think you can even move your arms in that state. While he was glad that his father was fine, he did not like the fact that he was up and about. Aizawa just glared at Shinso before replying, I'll get Present Mike to deal with them later, okay? Yaoyorozu, can you collect whatever cards you guys have and just dump it on my desk? Yaoyorozu stood up and made her way around the classroom. However, upon reaching Kirishima's table, Reiko suddenly gave an enraged-sounding yowl and leapt up Ojiro's tail, landing on his desk, before jumping off Kaminari's desk and pouncing on one of the envelopes that were in Yaoyorozu's hands. Yaoyorozu yelped, and Koda shot out of his seat to try and reason with the feline. Aizawa just stared at Reiko, stunned, before he turned to Ryuto, who was seemingly as confused as they were. Reiko snarled at Koda and tore the envelope open with her claws. Kirishima tried to grab Reiko, but Reiko immediately grabbed the card in the envelope and leapt off his desk onto Ciro's. Dark Shadow immediately popped out to try and stop the cat, startling her, and Reiko leapt onto Jiro's desk, dropping the card in the process. The card had opened as it fluttered to the ground by Shinso's desk. A newspaper article had fallen out. Shinso reached down to pick it up, and his eyes caught onto its title. It was about a recent suicide by a quirkless teenager in another district, and Shinso ignored it in favor of the card. It chilled him to the bone, and his hands shook as he turned to read the contents of the card. You're still alive, Deku? When is it going to be your turn? Midoriya felt like he was drowning. His mind was drifting around aimlessly, sieving through thoughts and memories, dreams and nightmares that Midoriya didn't want to face. We died because of you, Izuku. I hate you. It's all your fault. They died because of him. He deserved this. Midoriya knew that it was just his mind talking, forcing the remaining figments of the memory of his parents to spit such hateful things at him, to make him even more guilty about their deaths. He knew deep down that his parents loved him, but the mere thought that they would hate him, that they would blame him for their deaths, the very thought of it was breaking him apart. Midoriya wanted to escape this nightmare. At least, as much as reality hurt, it didn't hurt as much as the hissing and cursing that his mind created, taking every single happy memory he had and twisting it into some hellish, nightmarish realm that he was forever stuck with. He forced himself to open his eyes, and his vision was flooded with absolutely nothing. He bolted upright, taking in a gulp of cool air, hot searing pain flaring throughout his entire body, coursing through his veins like lava. He hunched over, coughing, his fingers tightening on the blankets. His mind was foggy, and he felt like his brain had turned into mush. But there was one thing that he comprehended almost immediately. There was a thick blanket resting on his body. And he was swamped with memories. Come on, is that the best you can do? I can't breathe. Please help me. Are you really that useless, Midoriya? Mama, Papa. Can't you understand? They're dead already. Now get out from under there. That I'm sorry. It's too heavy. I can't. Is that what you want? To just die in there, quitter? He could almost smell the stench of his own puke, and he felt the air around him tighten in an attempt to strangle him. He threw the blankets off his thin frame, ripping off the 4 drips in the process, trying to push the horrible memories that filled his life after his parents' deaths as the most recent memories rushed back to him. The Nomu, the fight with Shigaraki, his teachers, his classmates, all the blood. He couldn't feel the collar around his neck. You're just a failure. He couldn't see a single thing. His vision was pitch black. Where's Reiko and Ryu? He could vaguely register someone patting him on the back, saying something that he couldn't understand. I can't fail again. He did the first thing that his body told him to do, despite the pain that flared with every action. He attacked. He brought out his right arm and delivered a right hook, smacking against whoever happened to be there. It's not safe. You can't trust anyone. They'll just hurt you. That's all they want to do. He threw himself out of the bed, his legs failing him almost immediately, and he collapsed on the ground. He pushed himself up and staggered out of the infirmary, pressing his hand against the wall as he hunched over, coughing violently as pain flared through his entire being. He could feel something sticky on his palm, but ignored it when he heard footsteps coming up behind him, and he hastily made his way forward, trying his best to regain his bearings while unable to see. He could hear the door being slammed shut right in front of him, and he growled, desperately reaching out in an attempt to find the door handle. He could hear footsteps behind him, and quickly turned around, lunging at whatever it was that was in the same room as him. Yagi rubbed his lower jaw where it had made contact with Midoriya's fist, watching as Ectoplasm's clone closed the door to prevent Midoriya from running out. He was already guilty enough for causing the boy unnecessary pain when he didn't take notice of him and attacked the Nomu, injuring Midoriya even further. Midoriya had woken up in a panic, and without even thinking of how his actions may affect the boy, he tried to physically console him, even though it was very clear amongst the teachers that Midoriya didn't do well with physical contact. He had made the boy panic even more, and even though there should be no way that Midoriya would have any energy left to move, Midoriya had panicked enough to whack him in the jaw hard enough to send him sprawling, and would have run out of the infirmary had Ectoplasm not stationed a clone outside the room and closed the door before Midoriya could get anywhere. Yagi didn't blame him for panicking, to be honest. Midoriya had been in a fight, and his vision was obscured. He was probably scared and had no idea what was going on around him. In his skinny form, he really couldn't do anything else but dodge as Midoriya lashed out, being fairly accurate with his hits even when blindfolded. The door to Shizenji's office opened, and she walked out, seeing the commotion. Midoriya, calm down, she called out, but the injured boy quickly turned to her and lashed out. Yagi quickly pulled him back before he could hurt anyone, and had gotten his hand bitten for his efforts. Shizenji fished out his phone and quickly texted the group chat. Midoriya is trying to fight Yagi. Nizu stared at the new notification on his phone. Reiko and Ryudo had popped into Aizawa's sleeping bag before the hero had left for his homeroom class, probably wanting to get some fresh air. The smell of antiseptic and alcohol was horrible and irritating, especially for animals, and Nizu admitted that even he couldn't spend a few days straight sitting in the infirmary due to that. Meanwhile, he had to go deal with the stupid press that was harassing his students and asking them about the attack where Midoriya should have died if not for a trauma-induced quirk that his kid had somehow acquired. Needless to say, Nizu wasn't exactly in the best mood when he chewed the 50 reporters and cameramen out for harassing his students and being inconsiderate, annoying, being completely oblivious to the students' feelings on the matter. Shizenji had updated him that Midoriya had also suffered some minor trauma in his eyes, since he had literally been smacked into the ground by the Nomu a couple of times. It shouldn't affect his eyesight at all, unlike Aizawa, which combined with his dry eye, reduced his quirk usage even more, given that he wasn't smashed into the ground as many times and as hard as Aizawa had. but she had still decided to cover his eyes just in case there were other complications that she hadn't noticed. With Nizu having to deal with the press, pretty much all the other teachers are busy with their homeroom classes, and Shizenji having to deal with all the medical records of the students in her office, that left only Yagi available to keep an eye on the injured boy. Even though it was probably a bad idea, given that the last thing Yagi had done was to hurt Midoriya, albeit unintentionally, Midoriya shouldn't have any energy to do anything at all with how much Shizenji's quirk sapped his strength, so even if he woken up, it should be fine. And that had gone wrong too. Nizu rushed back to UA's main building as fast as his legs could carry him. He quickly made his way to the infirmary, seeing an ectoplasm clone, with Shizenji standing outside the room worriedly. "How's Izuku?" Nizu asked. Shizenji replied, "He probably got spooked by Toshinori and attacked out of instinct. Toshinori is trying to calm him down, but it isn't working. He isn't familiar with him, he's probably scared and won't listen. I think you should go in there, he may listen to you." Nizu bit his lip and gently pushed open the door, finding Toshinori crouched on the ground. "Come on, Midoriya, I'm not going to hurt you." Nizu couldn't see what was going on, but Toshinori suddenly flinched backwards, before he stood up, noticing the principal. The worried expression on Toshinori's face immediately melted to that of relief, and he pushed himself up to his feet and made his way towards Nizu slowly. "Thanks goodness. I think I startled him, and now Midoriya's hiding under the bed, and I can't get him out. He tried to bite me a few times. Leave the room. I'll deal with it," Nizu ordered, and Toshinori quickly yanked open the door and left the infirmary, leaving Nizu alone in the darkened room with Midoriya. Nizu quietly made his way over to Midoriya and crouched down, spotting the child curled up in a ball under the infirmary bed, shaking. "Hey, Izuku. It's just me, no one else is here." The tremors that emanated from Midoriya's body died down slowly, and Midoriya slowly turned to face Nizu. "Just calm down, okay? No one's going to hurt you." Nizu slowly inched closer, until he was close enough to reach out his paw and ruffle Midoriya's green curls gently. "Where? Reiko? Ryuto?" Midoriya hoarsely whimpered. "They're fine. They're taking a breather with Aizawa right now." Nizu gently coaxed the boy out from under the bed. "How are you feeling?" Midoriya gave a small nod as Nizu tried to get him back on the bed, but the small wince of pain on Midoriya's face when he accidentally put too much pressure on his wrist didn't go unnoticed by the principal. Midoriya was shivering due to the cool air in the infirmary, but Nizu noticed how Midoriya sat as far away from the fallen blanket as possible and made a mental note of that. He didn't want to force Midoriya into an even more uncomfortable situation, but Shizenji needed to check up on him. "Recovery girl's right outside. Can I call her in to check on you?" Midoriya hesitantly reached up to his neck, before he froze, feeling his bandaged but otherwise bare neck, and Nizu stilled, remembering that the collar Shizenji had given him in the hospital was sitting on his desk. Midoriya had a sharp intake of breath, and curled up into a ball on the bed, shaking like a leaf in the wind, as Nizu reached up to reassure his poor kid. "Izuku, calm down, okay?" Nizu coaxed gently. "Recovery girl just wants to make sure you're okay. Aizawa should bring Reiko and Ryuto back soon enough, and I'll give you back your collar later, okay?" Midoriya slowly nodded, forcing himself to try and ignore the fact that he couldn't see and that it reminded him of the time when a few of his classmates locked him in a cupboard for an entire weekend. "I'm already enough of a burden. I have to be good, or Nizu will hate me. They'll all hate me even more. I can't be more useless than I already am." Nizu quietly made his way towards the door, before letting Shizenji back in. The first thing that Shizenji did was to remove the bandages around Midoriya's eyes, making the boy relax slightly. She quickly checked his eyes, before moving on to the rest of his injuries. Nizu had hauled himself up onto the bed to get a closer view at what Shizenji was doing, but to also reassure Midoriya should something go wrong. He noticed that there were small specks of red in Midoriya's pupils, but Shizenji had already reassured him that it was normal. "He should be fine. Everything's healing up well. Your eyes are fine, but they may still be a bit sensitive to bright light while you're recovering. You're on painkillers, so you may not feel much pain right now. Just don't stress yourself out too much. You'll have to stay for a while though." I want to make sure you're fully healed before you go home. Midoriya nodded quietly, letting Shizenji reattach the four, before he attempted to curl up in a ball again. Shizenji glanced at the blanket, and moved over to it to drag it back onto the bed, but Midoriya glared at the blanket, growling at it slightly. Nizu noticed that while Midoriya was still shaking, probably from how cool the room was and the bandages he was wearing, he seemed to be scared of the thick blanket. If you don't like it, we're not going to force you to use it. Nizu spoke up, before turning to Shizenji. Can we turn the temperature up? We can, but not for long periods of time. Shizenji stated, it's really warm now, and the students' uniforms aren't exactly the best for losing heat. True. Nizu replied, don't worry, we'll figure that out later. He patted Midoriya on the back. Think you'll be all right on your own for a few minutes? I'm going to grab your stuff real quick and tell Mike to bring Reiko and Ryuto. Midoriya nodded once more, and Nizu hopped off the bed. He turned back to look at Midoriya, as Midoriya continued looking at him, his emerald eyes gleaming in the darkened room, before Nizu walked out of the infirmary. Shizenji was waiting for him outside. Yagi wasn't anywhere to be seen. He's scared. Shizenji admitted, all his senses are important to him since he doesn't have a useful quirk to rely on. He couldn't see, and coupled with being with a stranger and being in a foreign environment, I'm not surprised that he freaked out, especially since he was in a fight before he passed out. In hindsight, leaving him alone with Toshinori was a bad idea. I sense a but there. Nizu stated. Shizenji sighed, I'm worried, honestly. I don't know how this may affect his mental state. I'll have to keep observing him for a while. But even before all this happened, something's not right. You remember Shinso, right, when Aizawa first brought him in? He was shy, never talked, always hid behind Aizawa or Yamada and just tried to avoid everyone. I get the same kind of feeling from Midoriya, except it was much, much worse. He was never treated with kindness, negligence, bullying. Shizenji shook her head. He's bottling everything inside. One day he's going to break completely, and when that happens, it'll be too late. Nizu finished for her, his ears and tail drooping. He knew that Midoriya's foster mother hadn't been good to him, but he hadn't even stopped to consider Midoriya's original family. How were they like? Did they treat him well, or did they throw him away because he didn't have a quirk? And what about his former classmates? Did they still bully him outside of UA? Nizu shook himself out of his thoughts, and made his way to the 1A classroom. Reiko probably knew more about Midoriya's situation than he did, and Midoriya was no doubt worried about her and Ryuto. Then he could go back to his office, retrieve Midoriya's collar, and proceed to camp out in the infirmary once more. Shinso nearly dropped the card. His hand was just shaking so much. Who sent the Dmed thing? Kirishima was way too nice to do something like this, and it was nowhere near his handwriting anyways. Who would tell Midoriya to go kill himself? Why would anyone do something like that? Shinso, are you okay? Yaoyorozu asked, and Shinso shakily nodded. Bakugo glanced at the newspaper article on the ground. What the F dash? He turned toward Shinso, and snatched the card out of his grasp. Bakugo, stop looking at other people's letters. It's very disrespectful. Ida yelled, but Bakugo just snapped. Shut up, Four Eyes. Whichever effing hole sent this doesn't deserve any effing respect. Uraraka had picked Ryuto off the ground as Aizawa slowly made his way to Bakugo's desk. Bakugo, stop swearing. Give me that. Bakugo angrily handed the card to Aizawa, while Shinso picked the newspaper article up and passed it to the teacher. Koda was holding on to Reiko, and while she had stopped struggling, she was hissing at the remaining letters on Kirishima's desk. Aizawa quickly skimmed through both items, before he turned to Kirishima. Which one is yours? And who gave you those letters? This one. Kirishima picked out an envelope with his name written on it in his usual handwriting. I told you, some other kids and a few neighbors. How well do you know them? Aizawa asked. My neighbors? Pretty well. But the other kids, I just happened to meet them on the way to school. They saw my uniform and asked me to pass them along. Yaoyorozu, pass me the remainder of the letters in another stack. They're going through Nizu before they go anywhere near Midoriya. Aizawa ordered, before he pocketed the card and the newspaper article. He gestured towards the shreds of the envelope that Reiko had torn up, and Shinso picked them up and handed them to him. Wait, what happened? Kirishima asked, completely confused. What was on the card? It can't be that bad, right? Not bad, my butt. That fucker told Midoriya to go kill himself. Bakugo was surprisingly mad over the entire matter. Shinso was still trying to process what he had read. The entire class was stunned into silence, before a chorus of "What? Who would do something like that?" and rang out. Quiet down. All of you go back to your seats. Aizawa ordered, his quirk flaring, making everyone shut up almost immediately. Bakugo, this is sensitive information. Don't go yelling it around. I don't want to hear a peep about this from any of your outside this classroom. I don't want anyone else hearing about this. I will bring this matter to the teachers and Nizu, and we'll deal with it. I'm sorry. Kirishima looked downwards. I didn't know they would give me something like that to pass to Midoriya. It's so unmanly. This isn't your fault, Kirishima. It's the fault of whoever gave it to you. Aizawa sighed. I'll tell you guys how we'll deal with it later. Reiko, can you calm down first? Reiko let out an irritated-sounding meow, but she did stop hissing and just lay there in Koda's arms, glaring at Kirishima. Koda carefully put Reiko down, before she made her way to Uraraka's desk. She pawed at Uraraka's leg, and Uraraka gently placed Ryuto on the ground next to her. Reiko nuzzled Ryuto, before she curled up around the bird, settling down on the ground. Yaoyorozu finished collecting all the cards and placed them on Aizawa's desk, keeping the unnamed letters and the small pile of cards that Kirishima had obtained in a separate stack. Anyways, moving on to what we were supposed to do today. Aizawa continued, all the first years are required to have at least one counseling session with Hound Dog, especially the students who were fighting in the front lines. You're still children. What happened on that day shouldn't have happened. We're fine. Bakugo snapped. We don't need stupid counseling. We're going to fight villains sooner or later as heroes anyway. Fighting is one thing. Did you see Midoriya? Aizawa merely stated, and Bakugo froze at the mention of Midoriya's name. Exactly my point. Aizawa sighed. It's something that none of you were ready to see. Even the best pro-heroes would need therapy and counseling after something like that. Anyways, some of you may end up having sessions during lunches or homeroom lessons. You guys can also book your own therapy and counseling sessions with Hound Dog outside of school hours, if you wish. Now, I believe you have modern hero art history right now with Midnight, and she wants you to go to the library. If you want to talk more, you can come and find me after lessons. Aizawa sank into his chair as he watched his students leave the room, their shoulders tense, and rested his head against the table. His phone had vibrated during the lesson, indicating that he had a message, and he slowly fished his phone out of his pocket. He quickly read the message about Midoriya and Yagi, and sighed in relief. At the very least, Midoriya had woken up. He was okay for now. He pulled out the malicious card, the newspaper article, and the torn envelope as Reiko slowly walked up to the teacher's table, Ryuto trailing behind her, and rested by Aizawa's sleeping bag. She heard footsteps, and she perked up, curling around Ryuto protectively as she glanced at the doorway. Aizawa looked up in curiosity, as Nizu appeared by the doorway and walked in. Hello, Aizawa. Nizu glanced at the torn envelope in Aizawa's hand. Your students were upset. What happened? See for yourself, principal. Aizawa mutely handed the letter and the article to Nizu, and the principal skimmed through them both. He narrowed his eyes and growled, Who sent this? No idea. A student from another school asked Kirishima to pass it Midoriya. Aizawa grumbled. Kirishima mentioned that his neighbors also asked him to pass on a few cards. I separated the letters from the students from those that came from an unknown source or his neighbors. It may be an invasion of privacy, but I think we should go through all of them to make sure that Midoriya doesn't any malicious letters. Who opened this one? Nizu asked, and Aizawa nodded at Reiko, and just growled and hissed. Ah. Nizu stuffed the letter in his pocket, and walked over to Reiko. He reached down, picking both Ryuto and Reiko up, and grabbed the second stack of letters off Aizawa's desk. "I'll deal with this. Thank you for bringing this to my attention." Nizu walked back to his office, remaining quiet along the way. Who would be so cruel as to send something to Izuku? What did he do to deserve this? Nizu dumped the letters on his desk, keeping a tight hold on her in case she decided to shred any more letters. He placed Ryuto on his table, and the bird sat down obediently before pecking at one of the pens on Nizu's table. "Reiko, what tipped you off about that card? How did you know it was about this?" Nizu asked. Reiko hissed. "Smell. Familiar smell. Bad person. Hits Izuku. Always hurts eyes. Always told him to die." "Who is this person?" "A foster sibling, an old classmate. Some school person. Don't know name. Doesn't matter if they live with him or they're from school. They're all the same." Nizu bit the bottom of his lip. "What do you mean by, they're all the same?" Reiko let out an enraged yowl. "They call him useless, they tell him to die, they only hurt him. Says he has no powers and he's lower than them, less than human. They take his things, they get him in trouble. Teachers know, they don't care. They never care. Nobody else cares about Aizu." Nizu blanched. It wasn't just a select few that hated Midoriya and tried to make his life a living hell. It was everyone. Everyone discriminated against him for being quirkless. Everyone threw him aside and discarded him, treated him like trash, simply because he didn't have a superpower. It was sickening. "Reiko, do you know anything about Izuku's parents? Not the woman that he used to live with, his real parents." Nizu desperately asked. There had to be at least someone in his life who saw Midoriya for who he really was and loved and cared for him. "Don't know. He was with the bad woman when he found us and she hurt him. She only hurts him." Nizu sank back in his chair, his ears drooping. Why were people so cruel to the poor kid? Reiko leapt out of his grasp, landing on the table, and started sniffing each envelope, pushing some of the cards to the left and to the right. Nizu watched on wearily and sighed, rubbing his head. Nizu blinked, before he bent down to dig Midoriya's English essay out of his drawer. He flipped through its pages, reading every single word that Midoriya had written, with the context that Reiko had given him. People hurt others to feel happy. Everyone had hurt Midoriya because it made them feel better about themselves. They hurt an innocent child simply because he didn't have a quirk. Every death, every kill, they will lose a piece of themselves, until there is nothing left of them to save. There's so many people on this planet. So many people with problems worse than yours. Why should people waste their time on you? They shouldn't. Humans are like glass. You can hurt them, break them, make them crack. But once they shatter, no matter how hard you try, they're beyond repair. Even if you find every single glass fragment and put all the pieces back together in the right place, all the weak points are still there. Weaknesses that can be exploited by others for their personal gain, weaknesses that still hurt no matter what. An injury that cannot be truly healed. Emotions are a liability. Midoriya wasn't just referring to every other murderer and villain out there. He was referring to himself. Every suicide he attempted, he broke himself more and more. He didn't think that he was worth saving, considered himself a lost cause, and had long given up trying to ask for help. Emotions are worthless. No one cares. Happiness makes one blind to what's going on around them by making them complacent, and it allows them to fall into obvious traps right in front of them. Positive emotions are just a drag, something that people get addicted to. And when that feeling is gone, they crave it, wanting it more and more, until they snap and give in to that urge. They will do anything to feel that way again. Combine them together, and all you have coming for you is the imminent pain and horror that you made such a mistake, that the people you once thought to be friends are the ones causing the pain, that in reality, no one cares about you. Then, they'll flock around, playing nice, pretending to be your friend until they get what they want, before they dig into your carcass like vultures. All you can do is wait for the eventual betrayal, but is it betrayal if you both agree on it? If you both agree that one person does not deserve anything, not friendship, not companionship, not anything at all? They had played with Midoriya's emotions, very literally pretending to befriend him, making him happy, making him fall into the trap that they had created. Then they stabbed him in the back, hurt him, broke his heart over and over again, until finally, it completely shattered. And Midoriya, desperately wanting to be accepted as a person, had naively tried time and time again to make friends. And time again, they broke him more and more. Until even Midoriya gave up on trying to be accepted. He believed everything that everyone else had said, that he was useless, that he didn't deserve anything at all, or maybe he had believed that all along, and his interactions with his classmates and foster family only reinforced it. This was messed up. And Nizu wasn't sure how to help Midoriya at all. He was emotionally stunted. He didn't want to show his emotions because he considers it a weakness. A weakness that would just allow people to hurt him again, over and over. His entire life, the poor child had been neglected, ignored, bullied, suicide-baited. He had been lied to, time and time again, until he was no longer able to trust anyone, heroes or civilians alike. Midoriya was afraid of being hurt again. So he locked his emotions away, and put up a facade to make it appear that nothing could hurt him anymore. But he was still hurting horribly inside. Reiko gave a loud meow, catching Nizu's attention. The stack on the left are the okay ones. The ones on the right smell wrong. Alright, thanks Reiko. I'll check through all of them just in case. Nizu nodded, and fished Midoriya's collar out of the drawer on his desk, placing it in his pocket. He grabbed a stack of paperwork off his table, before snatching up the oversized fluffy jacket that Yamada had gotten him a few years ago for April Fools. Come on, let's go back to the infirmary. Midoriya had fallen asleep by the time Nizu had gotten back to the infirmary, curled up in a small, tight ball. It wasn't surprising, Midoriya was still recovering from injuries that should have killed him. Nizu placed his papers on the table, and scooped Reiko and Ryuto up, making his way towards the bed. Midoriya blearily opened an eye when Nizu got close, and Nizu placed both animals on the bed. Ryuto immediately leapt forward and nuzzled Midoriya, and Reiko pawed over and licked him on the cheek. Midoriya let out a small squeak, uncurling himself slightly. He wrapped his arms around Reiko and Ryuto, before he looked up at Nizu tiredly. Nizu gave him a small smile, and took the collar out of his pocket. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly, and Nizu passed the collar over to him. Midoriya slowly reached out to take it, and sat upright, attempting to put it on. Except that he couldn't. No matter how much he tried, Midoriya just could not undo the buckle on his collar. His fingers were trembling, and his hands were shaking so much that he was having problems just holding it. Nizu could tell that Midoriya was starting to get frustrated, as the kid bit his lip as he tried, again and again, to no avail. Nizu wasn't sure if it was because of his nerves or his injuries, but he still climbed up onto the bed and reached his paw out. Here, I'll help you. Midoriya stopped fiddling with his collar, and turned to look at Nizu, a blank expression of confusion sitting on his face. He stared at Nizu, until Reiko gave a purr and nudged him. Midoriya hesitantly handed the collar back to Nizu, and he quickly undid the collar. Nizu passed the collar back to Midoriya, and with a quiet, hoarse-sounding, "Thank you," the boy slipped around his neck. Midoriya managed to shakily slip the strap back through the buckle, but was unable to fasten it properly. His hands were still trembling too much. He finally managed to fasten it, after a couple long minutes of struggling, and exhaled slowly. Nizu noted that Midoriya was definitely much calmer than before, and gave a small smile as Midoriya sluggishly lay back down, curling up around Reiko and Ryuto protectively as he did so. His eyelids slowly slid shut, and Nizu hopped off the bed, grabbing the jacket and draping it over Midoriya's sleeping body, before he picked up his paperwork and proceeded to finish it up in the infirmary. Kiyama wanted everyone to look up some old art pieces about heroes from books in the library, and Shinso happened to be stuck in the same aisle as Ida, Uraraka, Todoroki, Kirishima, and, unfortunately, Bakugo. Uraraka turned to Bakugo. "Are you okay? I honestly didn't think you'd get so riled up over this matter. Midoriya is capable enough without a quirk. Midoriya beat me at the sports festival." Bakugo snarled. "Midoriya beat all of us. Telling him to kill himself for being quirkless is like telling all of us to kill ourselves for being weaker than him." Bakugo stalked away from them, and Kirishima moved to follow him. Shinso stared at Bakugo's back as he walked away. I wasn't expecting that from Bakugo. Uraraka admitted, I thought he hated Midoriya. He doesn't hate him. Bakugo is strong and he knows it. Bakugo knows that Midoriya is strong as well. Being beaten at his best by Midoriya, who is quirkless. Bakugo respects him for it. He wants to beat him fair and square. Todoroki said, You think we can visit him if we ask Recovery Girl directly? Shinso asked. Probably, as long as we promise to be quiet. Ida replied. I hope we can see him. The lessons passed relatively quickly. Modern hero art history, English, mathematics. Shinso was seriously just waiting for the lunch bell to ring so that he could grab a quick bite before going to the infirmary. His parents would kill him if they found out that he had skipped a meal, and the fact that they worked at the school he attended didn't help. It wasn't like he needed to listen in class anyways. Kiyama had given them some homework, Kaminari and Ishido were struggling with their grammar, and he was really good at permutations and combinations, which was the topic that ectoplasm was covering. Once they had been released, Shinso, Koda, Ida and Uraraka had made a beeline for the cafeteria, aiming to eat as fast as possible, before heading to the infirmary. What they weren't expecting, though, was for another group consisting of Shoji, Kaminari, Kirishima, Jiro and Yaoyorozu following them. I guess everyone is worried about Midoriya, huh? Uraraka gave a small laugh, scratching the back of her head. No surprise there. Yaoyorozu sighed. He jumped into the fight protect everyone, to protect us. They finally reached the infirmary, and Kirishima knocked on the door gently. Shizenji opened the door, and sighed, I figured you'd be here even though I specifically told all the teachers to tell you guys not to visit. Midoriya woke up earlier today, but he fell asleep again. As long as you're quiet and don't touch anything, you're welcome to visit. Ida bowed slightly, thank you. Shizenji nodded, Nizu's inside as well, you should be on your best behavior. Also be careful. If you shock him, Midoriya might attack you. He doesn't come to the infirmary as frequently as you hero course kids. He's a bit jumpy in a foreign environment. Shinso replied, Yeah, we understand. Shizenji pushed the door open wider, and the group of students carefully walked into the infirmary. To their confusion, the blanket had been hastily shoved into a cupboard, and Midoriya was curled up on the bed under a fluffy jacket. Why he wasn't using the blanket when there clearly was a clean one available, nobody knew. Nizu was reading over some paperwork, and he raised his head when he saw the students enter, nodding in acknowledgement. Shoji was roughly a couple arms' length from Midoriya, and he took a step closer to avoid bumping into a cupboard. Midoriya's eyes shot open, and he let out a strangled yelp as he tried to push himself up. He faltered, and Shinso saw a minuscule wince on the boy's face as his arm gave way slightly. Yaoyorozu and Jiro gave a small yelp in surprise and took a step back as Shoji flinched at the boy's sudden movement. Midoriya's emerald green eyes were clouded with pain and confusion, and he glanced around, eyeing each student warily, almost like he was trying to figure out who they were. He finally seemed to figure out what was going on, and he relaxed slightly, before lowering himself back down on the bed gently. Shinso could see his arms shaking visibly with the effort, and guilt pooled in his stomach. He had been injured much more because of him. If he had more stamina, if he had noticed Shigaraki targeting him, he pushed the thoughts away. It wasn't the time for him to be wallowing in self-pity. Midoriya curled back up around Ryuto and Reiko, and the cat nuzzled Midoriya in an attempt to calm him down. Hey Midoriya, how you doing? Shinso asked. Midoriya reached out a bandaged hand in an attempt to sign, but his hand and fingers were trembling too much for Shinso or Koda to make out what he was trying to sign. You're still recovering, right? Uraraka waved her hands at Midoriya. You don't have to reply if you can't. Just rest first, okay? Midoriya glanced at her, and reluctantly nodded. Well, you won the sports festival, didn't you, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu started. You'll probably be transferred into the hero course next year. Are you excited for it? I think it's really amazing that you managed to get so far without a quirk. Midoriya glanced at her briefly, before he turned his gaze away from her and curled up even tighter, pulling the jacket over his body. Yaoyorozu didn't really bring it up, but Midoriya was completely covered in bandages from the neck down. She felt a shiver down her spine, and clenched her fists. She was in the hero course, damn it, and a recommended student to boot. And yet, the quirkless general education student without any proper training was the one that suffered the brunt of the physical and psychological damage and trauma. Well, he's going to have to catch up with the lessons, right, if he's going to transfer? Jiro asked. No, not really. The only difference between the hero and general education courses are the foundational hero studies and access to the different facilities. Yayarosa stated, he might have to catch up on those lessons and maybe a bit of modern hero art history with Midnight Sensei, but that should be it. How are you doing in lessons? Midoriya blankly glanced at her again, before he gave her a small shrug even though he was curled up in a ball. I guess he's doing okay? Yayarosa sighed. I suppose you wouldn't have any problems keeping up. If you do need help, feel free to ask us. We can help you. They stood there awkwardly, not sure what to do next. You guys should be heading back to class right now, shouldn't you? The bell would ring soon. I don't think Aizawa would tolerate you being late, even though he's all wrapped in bandages. He always was a stubborn one. Nizu stated, breaking the silence, not even looking up from his paperwork. My apologies, sir. Ida saluted, before he started ushering everyone out of the room. We shall head back right now. Midoriya, take care of yourself, okay? Todoroki turned to leave, before the stopped. He took in deep breath and bowed, thank you. For saving Ida and I in Hosu. I don't think we would have come out unscathed if you didn't do so, and I apologize for what Endeavor did in the beginning of your fight with Stain. I tried to tell him that you were on our side and dash. That wasn't your fault. Ida insisted, you couldn't control what Endeavor did. But I also have to thank you for saving us back there, Midoriya. And for what happened in UA. Midoriya weakly shook his head. He did not want to remember being bashed into the ground over and over again, his broken bones piercing random organs left and right. Bleeding out from all over the place was a much worse experience from what he had thought, and he wasn't eager to recall what had happened. Ryudo bumped his head against Midoriya's, and Reiko liked Midoriya's cheek, before letting out a meow. Koda quickly signed, Reiko says not to talk about it, and Shinso translated it for the rest of the group. Get well soon, Midoriya. Uraraka waved as she left the room. Yaoyorozu stood outside, waiting for Ida and Todoroki to exit and close the door, before she hissed, Midoriya fought Stain? Midoriya sat up on the bed. Shizenji had updated him on his condition and had healed him up again, and while her quirk supposedly was supposed to drain his energy, Midoriya had been sleeping far too long and was used to operating under minimal energy for him to actually feel tired again. He was sick and tired of just sitting around and doing nothing, even though his veins still felt like they were on fire and his head spun whenever he made any violent movements. He didn't care though. If he didn't do anything, then he was as good as useless. If he were useless, then he should just go and die. Nizu had left the infirmary for some sort of staff meeting, which probably meant that he wouldn't be back for another hour at the very least. Midoriya swung his legs off the bed, and tried to push down his nausea from his sudden movement. Reiko leapt onto his hand and latched onto it, whining, but Midoriya just shot her a tired look. Reiko stared back at him sadly, and Midoriya slowly reached out to pet her, before he pushed himself off the bed. Pain flared through his entire body, and Midoriya bit his lip, trying to steady himself as he swayed unsteady on his feet. His head was spinning, but he just squeezed his eyes shut and willed it away. The pain eventually subsided, and Midoriya took another step, then another. Shizenji was right. His injuries were pretty much healed at his point, and it was his torso and upper body that had taken the brunt of the damage. He just needed to get used to moving about and walking, though she did mention that he should get some sort of supervision when he did so. Reiko? Take care of Ryudo. Midoriya croaked out, before slowly made his way out of the infirmary. Walking was gradually getting easier, although he was still aching all over the place. Maybe I should go to the classroom and find my bag. Ectoplasm Sensei did give us some math homework, and Niza did give me some extra exercises. Midoriya walked through the hallways slowly, before he turned a corner, almost walking right into Yaoyorozu. Jiro, Ida, and Shinso turned as she stopped, before they gaped at Midoriya. What are you doing here? Jiro gasped. You should be resting. Aizawa-sensei said it should be a few more days before you should be able to move around. Midoriya blearily looked at her, confused, before he raised his hands in a failed attempt to sign. No, stop. You may be able to walk, but more precise actions like that will definitely be harder for you, especially while you're still recovering. Yaoyorozu reached out to grab his hands in an attempt to stop him. She didn't expect Midoriya to flinch so harshly, recoiling violently at the slightest touch, and he fell back onto the floor. Midoriya gave a small wince as he hit the ground, and he hunched over, coughing. Jiro quickly bent down to try and help him up, but Ida managed to pull her back in time before she startled him even more. Midoriya's coughing fit finally wore off, and the boy desperately tried to get up. He placed his hand against the wall and tried to push himself up. Shinso carefully made his way over to Midoriya and crouched down, offering his hand, but Midoriya just ignored him. Shinso took a step back as Midoriya staggered to his feet, leaning against the wall, but he could clearly see the green-haired boy straining himself. His entire body was trembling from the effort, and Shinso could see the wince of pain and weariness written on the boy's face. He never showed any emotions whatsoever, Shinso realized, but he does express pain and exhaustion, though he does his best to hide it. This wasn't anything surprising to him. Shinso had personally experienced that need to hide his true feelings from everyone, to put up a facade and wear a mask to try and pretend that everything was fine. Because if you appeared to be affected by what everyone did to you, they would just hurt you more. It had taken Aizawa and Yamada over a year to gradually break through his shell, and even then, there were times where Shinso wanted to throw the mask on and stop being a burden to the two heroes who not only had two jobs, but also had to take care of an abused child. Given the letters from past classmates that he would have received had Reiko not sniffed them out, it was no surprise that Midoriya was wary, probably terrified about trusting other people. Midoriya had no one to fall back on. If all everyone did was hurt him, no doubt Midoriya would try to put up a front to protect himself, except that the line between the mask that he put up and the real Midoriya was blurry, almost indistinguishable. Midoriya staggered forwards, using the wall as support. Shinso tried to stop him, but Midoriya weakly pushed his arm away. Yaoyorozu and Jiro moved aside to let him pass, worry written across their features. Shinso turned back to face him. "Where are you going? Are you going to get something? Can we help you?" Midoriya merely ignored his question and slowly walked towards the classrooms. He paused, bursting into another coughing fit, before he continued on his way. Yaoyorozu worriedly gazed at Midoriya's back. "I can see why he wouldn't trust Jiro and I. But why not you too? I thought that you guys hung around him a lot during lunches and even during the sports festival. I wouldn't be surprised that he hasn't warmed up to you." Jiro mumbled. "If those letters he was supposed to get were any indication, I wouldn't want to trust my peers either if they told me to kill myself." Ida could only gaze at him helplessly before he sighed. "We can't help him unless he lets us. All we can do at the moment is to let him know that we're willing to help, and just wait." Maijima sighed as he made his way back to the support course classrooms. He wanted to tweak the security systems again, and the remainder of the staff meeting didn't concern him, so he had been given permission to leave early. He just happened to pass by the 1C classroom when he heard the sound of papers being shuffled. That's weird, he thought. If it were in 1A or 1B, he would understand. They were given a group assignment for their heroics lessons, and some had requested to stay back in order to get it going, but there was no reason for a general education student to still be in school. Maijima carefully took a peek into the classroom, and much to his surprise, he found Midoriya rummaging through his papers that were sitting in the compartment under his desk. He had no idea what the boy was looking for, but given where he was looking, it was most likely his homework. "Goddamn it, kid. Just relax for once." Maijima knew that he wouldn't be able to get close to the exhausted child without making matters worse. He had already heard how vicious the boy was with Yagi, and he really didn't want to do anything that may spook or harm the boy further. He quickly walked away and whipped out his phone to text Nizu. The mouse bear thing would know how to deal with the problem child. For now, all the rest of the teachers could do was wait and hope for the best. Shinso yawned and stretched as the four passed by the infirmary. Yaoyorozu figured that while they wouldn't be able to wrangle the boy back to the infirmary, but another authoritative figure, such as Shizenji or Nizu, might. But they weren't going to go out of their way to inform someone and snitch. No, that would just break all the trust that Midoriya may have put in them. But if they just happened to meet Nizu or Shizenji and they asked, well, it wouldn't hurt to tell them. Nizu was the principal and Shizenji was the nurse. Speak of the devil, and they shall appear. Shizenji had almost barreled into Jiro and Yaoyorozu as she exited the infirmary, mumbling, "Where on earth is he?" Are you talking about Midoriya?" Yaoyorozu stammered. "We saw him going by the hallway, but we're not sure what he wants. I accidentally startled him and he fell down, but he managed to get back up and continued on his way. He didn't want us to help him." Reiko padded out of the infirmary, looking around before she faced Shinso. She purred and rubbed her head against Shinsu's breathed leg. The lilac-haired boy squatted down and scratched Reiko under her chin. "Don't worry about him. He's strong, right? He shouldn't even be able to move around, let alone leave the room, especially with all those painkillers." Shizenji grumbled. "He's too stubborn for his own good." Aizawa really was right in calling him a problem child. She looked up at the group of students and sighed, "Go home first. I'll deal with Midoriya. Normally, I would be mad that you never helped him, but seeing how he is right now, it was a good call. At the moment, you won't be able to help him. Recovery girl, what happened to him? I honestly have never seen anyone act like he does. I'm kinda worried, and I don't know enough about things like this to help him." Yaoyorozu faltered. Shizenji bit her lip for a second before she replied, "You should go talk to Hound Dog about this matter. I don't know enough about psychology in order to advise you on what to do. All I can say is to be patient with him. Midoriya's been through a lot. I honestly don't know the full extent of it." Ida and Jiro silently nodded, not knowing what else to say. "Anyways, Aizawa must have told you already, but you should go see Hound Dog regarding the other incident." Shizenji continued, "Your mental health is just as important as your physical health. Cementos, you can oversee the building of the student dorms, right?" Nizu asked, and the hero nodded. "Power Loader is already trying to up the security systems. Mike, we're pushing the sign language lessons up." "You sure? Some of them can't even speak English, or even understand it properly." Yamada asked, "We're not doing this because of Midoriya, right? This has nothing to do with Izuku." Nizu replied, "Most of the students are going to be working in Japan anyways. It's more important for them to be able to understand sign language than English, especially for hero work." Kiyama piped up, "Yeah, you have no idea how grateful I am to have learned sign language when dealing with deaf and mute victims, or when villains try to communicate with each other using it." Yamada slowly nodded, before making a quick note on his phone to change the schedule. "Hound Dog, have you had any appointments with anyone yet?" Nizu asked. I've talked with Minoma and Shiozaki from 1B, as well as Ojiro just now." Inui replied, "I'm going to be talking with Minoma again next week, but I think they're all doing okay. Uraraka, Kendo, Ida, Kamakiri, and Shinso have their sessions tomorrow." "Alright, that's good." Nizu hummed, as he tried to think if there was anything that he had missed, when his phone vibrated. Nizu quickly grabbed his phone to check who was messaging him and groaned. "What is it?" Aizawa frowned. He was currently seated on one of the couches in the meeting room instead of at the table, but that was the only way anyone would let him attend the meeting. "Izuku's in his classroom for some reason." Nizu replied, "He's probably looking for his homework. I think we've covered everything. If there's anything else that needs to be dealt with, I'll email you." Nizu stood up. "I'm going to try and get Izuku back to the infirmary and finish up the rest of the paperwork." "I thought Recovery Girl used her quirk on him." Kiyama pointed out, "Shouldn't she have noticed that he had gone out?" She didn't get a reply from the worried principal. "I'll come with you. I think my quirk will come in handy. Ectoplasm, you too." Kiyama stated, standing up to follow Nizu out of the room. Midoriya frowned as he finished looking through the papers in his desk. He didn't have that many papers, but none of them were the maths homework that Ectoplasm had given out. Midoriya carefully stumbled out of the classroom. His head was starting to pound, and his legs were shaking under his exertion. He stopped and pressed his hand against the wall as he coughed, his arms trembling as he did so. He used his free hand in an attempt to cover his mouth, and he stood there. He could feel pain flaring up in his chest as he continued coughing, and he slumped against the wall, trying to stabilize himself. His coughing fit finally died down, and Midoriya leaned against the wall. He took a deep breath before taking the next step forward. He heard footsteps, and he immediately looked upwards, trying to find the source of the noise, but the sudden movement caused his head to throb. Midoriya could blearily make out a short person with what looked like a pink helmet and a white coat walking towards him. Midoriya? Midoriya, are you okay? The figure asked and sped up their pace. Midoriya wasn't sure who this person was, but it sounded like a woman. It was familiar, but he couldn't really place it. He instinctively took a step back. You can't trust anyone. They just want to hurt you. She just wants to hurt you. Midoriya bared his teeth, growling, and the figure stopped. Calm down, it's just me, recovery girl. Suddenly, Midoriya felt a wave of pain flood through his entire system, and he bit his lip, waiting for the wave of pain and nausea to pass. He could hear the figure walking closer, but he no longer had the strength to do anything else to try and chase them away. Midoriya felt another coughing fit come up, and he desperately tried his best to hold it in, only for him to hunch over in agony as his body acted on reflex. His throat was burning, and he could distinctly hear more footsteps behind him. There were 3 people, he could tell that much from the footsteps. One sounded like they were running in heels, another sounded like they were walking with peg legs. The last one seemed to be shorter than the other 2, and it sounded like they were wearing shoes that were way too big for them. Midoriya whirled around, trying to figure out what was going on, but it was much too fast for his weakened body to handle, and he lost his balance, falling harshly to the floor. Izuku, are you okay? Midoriya would have perked up at the voice, except that his head was pounding and he currently felt like throwing up despite having not eaten anything. He wrapped his arms around himself, almost as if he were cold, to try and stem his nausea, and Nizu couldn't do anything but crouch down and gently pull the boy in for a hug. Calm down, Izuku. No one's going to hurt you anymore. He motioned for Shizenji, Ectoplasm, and Kayama to stand back, and he waited, standing there patiently, until Midoriya finally relaxed, lifting his head ever so slightly, eyeing the principal with those dull, emerald eyes. All right, feeling better, Izuku? Nizu asked, getting a small nod in reply. Do you think you have enough energy to make it back to the infirmary? Midoriya nodded again, and carefully, using the wall as support, pushed himself up. He leaned against the wall, taking deep, heavy breaths, waiting for his vision to clear before taking the next step. Come on, let's go. Nizu looked towards Shizenji, Ectoplasm, and Kayama, before putting a paw to his face, signaling them to be quiet. He didn't want them to spook Midoriya even further, and the only being that Midoriya trusted was the one that had absolutely no means of carrying him. They made the slow, tedious trek back to the infirmary, and Ectoplasm couldn't help but wonder why the boy was so determined to come to get his homework when it had been very clear that he shouldn't even be able to get up without any help. Why was he pushing himself so far? Why didn't he ask for help? Doesn't he know that he can rely on others as well? Shizenji really wanted to scold Midoriya for leaving the room without anyone's permission, but she really couldn't find it in her heart to do so. The boy looked completely worn out, and his gaze was so blank and empty that Shizenji could only wonder what had happened to him to reduce him to such a state. He had literally passed out of exhaustion when he had gotten back to the infirmary, and she actually had to check on him to make sure he was okay. His face was pale, and even as he slept, he was trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. Reiko and Ryudo were pressed up against his neck, and she draped the oversized jacket over Midoriya's small body. The fact that he didn't even stir even as she did so was evidence of how tired he was. She really wanted to help him, but while she could do so physically, she didn't know how to do so psychologically. Midoriya didn't trust anyone, and he only believed that people would hurt him. It wasn't because he was a violent kid that he attacked Yagi, he was afraid that Yagi would hurt him. The poor child believed that he was worthless. He was willing to throw his life away for his classmates, willing to push himself beyond his limits, even if it meant breaking himself in the process. Midoriya was also a vigilante, and that was another whole can of worms that Shizenji didn't want to open now. She could see some scars that were stitched together rather badly, and she had specifically checked if Midoriya had gotten any checkups for any of them before. His last checkup was when he was 10, for a head injury after falling off the school building. That was utter bullcrap. No one could just fall off the roof of a school. Midoriya was either pushed off, or he had tried to kill himself. Given that he had to be admitted to the hospital that one time, his trauma-induced quirk must have activated after the incident. Trauma-induced quirks weren't rare, but they weren't exactly common either. And usually, the quirk that manifested was usually something that the person would have gotten if they had developed a quirk normally. It was usually a mixture of their parents' quirks. But Midoriya's quirk was nothing like his mother's weak telekinesis quirk or his father's fire-breathing quirk. His ability of not being able to die and being able to somewhat recover from fatal injuries just seemed to come out of nowhere. Shizenji just hoped that she and the other teachers could eventually gain Midoriya's trust. That was the only way that they could help him. This isn't going to work. Yamada turned around to face Aizawa. We can't keep relying on Nizu to help Midoriya whenever he's being stubborn and pushing himself too far. We're his teachers. We need him to be able to trust us if we want any chance of helping him. Aizawa lamented. Yeah, especially for you, right? Snipe sighed. You're to be his new homeroom teacher. I would give you tips on handling him if I could. But I'm as lost as you are when it comes to helping him. I'm also stumped as to how to help Midoriya. Inui admitted, I have never seen a case as bad as his. There are also cases that are better than his that didn't turn out well. As much as I hate to say it, Midoriya's not a lost cause. Aizawa interrupted, the fact that he's willing to talk to Nizu shows that he still has a chance of healing and getting better. I wasn't going to say that. Inui growled, I don't think I can help him. His condition is beyond what I am capable of handling, but if Midoriya isn't even willing to trust us, his teachers, or his schoolmates, it's going to be even harder for him to trust an outside psychiatrist. Mental scars like this takes a lot of time to heal. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya just has especially deep scars that were left to fester. Take suicide baiting and . Wait, suicide baiting? Who would do that to him? Inui growled. You guys remember that Nizu told you to dump those letters in his office, right? Aizawa asked, and the rest of the teachers nodded apprehensively. Well, apparently, Reiko sniffed out a couple of letters, telling Midoriya to kill himself. They're probably from former classmates, and now, Nizu's probably going to get Reiko's help in checking through all the letters to make sure Midoriya doesn't get any letters like that. Most of the letters were from the rest of the students. Snipe leaned back into his chair. I doubt any of them would tell Midoriya any derogatory like that, but it's better to be safe. I don't think there's that many anyways. There's only like one letter per class that everyone had written in. The hero course are more recognizable due to the sports festival, and were probably sought out for that. There's that other problem with Midoriya being a vigilante. Aizawa grumbled. He actually talks when he goes around as Void. Not a lot, but still. I personally think that he's self-conscious and afraid of how people view him, and when he's Void, no one knows who he is and he can let his guard down a little. We're just lucky this hasn't gone out to the media. Midoriya's identity is still safe, and pretty much only heroes have met his vigilante identity, though he technically isn't breaking the law. Ishiyama sighed. Aizawa hobbled to the infirmary, with the help of Yamada. His injuries weren't that bad, just a few broken ribs, a snapped arm, a slightly broken leg, and just some internal bleeding. Nothing that Shizenji couldn't fix within a week or two. Shizenji just wanted him mummified for a few more days before he was free from the offending white bandages, and Aizawa did want to talk to Nizu about some things. So, what do you think? Yamada asked. There usually aren't any transfers in the middle of the year. We don't have a choice. Aizawa hissed. Midoriya's involvement with the League of Villains, both as himself as a student and as Void, has painted a huge target on his back. I was pretty much out of it when we landed back in UA. I'm not sure how Midoriya's fights, but given that he fights quirkless, he's going to need all the training he can get. We can't wait until next year, it will be too late. I honestly think that Midoriya, we should try to fix his mindset first. Yamada mumbled, putting others before himself is fine, but he's such a skewed sense of self-worth that he's breaking himself. Niza wanted to put him in Vlad King's class, but it made more sense to put him in your class because he seems to be familiar with Shinso, Ida, Koda, and Uraraka. Zashi, what was Midoriya like when you saw him as Void? When he came to ask for help regarding Hitoshi? Aizawa asked, that was ages ago, but was he different? Well, Yamada scratched the back of his head. Now that you mention it, he was really different. He was definitely way more relaxed and outgoing, even though we were talking about a serious matter. Shoyuta, don't give me that face. My face is all bandaged up. Aizawa grumbled, you can't see my face. I know you well enough to tell. Yamada grumbled, you think we could have stopped this from even happening, don't you? He was right there in front of you. Aizawa sighed. He's dealing with so many problems and yet he only asked for help to help someone else. If we had known about it then it wouldn't have made a difference. Yamada admitted, Midoriya's a stubborn kid, and clearly his mental state had severely deteriorated in that 6-year time span. No one would have been able to tell that he's been suffering on his own. At the very least, we should be glad that he isn't alone. I'm sure he would be much worse off if he didn't have Reiko. Just calm down first, let Recovery Girl do her stuff, and then we can decide how best to help Midoriya. Nizu carefully dumped all the notes and letters into a small paper bag, grabbed his paperwork and laptop, and made his way to the infirmary. Midoriya was out like a light the second he had gotten back to the room, and Nizu had taken the opportunity to grab his stuff from his office. He couldn't just sit on his butt all day, not when his pile of paperwork was constantly growing, and he was constantly being sent data to analyze. He had checked through the rest of the letters fairly quickly and found no problems with them. Only 1A and 1B had sent in individual letters, while the remainder of the classes only had one giant class card that everyone signed, with the except Ion of Hatsum, who had included in her letter a blueprint to some kind of knife blade thing, and Nizu was too tired to make out what it was. At least, the 1C students seemed especially apologetic for how they used to treat Midoriya. Midoriya was still sound asleep, luckily, and Nizu picked up a piece of paper about school management. Aizawa and Yamada had popped in to see Shizenji as well, and Nizu had to stifle his laughter as Shizenji berated Aizawa for taking off a few of his bandages again in exchange for mobility. Aizawa was finally released from Shizenji's clutches, still with his bandages on, as the nurse sighed with exasperation at Aizawa's stubbornness. It didn't take long before Aizawa and Yamada left the infirmary, and Nizu sank back into his chair. He too was at a loss as to how to help Midoriya. He had a pretty good idea of what Midoriya had gone through, but was that it? Was there more to the abuse that he didn't know about? Knowing that problem was one thing, but solving it was a whole new problem altogether. And even though Midoriya had wanted to let it slide, Nizu was not comfortable with just letting his foster mother go scot-free. Sure, she may be a decent parental figure to the rest of her kids, but she still mistreated Midoriya, and Nizu was not okay with that. At the very least, he wasn't going to just drop the matter when she had a clean record. He was going to discuss it with Midoriya once he was better. It didn't take more than another week for Midoriya to get back on his feet. The green-haired boy was restless, no doubt, having been confined to the infirmary for so long with nothing to do, though he did spend most of his time asleep due to Shizenji using her quirk on him to help speed up the healing process. Yaoyorozu had left several books in the infirmary, but they either contained information that Midoriya already knew, or was stuff that Midoriya could easily absorb. Needless to say, the books only occupied Midoriya for a few hours, and the boy was probably eager to get back to studying. Nizu had given him the letters that his classmates had given him, but Midoriya had practically skimmed through them all in record time, almost like he was searching for something, though he didn't seem to find what he was looking for. He did seem pretty confused when he was done, though. Midoriya's mobility had also improved. He could actually walk around normally without anyone's help, though he did tire much faster than usual. While he didn't have any trouble doing regular things like reading and showering, he was having problems with dexterous, repetitive actions like signing, eating, writing, and typing. Not being able to write and type wasn't really a problem. Midoriya didn't really take notes in class, preferring to listen to the teacher and then going back to compile his notes. He could just listen in class and fix his notes when his mobility recovers. Eating was another problem altogether. Midoriya seemed content with just soup for now, but still, he didn't eat a lot of it, not to mention that his hand still trembled as he held his spoon. Midoriya was recovering physically, but mentally, Nizu wasn't too sure. In all the time he had been awake, Midoriya had not said a single word. Not to the teachers, his classmates, Shizenji, or even Nizu. Shizenji didn't mention any problems with his throat, but then again, Midoriya didn't like to talk in general unless he was asked a question. He did seem more tolerant of everyone's presence, though Nizu could see him tense up whenever they came too close to him. Nizu had talked to Inui about it, and they suspected that Midoriya had recovered sufficiently and was now much more aware of his surroundings, and wasn't so easily spooked as he was when he had just woken up. And now, Nizu had a few more problems to deal with, the first being that he wanted to bring Midoriya back to his foster home, just to pick up his belongings. Snipe had volunteered to drive, so there was that. The second problem wasn't actually much of a problem. The 1A student dorms were almost complete. In fact, Ishiyama had reported that it would be finished within the day, and they would need another day to inspect the building. He decided that they would deal with those two first before moving on the other problems. Snipe leaned back in his chair and killed the engine, before taking off his gas mask. "All right, we're here. Do you need me to go up and help you grab your stuff?" Reiko and Ryudo sat down at the back seat of the car, as Reiko started grooming herself. They had accompanied Midoriya on the trip, but they had to stay in the car since Midoriya was not keen on bringing them into the house, under the probable watchful eyes of his former foster mother. Nizu would have to dig into that later. Midoriya hesitantly shook his head. He didn't have much anyways. 1 or 2 bags would be sufficient for all his belongings. "Alright, make it quick though. Lunch ends soon and you wanted to sit in for the training lesson, didn't you?" Snipe stated. He could tell that the boy wanted to sign, probably trying to state that they didn't have to rush for him, but his hands were still not strong enough for him to sign without his hands shaking. They had specifically left for Midoriya's foster home in the middle of a school day, so that Midoriya could retrieve his belongings in peace. Only his foster mother was at home, and Nizu had already rung up ahead of time, ensuring her that it would only take up a few minutes of her time. Nizu and Midoriya made their way to the door, and Nexu turned towards the green-haired boy. "It's going to be fine, Izuku. We'll be in and out before you know it." Nizu knocked on the door, and Midoriya's former foster mother opened the door, not saying a single word. Midoriya led Nizu to his room, and pushed the door open. His room was practically empty, barren, with nothing but a table beside the bed. The blanket was stuffed in a closet with so few clothes it made Aizawa seem like a shopping freak, mostly consisting of torn and tattered hoodies and school uniforms. Midoriya didn't even seem to own a normal, casual t-shirt. Nizu watched as Midoriya gathered up his belongings, and almost gawked at how fast Midoriya was done with packing. He had just taken a minute or two to grab his laptop and hard drives, which looked like they were all fished out of a dump, his toothbrush, his spare UA uniform, his hoodies, a couple of notebooks, a small box with sewing needles and thread as well as a small bottle of rubbing alcohol, and probably more knives and blades than necessary that had been hidden at the back of his closet. "Is that?" Nizu asked, and Midoriya nodded, shoving them all in his bag. "Leave the hoodies. We can get you new ones. And the toothbrush," Nizu ordered. He somehow knew that those were the hoodies that Midoriya used to wear as Void, and knowing that one of them had been practically soaked in Midoriya's own blood right in front of his face wasn't appealing to him at all. Midoriya shook his head weakly, his voice hoarse from not using it for quite some time. "You don't have to waste money on me." Nizu sighed, trying to come up with reasons to convince Midoriya on the spot. "Izuku, those clothes are already torn apart, and those needles, thread and toothbrush has been left here for so long, it's not hygienic to use it. We can easily get you as many hoodies and toothbrushes as you want, and it's not even that expensive. Come on please." Midoriya's eyes drooped, and he wordlessly complied, digging out his toothbrush, makeshift first aid box and hoodies, which made the bag even more empty than it already was. Nizu did a quick inspection throughout the room, but besides from the furniture and clothes, Midoriya literally did not own anything else. His records stated that he had been living here since he was 7, but Nizu couldn't even seem to find a trace of anything that seemed like something a child would. Nizu made a mental note to ask Midoriya if there was anything he wanted, but knowing him, he'll probably not ask for anything. Plus, he was too old for toys. He'll find something to buy for Midoriya as a gift, eventually. Alright, that's it. Let's go, Izuku. Shinso was surprised when he realized that 1A and 1B were having a joint training session. He was even more surprised to see Midoriya standing at the side, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and short breathes, eyeing his surroundings carefully. Reiko was sitting by Midoriya's feet, while Ryuto, who looked like he had grown a tiny bit, was perched on Reiko's head. The bird definitely was much fluffier than before. Hey, it's Midoriya. Ashido whispered excitedly, nudging Kaminari. Let's give him a surprise. I'm sure that he's bored from being cooped up the infirmary. Kaminari giggled, shooting her a thumbs up. Guys, that isn't a good idea. Shinso tried to stop them, but they were off before he could even finish his sentence. Luckily for Kaminari and Ashido's health, Ida had managed to grab them by the back of their shirts, dragging them back as he berated, I don't think you should tackle him. Look, he still has his bandages on. If you want to say hi, approach him properly. Shinso heaved a sigh of relief as Ida held them back, before walking in Midoriya's direction. He had heard rumors, through his parents from other heroes, that Midoriya, as Void, was perfectly capable of dislocating joints and breaking villains' bones, and he doubted Ashido and Kaminari would be able to function with broken bones, unlike Midoriya and his twisted sense of self-worth. Ashido and Kaminari pouted, but they heeded Ida's words, following Shinso from behind as he approached Midoriya properly. Shinso had learned from Aizawa how to walk without making any sound, but he purposely put a bit more force into his steps to ensure that Midoriya could hear him walking towards him. Midoriya caught onto the sound of his footsteps and warily glanced in his direction, before realizing who he was. The tension in his shoulders remained. He had caught sight of the electric blonde and the acidic pinkette behind Shinso. Hey Midoriya, you doing okay over there? Shinso asked, and Midoriya looked at him, before staring hard at Ashido and Kaminari. Ah, that's Mina and Kaminari. They're classmates. They're pretty energetic and play pranks sometimes, but they're harmless for the most part. Shinso tried to introduce them and convince Midoriya that they wouldn't hurt him, and it seemed to be working until Ashido leapt up in front of him, pretty much sticking her hand in Midoriya's face, startling the poor boy. Hi. You saved me during the sports festival and you pretty much saved everyone's butt. You're really awesome. I'm Ashido Mina, but people I like can call me Mina. I know your Midoriya Izuku, cause Uraraka and Ida and Shinso talk about how cool you are, and Todoroki also likes to talk about you, and that's like pretty much the only thing he talks about in Dash. She paused to take a breath, but found that Midoriya had jumped backwards, having adopted a fighting stance. His arms and hands were shaking, but Midoriya just hissed at her. Reiko had shot up from her position on the ground, her entire body tense and ready to attack at a moment's notice, growling at Ashido. Ryuto didn't seem to know what was going on, but the 3-week-old bird was doing a pretty good job remaining on Reiko's head. Shinso and Kaminari didn't even notice that he had moved until they heard Reiko growling. Heck, even while not fully recovered, he's hella fast, Kaminari gulped. He had already seen Midoriya completely demolish his opponents, especially Bakugo, at the sports festival, but he had assumed that Midoriya had been fighting at the best of his abilities. Apparently not. Midoriya could get even faster, and he was still recovering from his injuries from the mass attack on UA. Kaminari had been unconscious after he had fried the villains in the USJ, but he had heard from his classmates that Midoriya had been an absolute beast, mowing the fodder villains down, and even taking on the lead villain and the hulking pet monster that the villains had brought him. Kaminari couldn't help but feel a little guilty for Midoriya's condition. He had a quirk, a pretty powerful one at that, but Kaminari knew that he wasn't very smart when it came to strategizing. Maybe, if he hadn't attempted a kamikaze shock everyone in salt pool attack, he wouldn't have shorted himself out and potentially injured his classmates. And maybe, just maybe, he could have taken out a few more villains when they were somehow teleported back to UA. I think you startled him. You did just stick your hand in his face. Kaminari reached out to grab Ishido's arm, slowly dragging her away from Midoriya. The tension on Midoriya's shoulders disappeared, but his gaze never left the hand that Ishido had thrown in his face. "Sorry, man." Kaminari grinned, shooting him a thumbs up. "Don't worry about it. If I were you, I would have thought I would be punched in the nose too, so no biggie." Midoriya just straightened up and blinked at Kaminari. "All right, leave Midoriya alone." Aizawa groaned, as Ken laughed teasingly at how uncontrollable 1A was and how 1B was much better. Aizawa's bandages were already off, though Midoriya could tell there was some discomfort as the older man moved around. "I think the self-introductions between the hero classes are unnecessary, but we have Midoriya here, so we might as well just do it. If he already knows you or fought you in the sports festival before, don't bother introducing yourself. Then we'll start quirk usage practice." Aizawa blankly stated. "I don't think that's necessary." Monoma scratched his head. "I think he kinda knows all of us, somewhat." "You think?" Komori asked. Meanwhile, Midoriya was digging through his bag, much to the confusion of his peers, before he took out 2 labeled notebooks and handed them to the teachers. "But I'm not getting those back. But I'm supposed to help them any way I can, right?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow as he took the notebook labeled 1A, and Ken did the same for the notebook labeled 1B, before the teachers flipped open the books for their respective classes. Ken's jaw pretty much dropped. Aizawa would have had the same expression, but he was much better at controlling his facial features than his colleague. Ken looked up at Midoriya, confusion and amazement and maybe even a small hint of fear glinting in his eyes, because Midoriya wasn't even in the hero course yet and it just wasn't possible for him to have seen all 40 students fighting at some point or another and to have enough time to observe them all in order to make such detailed and concise notes. "Midoriya, do I even want to know how and why you have at least 5 pages of notes on all of the hero course students, including the strengths and weaknesses of their quirks and possible improvements and ideas for them, personality traits and how they can be beneficial or detrimental in being a hero, things to work on, support gear ideas, as well as possible combination moves among friend groups? How did you even find the time to observe everyone?" There was silence as the students processed what the 1B form teacher had said, before they all gawked. Monoma was surprised, but not as much as his peers. Midoriya had already told him during the sports festival that he had kept an eye on them, but wasn't 5 pages of notes per person a bit extreme? How was he even able to get so much information in the first place? Aizawa scratched the back of his head before grumbling, "Problem child. I really shouldn't be surprised at all. Snipe's still not done marking that 40-page essay you handed in weeks ago about me, and that other 35-page essay you did on Mix Speaker, and I don't even want to know you managed to figure out all the inner workings of Mix equipment. Snipe's still trying to convince Power Loader for the blueprints. The essay was so long because a third of it practically included sketches, diagrams, and mathematical calculations, and while it was just supposed to be an essay, it was still relevant and they were accurate." Aizawa flipped through a few more pages before sighing, "I have to say, though, this saves a lot of time. We know exactly what they should be working on. Do you mind if I photocopy it to give to the class?" Midoriya blinked in confusion. "Wait, did he imply that I did good?" Midoriya didn't really know how to reply, and blankly shrugged. If Aizawa wanted to let the class see, Midoriya couldn't care less. As long as Aizawa wasn't handing it over to criminals, Midoriya was perfectly fine with it. He probably wasn't going to get his notebook back though. He never got anything back from the teachers whenever they confiscated his stuff, aside from tests and examination papers. "Alright, now all of you go find a spot to practice. On your own or in pairs, I don't care, just don't be too noisy. Vlad King and I will come around to tell you guys what to work on." Aizawa ordered. "Midoriya, you're free to do whatever you want, just be careful, okay? There may be some stray attacks." Midoriya have a nod of acknowledgement, before he stepped back to the side, carefully eyeing his surroundings as the students split off to find some space. Training was going pretty smoothly. Midoriya was observing all the students as they practiced their quirks, mentally noting down everything from the power of their quirks down to their forms. Bakugu's form is good, but he should concentrate the power of his explosions. Todoroki as well, but his form absolutely SCKS, and he doesn't know how to fight without his quirk. Shinsu's form is okay, not too bad but could use some adjustments. Ojiro's form is fine, Ida's accelerating at the wrong times, Uraraka's form could also use some adjustments. He turned to where Hagakure was supposed to be, and resisted the urge to facepalm. Hagakure's form was just terrible, though to be fair, no one could see her properly and correct her form, especially since she was pretty much naked. Which idiot didn't make her? A costume? And not being able to make an invisible costume was just bullshit. That third-year Lemillion had a costume made based off his hair so that he wouldn't end up being naked. He would need to get closer in order to get a better idea of how to correct her form, but she wasn't even pointing her toes in the right direction. Midoriya could tell that much at the very least from the sports festival. He was about to get closer to take a better look, until something caught eye. The purple sticky-haired boy was slowly sneaking closer to Yaoyorozu. They were all wearing their hero costumes, and Yaoyorozu's hero costume was so revealing, it was revolting to think that it was actually made by grown adults who thought it was okay for her to have more skin exposed than covered. Mineta was slowly creeping closer to her, but Yaoyorozu was so absorbed in trying to create lighter and stronger items that she didn't even notice what the pervert was doing. Midoriya decided to focus on this problem at hand first. Hagakure could wait. This had to be dealt with now. Midoriya made his way towards Mineta, neither the purple-haired boy nor the creation quirk user noticing his presence. Mineta crept closer. No one had noticed him. The teachers were occupied with other students and everyone else was busy working on their quirks. The only people close to him were Yaoyorozu and Shoji. He just had to get a little closer and a sudden pressure burst out of nowhere, freezing everyone in the near vicinity in place. He couldn't breathe. He felt like the air was forcefully being pushed out of his lungs. And Mineta slowly turned around to find the source of the terrifying aura, shaking in fear. He found cold green eyes looking at him, gleaming menacingly from the shadows. The air around him seemed to darken, Midoriya's hair casting a shadow over his eyes, an empty void of nothingness. His eerie green pupils were slit, locked on him. Midoriya looked like he wanted to tear him apart. And somehow, Mineta knew that he was only moving because he was allowed to. He could only look up as the green-haired boy helplessly as Midoriya gazed down at him, a silent flame of rage burning in his eyes. Sheet. Midoriya didn't even need to say anything. What he wanted to say was obvious. His intentions were easily understood by anyone with even just a single mere brain cell. Leave her alone. And after what felt like an eternity, Midoriya finally let up on the pressure, and Mineta promptly fell on his butt, completely stunned and dazed. What was that? Just who is this monster? Midoriya took a step closer, and Mineta hastily scrambled up and hid behind Shoji, shaking the taller male out of his stupor. He hadn't been anywhere near Midoriya, and he wasn't even Midoriya's target, and the pressure he could give out already threatened to suffocate him, paralyzing him, not letting him move even a single inch. Yaoyorozu had also felt the pressure, locking her in place, and the second it died down, she whirled around, trying to figure out what was going on. "What's your problem?" Mineta whined meekly from behind Shoji, but one more glare by Midoriya sent the small helpless boy cowering as he spluttered, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I promise. Please don't kill me, I promise I won't do it again. I promise. I'm sorry." Midoriya let out a growl, glaring harshly at Mineta for a good minute, before he stalked off towards Hagakure. Hopefully, the purple midget learned his lesson. If he hadn't, what happened? Yaoyorozu asked, completely confused. "He tried to touch you while you were concentrating." Jiro pointed out, "I was going to stab him in the eye again, but Midoriya came up and settled it." "Oh," Yaoyorozu muttered, taking in her surroundings. She was located between Jiro and Shoji, and there was quite a distance between where they were practicing and where Midoriya had originally been standing. How he managed to even catch Mineta in the act from that distance was amazing. "I think it wouldn't be much of a problem anymore," Jiro laughed, nodding at Mineta. Yaoyorozu turned to face the purple-haired boy, only to find that he was too terrified to even hold eye contact with her, opting to hide behind Shoji instead. "All right, you're all dismissed. Midoriya, before you head back to the infirmary, May I please have a word with you? Midoriya glanced up at Aizawa and remained rooted in place, not even moving a single inch. The last time he had gotten fidgety around a teacher, the teacher had forced him to clean the bottom of the desks in his classroom for an entire month. The bottom of the desks were nasty enough, with moldy candy wrappers and chewed-up gum stuck all over the place, but when his classmates had caught wind of his punishment, they started to leave all sorts of nasty stuff and letters for Midoriya to see and clear up. He was not eager to go do that again. Aizawa patiently waited until Ken ushered all the students back to the classrooms, before he turned to face the green-haired boy. Midoriya, I know you don't trust us. Not me, not Vlad King, or Recovery Girl. Heck, I'm pretty sure you still don't trust Ida, or Uraraka, or even Shinso. I have a few things to say, will you listen? I would just like to ask for one thing. Aizawa started. Midoriya just blankly looked at Aizawa, and internally sighed. Of course his teacher wanted something from him. He wasn't really sure where this conversation was going, and he was pretty sure it wasn't either of the 3 students Aizawa mentioned that started it. They all looked equally confused when Aizawa had called him to stay back for a while. His blank, empty stare didn't change, but Aizawa figured that Midoriya was listening and continued. Can you please give us a chance? Midoriya looked at his teacher in confusion. Give you a chance? For what? I know you've been through a lot, Midoriya, and I'm not expecting you to trust any of us anytime soon. Aizawa continued, trying to choose his words carefully so as to not startle the traumatized boy, though he felt that in his request, he had already worded it incorrectly. We just want you to feel better. All I ask for is for you to give us just 1% of your trust. We will earn the rest. Can you please, just give us just that? If not me or the teachers, but your classmates, at the very least. Midoriya thought about Aizawa's request. It was an odd one, definitely. No one had requested for him to trust them. But why should Midoriya trust him, even consider it, when all people did with his trust was to break it, smash it to bits, and grind the broken shards to dust? Aizawa may be a pro-hero, one that he had once admired, but Aizawa had called him a problem child, something all his previous teachers had called him whenever he had been harassed by his peers. And Aizawa wanted him to trust them? Then again, Shinso, Uraraka, and Ida had stood up for him, but how much of that was a facade, and how much of that was real? Were they going to be like all the others, pretending to be his friends, and one day, when they were finally sick and tired of their little game, finally tell him that he was useless, worthless, and should go and just kill himself? He would pretend. Pretend that he trusted them, test the waters, see just how far they were willing to play with his feelings. It didn't matter, he had already thrown all his emotions out the window. He would just wait until they were sick and tired of him, until they discarded him like the useless trash he was. After all, they could pretend, then he could pretend too, couldn't he? Midoriya didn't react in the longest time, and Aizawa, as much as he didn't want to push against Midoriya's boundaries, was worried that something was wrong and that Midoriya was non-responsive, until Midoriya nodded, slowly, almost hesitatingly, but it was no doubt a nod. Midoriya had given him, or more likely, his peers, the small amount of trust that Aizawa had asked for, and that was a start. They had to earn the rest, but Aizawa was okay with that. He had done that with Shinso, he could do that with Midoriya as well, albeit at a much slower pace. Aizawa gave an internal sigh in relief. Thank you. You can go back to the infirmary now, or would you like me to accompany you? Midoriya shook his head. Alright then. Take care. Aizawa could only watch as Midoriya headed back into the school building, before looking at the notebooks that Midoriya had given him. He also had the 1B notebook, under Kan's request to help him print out Midoriya's notes, since Kan had been called out to deal with a batch of villains that night. He better get those notes photocopied fast, and return the notebooks to Midoriya as soon as possible. The second they had headed back to the changing rooms, Ashido immediately latched herself onto Yaoyorozu. Oh my god, I heard that the grape sheet tried to touch you. Are you okay? Apu? Kendo asked, and Hagakure whirled around. Ah, my Neta Mino. He's a major pervert. We keep trying to chase him away, but nothing we do manage to get him to stop. I'm fine. He didn't do anything, really. Yaoyorozu replied. Midoriya stopped him before he could do anything. Wasn't Midoriya like all the way on the other side of the field, though? Uraraka scratched her head as she changed into her UA uniform. Yeah. I have no idea how he knew about it. I only noticed it because I saw Midoriya walking towards Yaoyorozu. Jiro admitted. Her hearing was sharper than most of her peers, and she had no idea how she didn't notice Mineta creeping towards her friend. But Midoriya is like, scary observant. Hagakure piped up, it's awesome. He somehow knew where I was the entire time he was looking at me. But, you're invisible, Kodai pointed out. Exactly. I have no idea how he managed to see me, and I have a feeling he was scrutinizing me. Hagakure waved her arms about. So, Bill, how did Midoriya kick Mineta's butt? Ashido grinned excitedly. Nothing at all. Yaoyorozu replied, before looking at her female peers. She waved her hands in front of her frantically. No, seriously. Midoriya just stood there and looked at him. Maybe we'll ask Shoji. He was also there. Hagakure hummed. No, Yamamo isn't lying. I saw it. He legitimately just stared at Mineta. Jiro commented. Midoriya's pretty awesome, ain't he? Ashido grinned. I bet he's going to be really good friends with everyone. Ida turned back from his conversation with Uraraka, finding Todoroki walking some distance behind them, slowly, almost like he was lost in thought. Ida gave Uraraka a signal to stop talking, before he sneakily pointed at Todoroki. Uraraka immediately understood what Ida wanted to do, and she smiled at him. So, see you tomorrow then. Ida waited for Todoroki to slowly catch up before he asked, you doing okay? After the sports festival, I told Midoriya that I wanted him to succeed, to get into the hero course, so that I could crush him under my foot. And despite everything I've done to him, he was still willing to help me out. He's already helped me so many times, and I feel that it's not right. Whatever I told him before. How has he helped you? Besides from Stain, obviously. Ida asked. He. Todoroki paused, unsure of whether to continue. Family problems. No one outside my family knows about it, but Midoriya somehow knew. He told Nizu, and he's currently compiling a case about it. After I told him about the matter, that was after I told him I wanted to crush him, he redirected me to Nizu. There's actually a chance that this matter could be solved after so many years. He saved us from Stain, and he saved us when those villains decided to attack the USJ. So, you kind of feel bad for what you told him. Maybe you should go and apologize to him. Ida deduced, though it wasn't too hard to do so once all the facts were on the table. Yeah, but I'm not sure how to do so or how he'll take it. He didn't even seem to take Aizawa-sensei's compliment regarding his work well. Todoroki sighed. I think you should just go up to him and apologize directly. Ida offered. It will feel more genuine, and due to Midoriya's past, I think it will be better. I also don't think he'll take it too badly. Just tell him directly. Midoriya only had to stay in the infirmary for one more day, before Ishiyama confirmed that the 1A dorms were ready for Midoriya to live in. It was a Saturday, plenty of time for Midoriya to move in. Nizu had wanted to bring Midoriya out to buy some new stuff, but sadly, the Hero Public Safety Commission had just dumped a huge load of work on the principal that Nizu couldn't ignore. Nizu also didn't want another teacher to go out with Midoriya instead. Aizawa had already told him of his request to Midoriya to give them a chance, and he was already hesitant to do so. Too many things were happening at once, and Nizu didn't want Midoriya to get spooked by the multitude of changes. It didn't take too long for Midoriya to move it. The room itself already had a bed and a table, and Midoriya had so few things that it only took a minute or two before he was done. They had spent the rest of the day in the 1A common room, Nizu trying to sieve through all the information he had been given, and Midoriya sitting on the couch, not very sure of what to do. He stared at the television remote control, before staring at the television, before his gaze traveled to the busy principal, then to the empty kitchen, then to the hallway leading to the elevators, before glancing at the remote control. He wasn't sure what he could do. He wasn't allowed to use the television at home unless someone else turned it on, and they usually watched useless cartoons instead of important channels like news, so Midoriya didn't even bother with the television most of the time and just checked up on the news on his laptop. It was rude to go back to his room and leave Nizu alone in the common room, but it wasn't like he could help Nizu with his work. Most of the hero and villain stuff that Nizu asked him to analyze for him were Nizu's personal projects, and Midoriya could tell that Nizu was purposely feeding him with information so that he could easily take out those villains. But these were projects that the Hero Commission had shoved at Nizu, and he wasn't a verified hero. He wasn't allowed to help, even if Nizu had asked him to. Reiko was grooming herself, while Ryuto was occasionally preening and jumping around on the sofa. He accidentally wandered too close, and would have fallen off had Midoriya not caught the bird in time. Ryuto gave a small chirp, nuzzling Midoriya's hand. Based on his research, Midoriya had found out that Ryuto was a rough-legged hawk, and when he started growing in his flight feathers, his plumage would turn from white and black to predominantly brown in color with speckling. Unlike most of his species, which had gray and yellow beaks as well as yellow talons, Ryuto's beak and talons were completely gray. Midoriya looked up as Nizu yawned and stretched before hopping off his chair. "Oh, I thought you would have gone back to your room, Izuku." Nizu grinned. "It's lunchtime, let's go grab a bite. Maybe get you some fitting clothes as well." Midoriya wasn't really hungry, despite not having eaten much the entire week, but he still complied with Nizu's request, moving to grab one of the few hoodies he owned that weren't torn to shreds. He was wearing an oversized blue t-shirt that Kayama had bought, as the hero had decided to go clothes shopping without his measurements and had gotten a few shirts and briefs that were a size too big for Midoriya. They still fit, though, so Midoriya didn't really mind. Midoriya placed Ryuto and Reiko the small hidden pocket in his hoodie, and Reiko and Ryuto poked their heads out of the front of the hoodie. He let Nizu tidy up his work before he headed towards the door. "Come on." Lunch took up less time than Nizu thought. They had gone to a mall near to UA and headed for the food court, but the only thing that Midoriya seemed okay with Nizu ordering for him was a small plate of fried rice, and he couldn't even finish it. He had packed the remaining of it in a takeaway box for dinner, and while Nizu wasn't really happy that Midoriya wasn't eating much, he couldn't do much to stop him. No one had cared for Midoriya, and it was obvious that Midoriya would take some time for him to get adjusted to someone willing to help him out and care for him. He didn't want to be too overbearing and pushing Midoriya away in the process. He just needed to be patient. Nizu had also tried to bring Midoriya clothes shopping, but most of the shops that they had come across were way too expensive in Midoriya's opinion, and he wasn't willing to even touch any of the clothes. They had also gone to the supermarket in case Midoriya wanted some snacks or drinks, but other than a few cans of tuna and some raw meat, they didn't buy anything before going back to UA. Midoriya cared more about Reiko and Ryuto than himself. Midoriya had insisted on paying for his own items, and Nizu could only look on helplessly at the stubborn boy. There was only so much he could do, and even Nizu wasn't sure how to best balance caring for Midoriya and not being overbearing. "It's just a matter of time for him to get used to it," Nizu told himself. "It'll be fine. I just have to be patient." "Izuku!" Nizu called out, expecting Midoriya to be sitting on the couch, like he had been doing in the morning, only to realize that Midoriya wasn't even in the common room. He definitely hadn't left the building. Nizu would have heard him open the front door. He hopped off his chair and made his way to the stairs. If Midoriya wasn't in the common room, he most likely in his room. Nizu noticed that Midoriya's door was slightly open, and he could hear Reiko meowing from inside his room. He knew that he was invading Midoriya's privacy, but he couldn't help but feel that something was wrong, and carefully pushed the door open. Only to find that Midoriya was biting his lip, grabbing his right hand as his entire body shook. Midoriya was wincing slightly, glaring at his hand in frustration. "Izuku? Are you okay? What happened?" Nizu asked, as he rushed into the room to check what was wrong. Nizu noticed that Midoriya's pen had fallen on the floor, and there was some crooked writing on the paper on Midoriya's desk. He cursed inwardly. Midoriya had tried to write despite the condition of his hands. Nizu gently cradled Midoriya's shaking hands, watching Midoriya carefully. His facial expression didn't change, but Nizu noticed that small glint of pain in his eyes. "Just hold for a few minutes, okay? I'll get Recovery Girl here." Midoriya really had no idea what he was supposed to do in the dorms. He had his own room on the second floor, but he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do with it. Sleep in it, sure, but what was he supposed to spend the weekend doing? His hands still haven't fully recovered, and despite efforts, all he did was get a muscle cramp in his hand, and his continuous attempts to write resulted in him tearing a few muscles and worsen its condition. Shizenji had focused her quirk on healing his hands, to the point where she said that he could start writing and signing by Monday, and he could participate in the hero course exercises, but he wouldn't be at full power and had to rest his hands for the entire weekend. He could do simple things like flipping pages in a book, but Shizenji absolutely forbade him from doing anything that would require him to hold something with his fingers, which limited his meals to practically just a bowl of soup. Not that Midoriya cared. Anything was better than being stuck on the bed like a useless, worthless idiot, even though there was nothing that he could do at the moment. Needless to say, Midoriya was bored. Nizu was finished with his work and was currently watching the news on the couch, and Midoriya didn't want to bother the principal, especially after all the work he had done. The boy sighed and placed his head on the sofa before curling up into a ball. He really didn't like just sitting around and doing nothing. Maybe he should just take a quick nap, regain the energy that Shizenji had used for healing his hands. Reiko and Ryudo were playing with each other, but they had come over to Midoriya's side and nuzzled him. Ryudo chirped and playing fully tugged on Midoriya's finger with his beak. Midoriya had to admit, he was slightly tired. Shizenji's quirk had taken a lot more out of him than usual, but that was probably because he was stubborn and refused to sit still and recover properly. The front door to the dorms opened, and Midoriya looked up from his position on the couch, only to find that Aizawa had pushed the door open, closing it carefully. Hello Aizawa. Nizu grinned, waving to the taller man, taking his eyes off the television for a second to see who had entered. I didn't expect you to still be in school. I thought you had gone home. Midoriya pushed himself up as Aizawa started. Well, I would have left earlier if the printer hadn't jammed. That idiot All Might had accidentally broken it and didn't tell anyone. I had to go get Power Loader to fix the DMED machine before I could finish photocopying Midoriya's notes. Speaking of which, here, Midoriya. Aizawa carefully procured the 2 notebooks from his pockets and placed them on the table in front of Midoriya. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly, staring at his notebooks, before shifting his gaze towards Aizawa, before looking back at his notebooks. He actually gave them back? Aizawa looked at the boy, confused by his reaction, not knowing that Midoriya was equally as confused as him, albeit for a different reason. Reiko rubbed her head against Midoriya's arm, and the boy looked at his notebooks one last time, before looking back at Aizawa, and nodding slightly in acknowledgement.